A fortress engulfed in flames under a blood-red sky. Below, the battlefield was filled with death and chaos. A young comrade fell, blood gushing from a fatal wound. Theo watched in horror as the black-haired woman collapsed before him. The deafening clang of metal signaled a fight to the death. Theo charged to confront the mysterious hooded figure, his sword glinting in the night. With a powerful strike, the assassin swung his sword from above. Theo was pushed back, struggling to defend against the opponent's overwhelming power. Though covered in wounds, his eyes burned with hatred, refusing to retreat. This is the domain of the Ragnar family, the Empire's northern protectors. They have stood firm, like a great fortress, for 1,000 years thanks to a special physique. It is rumored that their bloodline was inherited from ancient dragons. Every descendant born into the Ragnar family possesses extraordinary magic, physical strength, and swordsmanship talent. Everyone except me. Back in reality, Theo collapsed, exhausted. The enemy stood there, coldly stating, "In the end, you still learn nothing. There are things you can't do, no matter how hard you try." People call that untalented. The hooded figure touched his chin, his voice full of sarcasm. Born into the Ragnar lineage, yet inheriting no talent. If it were me, I'd be bitter too. Then he uttered a painfully familiar name. Young Master Theo. Theo snapped his head up, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "Rendan! Why is it you?" Rendan sneered. "You know, watching you train tirelessly every morning despite your lack of talent, it's truly a pathetic sight." He narrowed his eyes in contempt, especially when all that hard work gets you nowhere. Rendan's insane laughter echoed. "The Ragnar family's idiot is the perfect title for you. You should have run away, you good-for-nothing." Theo gritted his teeth, spitting out each word in indignation. "No, Rendan," he questioned, his voice trembling. "You approached me, became my sword instructor, taught me those useless sword techniques. Only to betray the Rose Palace to these bastards?" Theo screamed in despair. In a fit of rage, Theo lunged to attack, but Rendan easily brushed aside his strike. With a single sword thrust, Theo was sent flying, blood gushing profusely. Rendan casually flicked the blood from his blade. "Why blame me, young master?" He grabbed Theo's hair, forcing him to look up. "All of this happened because of you. Why don't you realize that?" Rendan whispered into his ear, his voice venomous. "Look," he commanded, forcing Theo to witness the tragedy. Before his eyes, the Rose Palace was engulfed in flames. "Why is the palace burning? Why are your family members dying?" Rendan asked as he walked towards a familiar fallen figure. "Why is your mother—" Another cloaked figure coldly delivered the finishing sword thrust into the woman. "A cold corpse?" The cruel question ended as his mother's face appeared. Theo's eyes glazed over, stunned by the horrific scene that had just unfolded. Standing over his mother's corpse, Rendan pointed his sword at Theo, declaring, "Because you are the Ragnar family's idiot." Theo's eyes blazed with hatred as he heard the bitter explanation. In a family that worships the strong, the image of his deceased mother became the final, haunting memory etched into his mind. "You are the weakest." Rendan's words twisted like a knife in Theo's mind. He gritted his teeth, bitterly uttering the traitor's name, Rendan. His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, channeling all his remaining hatred. "Rendan!" Theo roared, lunging with a final desperate slash. But his sword was easily knocked from his hand. Rendan's cruel counterattack pierced his body, extinguishing all hope. The traitor coldly ordered, "You've talked enough. Finish him." Collapsed on the ground, Theo whispered, "I was just reminiscing a bit. Almost done." "Done?" His eyes suddenly widened, realizing the harsh truth. Is this the end? I couldn't protect anything, couldn't accomplish anything. A tear rolled down his blood-smeared cheek, carrying the resentment for the word talent. If only I had talent. Things would have been different, wouldn't they? His consciousness faded into the destructive flames. Suddenly, a wooden sword pointed directly at his face, pulling him back to reality. A familiar voice echoed, "You look tired. All right, today's lesson ends here." Theo was stunned by the scene before him. His instructor gently chided, "Distracted again." Theo wondered in shock. What is this? Didn't I just die? Am I perhaps reviewing my life? Young master? He couldn't believe it. The first face that came to mind was Rendan's wretched one. A cold notification appeared. Death remains cruel even in the final moments. Theo exclaimed in shock. Huh? An unexpected tutorial quest appeared. Punch Rendan in the face. He reread it in a daze. Tutorial quest? Punch Rendan? What the hell is this? This kind of flashback is really weird. He probably can't see it, Theo reassured himself, while his instructor asked, "What's wrong?" Theo made up his mind, letting the training staff drop to the ground. "I don't know what's happening," he gritted his teeth, "but I'll just consider this a gift from God, giving me a chance to vent before I go." With blazing eyes, Theo lunged forward, roaring, "Even if it's a dream, I'll smash you to pieces." The instructor was stunned by his student's sudden action. In the middle of the vast training ground, an unexpected punch landed squarely on the instructor's face. The instructor only had time to show extreme confusion. "Why does this dream feel so real?" Theo sneered, "And my punch was so weak." Immediately, the confusion on the instructor's face vanished, replaced by deadly seriousness. A lightning-fast staff strike swung out, sending Theo flying backward. "I thought I said our lesson was over," his cold voice echoed as Theo slid across the ground. What is this?" Theo muttered, clutching his stomach. "How can I feel pain even in a dream?" The instructor sighed. "I understand your frustration. The awakening ceremony is approaching, and you haven't made any progress." "The awakening ceremony?" Theo paused while the instructor continued. "But even so, I cannot forgive a student who raises a hand against his master." He clicked his tongue. "And, as a Ragnar, you should use a sword, not your fists." "See you at the next lesson," the instructor said, turning his back and leaving Theo frozen in the middle of the training ground. What is happening? Amidst the sneers, a voice rang out. "Idiot! Why is he blaming his master when he himself is a useless fool?" On the training ground, whispers continued to surround the fallen Theo. Is he really a Ragnar? He's too incompetent even for a bastard child. Theo touched his cheek, the bitter criticisms echoing in his head. His hand gripped the cold ground, a feeling too real. I can't believe it. Sweat streamed down his temples, doubt rising to its peak. He clearly felt the sharp pain in his side, undeniable proof. Looking at his dust-covered hand, Theo whispered, "This real feeling." His eyes widened, a flash of realization sparking. This isn't a flashback. Theo sprang to his feet, declaring boldly, "This is real." He looked up at the sky, calculating. The awakening ceremony will take place in 10 years. Could I have returned to when I was 17? How is that possible? Just then, a blue system screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. The text appeared, "Congratulations, you have completed the tutorial quest. Reward, Ragnar's talent has been activated." What? Theo was stunned as another option appeared, asking if he wanted to receive the reward now. Without hesitation, he reached out towards the screen with a determined expression. His finger decisively pressed the yes button. Immediately, a massive surge of energy erupted from Theo's body. The system announced as surging power enveloped him. You have received the reward. All your stats will now increase at an incredible rate. What the hell is happening? Theo screamed amidst the dazzling vortex of light. At the same time, in a lavish and magnificent place, the Rose Palace stood majestically under the sun. Inside, a mysterious person gently placed a teacup down, their calm voice saying, "I see." Rendan Harvey, the sword instructor, bluntly remarked, "Honestly, I've never seen anyone so incompetent." But then he burst into enthusiastic laughter, promising, "But that's why I'm here. I'll make him strong enough for the awakening ceremony in 5 months." Cecilia Ragnar, Lady of the Rose Palace, replied, "Yes, I will entrust the boy to you, Rendan." She handed him a generous pouch of money and gave instructions, receiving his firm promise to teach Theo day and night. Cecilia smiled confidently, asserting, "I'm not worried. I believe in my Theo." As he left, Rendan muttered in the empty hallway, revealing his true colors. "You will have to worry." He wiped his hands, a scornful smile evident as he thought about their mother-son bloodline. Like mother, like son. Opening the pouch, the glittering gold coins inside satisfied him with the bargain he had just received. An evil shadow appeared in his mind, Rendan grinning sinisterly. "It seems the Ragnar fool will be my benefactor." Lost in his malicious thoughts, he suddenly paused upon hearing a strange noise. A voice rang out from behind, questioning his insult. "Fool?" Theo darted past like a gust of wind, leaving Rendan Harvey stunned in the hallway. The instructor clicked his tongue, his eyes glaring hatefully at his students retreating back. "Stupid loser!" he cursed under his breath as Theo ran far away. Meanwhile, in another room, Cecilia was speaking with a butler. A sudden cry of "Mother!" made her turn around in surprise. Before her stood Theo, panting. Cecilia asked in surprise, "Son?" Without a word, Theo rushed to embrace his still stunned mother. Cecilia was utterly bewildered by her son's strange behavior. "Son? Why are you—" Burying his head in his mother's shoulder, Theo sobbed inwardly, feeling the familiar warmth. "I've truly returned." Theo hugged his mother, and text appeared, returning 10 years ago. Horrific memories flooded back. A blazing battlefield where his future self stood helpless beside the skull-masked enemy. His mother, Cecilia Ragnar, collapsed in a pool of blood. Hatred and despair were etched deep onto his face at that time. Back in reality, Theo looked at his mother, his eyes burning with iron resolve. He thought to himself, while his mother was still confused, "I must change the future. Currently, I am just a weakling with nothing in my hands." Suddenly, a mysterious notification panel appeared. Ragnar's talent has been activated. A grand vision flashed. "I can become stronger, strong enough to stand firm in that damned war for the throne." Still in his mother's embrace, Theo determined his next goal. His eyes became sharp, filled with the will for revenge. And the one he targeted was the instructor Rendan Harvey, strong enough to get revenge on Rendan. A new quest appeared, guiding the path ahead. Train your body to its limits. Theo rushed onto the training ground, his heart boiling with the desire for immediate revenge. But he quickly realized, with this weak body, I can't do anything. First, I must focus on becoming stronger. He recalled his previous life, when he was pushed into the intelligence team of Heian due to lack of skill. It was there that he learned about the elixir of the Zhuejian Di, and also the secret manual, whose true value would be revealed in the future. Most importantly, was the rigorous training he once gave up due to his lack of confidence in his talent. Under the dawn light, Theo stomped his foot, officially beginning his journey of retraining from scratch. Theo told himself that now anything was possible because he possessed the talent of the Ragnar family. The other trainees watched him run nonstop in astonishment, wondering how the weakling from before had become so strong. With this chance, I will run more than what I missed, Theo thought to himself as he switched to weapon training. He swung his sword with unprecedented determination, pushing past his own limits. This time, I can definitely become truly strong. Theo smiled confidently as his quest progress soared. Many days passed. Under the snowy night, a figure watched Theo from above. It was Evelyn Nerrival, manager of training ground number 4, yawning languidly. She mumbled, "He hasn't slept for days while training. The Ragnar family's idiot, huh?" Evelyn narrowed her eyes, a flicker of doubt appearing in her mind. Is he truly untalented? While on the ground below, Theo felt like he was on the verge of death. The reason for this frenzy stemmed from a horrifying discovery. The night before, while lying exhausted on the ground, he was shocked to realize that the progress bar would decrease just because he rested a little. That harsh truth ignited a furious flame. Now you've challenged me not to stop until the very end. Back in the present, Theo gritted his teeth and endured, not allowing himself to rest. Almost there, he encouraged himself, unleashing a powerful sword strike. The ground cracked under his power, just a little more. The progress bar jumped to 99%, with only one final step remaining. Just a little more, until I can't breathe anymore. Evelyn Nerrival's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene unfolding on the training ground. In the middle of the ground, Theo darted like a ghost, his quest progress bar already at 99%. Just a little more, he gritted his teeth, pushing his body to its absolute limit. The moment the progress bar jumped to 100%, Theo's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, mixed with exhaustion. The system chimed, "Congratulations! You have successfully completed tutorial quest number 2, receiving Dragon Heart." Immediately after, another notification appeared as Theo collapsed. Additional reward, 10 years of magic power from your previous life. Lying on the cold ground, Theo faced the system's choice. Do you wish to receive the reward now? With what little strength he had left, his trembling hand reached forward. His finger decisively pressed the yes button. Receiving reward? A tear rolled down Theo's cheek as his body prepared to absorb the power. A colossal pillar of magic power descended from the sky, enveloping his exhausted body. Standing afar, Evelyn Nerrival could not hide her shock at that terrifying surge of energy. A moment later, Theo slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on a bed. He sat up abruptly, looking around the unfamiliar room in confusion. "Where is this?" From behind the door, Evelyn spoke. "Please don't worry. This is the resting room of training ground number 4. Even a Ragnar would collapse if you pushed yourself like that." Recognizing a familiar face, Theo exclaimed in surprise, "Evelyn?" And she stepped in, reintroducing herself. Evelyn lit a cigarette and explained, "You collapsed while training alone this morning, so I temporarily brought you here." Theo nodded slightly in response. "I understand." After his thanks, Evelyn simply remained silent, exhaled a puff of smoke, and looked at the young man with a meaningful gaze. Evelyn began her interrogation. "But young master, you know the Ragnar family's rules well, don't you? Opening your magic core before the awakening ceremony is taboo." Theo took a sip of water, replying with a question. "Why are you suddenly asking me about that?" Evelyn narrowed her eyes, her voice serious. "Just before you passed out, a mana wave characteristic of an opened magic core appeared. She looked straight into the young man's eyes, enunciating each word. Could it be that you've opened your magic core, young Master Theo Ragnar?" Theo turned away, hastily denying, "What are you talking about? If I did that, I'd be dead." Suddenly, the cup in his hand glowed with a strange blue light. Memories flooded back. The system announced the first reward. You have received Dragon Heart. Amidst his daze, he heard the second reward. You have received 10 years of mana from your previous life. Back in reality, cold sweat broke out on Theo's forehead. He couldn't hide a smug smile as he realized, Dragon Heart? It was a legendary treasure, allowing one to place their magic core in their heart instead of their abdomen like ordinary people. An impossible feat, as the human heart was too fragile to contain such power. For that reason, every warrior craved it as a shortcut to achieving absolute power. Theo secretly cheered in his heart, and now it's mine. This quest reward is truly unbelievable. But his joy was quickly replaced by worry as he looked at Evelyn. It's just, now I'm in a difficult spot. Facing him was Evelyn Nerrival, a high-ranking swordswoman who had retired after losing her left arm. But in the past, she was the commander of the White-Armored Dragon Knights, a living legend revered even by demon dragons. Theo recalled, she's known for being extremely principled. She cared nothing for status or power, and could not tolerate injustice or cowardice. He thought to himself, in other words, if she discovered his magic core from the Dragon Heart, he would be executed immediately. Back in reality, Theo tried to force a smile, but then he changed his demeanor, challenging, however, can you bear the consequences? To demand my immediate execution, based on just a momentary hunch. Evelyn Nerrival was stunned by his audacity. Can you bear the consequences? Theo coldly declared, I am also an heir of the Ragnar family. If your suspicion is baseless, it will be a crime of disgracing the family. Evelyn exhaled smoke, admitting, yeah, that is the law. Theo pressed on. Then do you know the punishment for humiliating an heir? Evelyn replied without hesitation. Execution. Good. Then feel free to check, Theo challenged, making Evelyn wonder, what is this feeling? Is this kid really like this? Still trusting her instincts, Evelyn asserted, but that was definitely a mana wave. So, with your permission, even if you are of Ragnar blood, the law is still the law, she said, then placed her mana-gathering hand on Theo's back. Her eyes flashed with iron determination. No exceptions. The entire room fell silent as she began to probe. Suddenly, she realized in horror, he doesn't have a magic core? Evelyn was aghast, sweat pouring out. Was I wrong? It can't be. Theo's gaze was icy, and he uttered a challenge. So what? No magic core? Evelyn Nerrival collapsed, kneeling on the ground. Please, execute me. I was wrong. I will pay with this humble life. But Theo only thought to himself, of course not. The Dragon Heart is completely different from an ordinary magic core, because the existence of a magic core from the Dragon Heart can be freely controlled by its user. In other words, I can conceal my mana at any time, he smirked to himself. Furthermore, the truth about humans being able to possess a Dragon Heart wouldn't be revealed for several more years. She'll never guess I have a Dragon Heart. Theo reached out towards the desperate woman. He placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice firm. It's not necessary. Evelyn looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment at his unexpected action. Theo smiled magnanimously. You only did what you had to do. Few would dare to risk their life to demand the truth from an heir. In his mind, his calculations had already been made. Evelyn is one of the strongest. Erasing this debt will benefit me. Hearing Theo's words of concern, Evelyn was somewhat moved. Your concern for this Ragnar bastard makes me a little happy. Thank you for your concern, Evelyn. Theo said his final words and turned to walk away. Evelyn Nerrival sat there silently, watching his retreating back disappear behind the smoke. Theo strode forward, affirming his power in his heart, the dragon heart, and 10 years of mana from my previous life. In this life, I will definitely become overwhelmingly strong. A few days later, at the training ground, Rendan Harvey roared, "No, that's not it. You need to swing your sword a little further to the right." While enduring the scolding, Theo secretly lamented, "Becoming stronger is good, but pretending to be weak in front of Rendan is truly annoying." He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with hatred. "Rendan, you bastard!" Theo secretly realized, he's deliberately teaching me strange sword techniques. While Rendan Harvey yelled, "Make it more like a right angle," he became even more certain there's definitely a mastermind behind Rendan's actions. Memories of his previous life flooded back. An image of himself being defeated appeared. The one who killed me? I must find out their identities, Theo resolved as he recalled the hidden assailant. Returning to reality, a cold, sharp glint flashed in his eyes. A smirk played on his lips as Theo told himself, "That's right, I can do this." He called the instructor by his name, Rendan, cutting off his scolding. Then he snapped the wooden staff, declaring, "I can no longer listen to your lectures because they are utter garbage." With blazing red eyes, Theo questioned, "With your skill level, how could you ever become a mid-tier swordsman?" To Rendan Harvey's astonishment, he continued to provoke, "I've seen you struggle even with low-level monsters." Theo took a step forward, his voice full of challenge. "Or are you deaf?" He enunciated each word. "Your skills are trash," secretly thinking he had to make this guy resign. As Rendan Harvey roared his name, Theo had finished his calculations. If cornered, he'll have to contact the mastermind. Meanwhile, at the opulent Camellia Palace, a rumor began to spread rapidly. A brown-haired young man rushed into the tavern, shouting, "Axion!" He gleefully spread the news. "Have you heard? That Ragnar bastard is about to have a decisive duel with my master next week," he said, while Axion listened silently. He scoffed. "He blames the instructor for his incompetence. This time, he's definitely going to be crippled." Immediately, Axion overturned the entire bar counter, lunging to attack the one who had just uttered the insult. The one who dared to insult him let out a pathetic scream as the wine glass shattered against his face. He was sent flying backward, falling unconscious in the middle of the tavern. Axion Ragnar, the black tiger of the 4 hounds of the north, coldly asked, "So what? What does a crippled bastard have to do with me?" Remington Narcio, the silver lion, silently watched his comrade. A voice echoed from behind, "It should concern you." Ed Troyven, the heavenly dragon of the 9 dragons, stepped forward, warning, "Things could go awry if we let our guard down." Tsk. "That only applies to talented people," Axion dismissed. "You're worrying too much, Uncle." Ed replied sternly, "Why worry about that bastard? With the unprecedented things happening in the Ragnar family, we must guard against even the smallest possibilities. A flame in the wind, however small, can ignite at any moment." The powerful man concluded, "In any case, this is also a good thing." Axion smirked, believing that instructor will take care of everything for us. 1 week later, at training ground number 4, the crowd of trainees cheered and jeered, turning the match into a spectacle. From above, Evelyn Nerval silently exhaled smoke, observing everything. In the shadows, a masked figure with glowing red eyes was also watching. Theo stood in the middle of the arena, cursing inwardly. "Damn it!" Opposite him, Rendan Harvey had taken his stance, ready for a fight to the death. He only wanted to humiliate him and get him fired, but things had spiraled out of control. "But since it's come to this, so be it. I will have my revenge, Rendan." A system quest appeared, requiring him to win. Recalling the moment, Theo bluntly declared, "I mean, your skills are like trash." Fired, Rendan Harvey roared in resentment. "Young Master Theo!" He tried to cling on with the contract, but Theo coldly retorted, "If your master says you're fired, then you're fired." Theo thought to himself, "First, I'll separate from him and dig for more information." Meanwhile, Rendan Harvey panicked. "No, if I'm fired, my mission will fail." He chased after him, threatening, "Young master, this is against the rules. If I report this to the court..." His threat was cut short by an unexpected quest panel. Suddenly, Evelyn Neriville appeared, stepping between the two. "Then let's do it." She smirked provocatively. "Let's settle this the Ragnar way." Both Theo and Rendan Harvey were stunned by her proposal. Evelyn declared, in the middle of the training ground, "The law of the strong. Let's decide this based on a sword duel." Rendan Harvey was overjoyed, certain that luck had smiled upon him. But when Evelyn set the time for 1 week from today, Theo broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing her smile, he desperately screamed in his mind, "Of course this isn't okay. I can't even defeat Rendan yet." He panicked as he saw his opponent smirk smugly. 1 week later, a massive arena packed with spectators had been erected. In the stands, whispers began to rise. "I heard he can't even swing a sword properly yet." Another voice rang out with contempt. "He's the cripple of the Ragnar family." Rendan Harvey, the mid-tier swordsman, confidently declared, "Young master, if you apologize now, I can pretend nothing happened." Theo coldly retorted, "That's what I should be saying. If you don't want to be crippled, you'd best accept your dismissal." The instructor's smile turned malicious. He thought to himself, "I should just kill him and pretend it was an accident." In his eyes, the outcome was already decided. This is actually better. Rendan Harvey adopted a condescending air. "Then attack first. As your teacher, I'll grant you the first strike." Without a moment's hesitation, Theo charged forward. "Then I won't hold back." The instructor merely smirked, ready to receive the attack. In the stands, the other trainees were stunned by the unexpected sight. A trainee stammered in shock. "How can this be?" The clash of weapons echoed through the arena. The crowd roared. "As expected, the talentless one is losing." Theo strained to block a powerful slash. Rendan Harvey growled, "What's wrong, young master?" The man continued to mock. "Can't you do anything against a mediocre swordsman you look down on? This is the obvious outcome." He smugly analyzed. "His skills have improved, but it's not enough. If he were at the level of the Four Hounds of the North, it would be different." Their blades sparked as they clashed. Rendan Harvey yelled, "But there's no way the talentless one of the Ragnar family can defeat me." The scene shifted. Theo questioned Evelyn Neriville. "What were you thinking when you suggested a match?" The manager calmly replied, "I'm helping you." The young man worriedly asked, "It seems he has a backer." "Evelyn, how did you know that?" Evelyn took a sip of water. "Because he was teaching you a strange sword style. I secretly investigated." In her flashback, the figure of Axion Ragnar appeared amidst the snowy landscape. Memories of the harsh training session flooded back, as Rendan Harvey forced Theo to perform strange movements. Form an even sharper right angle. From above, Evelyn Neriville thought to herself, "Where did this bastard come from?" In a stream of memories, Theo realized, in my previous life, Evelyn didn't pay attention to this. Was it because of the incident in the Mana Hall that I caught her attention? Evelyn began, "According to my investigation, all traces of Rendan lead to one place," she continued, and the image of Camellia Palace appeared in Theo's mind. He gritted his teeth. "Camellia Palace. Is it all because of that wretched war for the throne? Those bastards." But then Theo calmed down, saying to Evelyn, However, it's also quite surprising that you've discovered so much, he admitted, but with my current strength, I still can't defeat Rendan. Then asked, what are you going to do now? Evelyn smirked confidently. You can defeat him. You're underestimating your potential too much, young master. Back in the present, Rendan Harvey roared arrogantly, ha 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 ha! If you kneel and beg now, perhaps I'll spare you. However, Theo easily blocked his attack, a clash that sent sparks flying. The instructor was stunned, thinking to himself, wait, something's not right. Theo's eyes blazed with determination as he directly faced his opponent's blade. Rendan Harvey was pushed back, bewildered. He's been blocking all my attacks for a while now. He couldn't believe it. What the hell is this? This isn't the Theo Ragnar I know. Sweat poured down. Rendan Harvey wondered, how have his skills improved so much? The crowd of trainees was stunned. What? Is the instructor really being pushed back? Evelyn smoked, smiling contentedly. Doesn't it look like he's defending himself properly? Memories flooded back. Evelyn said a single word. 1 week. She made the fateful offer. If I personally train you for 1 week, you'll easily overwhelm someone like Rendan. In the memory, Theo accepted the agreement. Ignoring the instructor and teaching you is against the rules, but Rendan never had the right to be a teacher anyway. A decision was made. His eyes gleamed with resolve. He thought to himself, I never expected things to turn out this way. This debt to Evelyn is truly worth it. But then a question arose. He asked, however, there's one thing I'm curious about. Why are you helping me so much? Is it because of what happened last time? Evelyn Nerval smiled mysteriously. Partly that, but also because I know someone who will really like you. Back in the present, Rendan Harvey strained to defend, sweat pouring down his tense face. 2 blades clashed, sparking. He roared in his mind. He was talentless. How is this possible? He gritted his teeth, a crazy thought flashing. Or has he just been pretending to be foolish all this time? Amidst the piercing sound of metal, Theo suddenly spoke, his eyes sharp. But why? Rendan, who is backing you? Kicked away by Theo, Rendan Harvey yelled, backing what? Do you think I don't know? You've been teaching me those fake lessons? Ridiculous. Theo coldly cut him off. Is it Camellia Palace? The instructor was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. How? Honestly, Theo smirked. Rendan? He gathered his strength, taking a decisive step. Do you know what it feels like to have an arm severed? Rendan Harvey's face contorted in extreme pain and horror. A sword gleamed, and his arm flew into the air in a streak of crimson blood. His eyes were vacant, the physical pain overshadowed by extreme shock. In the middle of the arena, Rendan Harvey collapsed, clutching his wound, while Theo stood there, coldly observing his handiwork. Theo's eyes glowed with a deadly red. A chilling, killing intent enveloped the arena. The crowd of trainees was speechless, their faces showing undisguised horror. A scream of agony tore through the air. Rendan Harvey's desperate screams echoed throughout the arena as he collapsed. My arm! This damn brat dares to... Rendan Harvey gritted his teeth, clutching his blood-soaked wound. Theo coldly stated, with this, I am certain. Standing over the defeated opponent, he declared, I have become stronger, and I can become even stronger. He leaned down, his voice sharp as a knife. What did you say to me last time? That everything turned out this way because of my fault. Rendan Harvey stammered in panic. What do you mean? Theo swung his sword, declaring, your death here today is your own fault. He recalled the bitter past. In the Ragnar family, those who believe in the law of the strong. You are the weakest. The insult from years ago was now returned to its owner. In an instant, Theo lunged forward, delivering a finishing blow, giving his opponent no chance to beg. A final streak of blood splattered, and a system notification appeared before his eyes. All those who had mocked him could now only stare in stunned silence. From above, Evelyn Nerval wore a knowing and satisfied smile. In another corner, the black tiger, Axion Ragnar, was also watching, baring his teeth in an amused grin. Another notification appeared, signaling an additional reward for exceeding the objective. Amidst the blood-soaked arena, Theo stood, facing the choice of claiming his reward. In the arena, Theo coldly stared at the dismembered corpse of his enemy. The crowd was stunned. That idiot won? A mere trainee defeated a mid-tier swordsman? The young man scoffed. So weak it's useless. In my previous life, I died at the hands of someone like this. His eyes flashed with a red light, his determination burning. From now on, everything will be different, as the system granted rewards. He wondered about the observe ability he had just gained, unaware that a mysterious figure had appeared in the sky. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended from above, engulfing Theo. He was forced to brace himself against that terrifying power. The ground beneath his feet cracked under the unimaginable weight. A roar echoed throughout the arena, calling his name directly. Theo Ragnar! Theo startled and turned around, his eyes wide with astonishment. The figure descended, revealing his identity. Demon Dragon Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Dragon Knight Order. He froze, sweat pouring down. Why is he here? How long has he been watching? The other trainees were also utterly terrified upon recognizing the presence of one of the legendary 9 dragons. Meanwhile, a female knight accompanying him could only hold her head and sigh. Commander, you've completely ruined the arena floor. Despite everything, Julius strode towards Theo, emanating a dark, murderous aura. Theo was startled to find a streak of blood on his face, wondering, "Huh? What is this? What did I do?" The demon dragon's fervent gaze locked onto the still bewildered young man. The formidable commander burst into hearty, excited laughter. He clapped Theo hard on the shoulder, roaring, "Excellent! I'm truly surprised. The student has surpassed the master, kid." Julius Ragnar remarked, "A bit disrespectful, isn't it, since you've already killed him? Though that kind of person deserves it." The commander suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Well, who cares? Theo Ragnar." A thunderous slap on the shoulder made Theo stagger. Julius Ragnar roared a powerful invitation. "Come and join the White Dragon Knight Order." From above, Evelyn Nerval could only smile with amusement at the unfolding drama. The crowd of trainees cried out in disbelief. "No way! That Ragnar idiot is being recruited?" Amidst the whispers, a mysterious silver-haired knight turned to ask the person next to him. He posed a sharp question. "Has an unawakened trainee ever been recruited?" The knight answered himself with absolute certainty. "Of course, never." He mused, analyzing that one cannot assess potential when a person's magic hall remains closed, no matter how great Julius Ragnar is. But a flicker of speculation appeared in his eyes. In his heart, Theo wondered, does the demon dragon truly see enough potential to take this risk with me? After a moment of silence, Theo raised his head and declared firmly, "I must refuse." His face showed no wavering, his gaze unusually resolute. The notorious commander froze, the smile on his lips turning rigid. The silver-haired knight was dumbfounded, unable to believe what he had just heard. Evelyn Nerval was bewildered, surprise clearly visible on her face. The other trainees could only gape. What? The entire arena fell into a heavy silence, with only 2 figures standing opposite each other. "Have you heard?" Whispers spread in the darkness. "About that idiot, young Master Theo." A maid rushed through the night, carrying an unbelievable story. "I heard he killed his master. Is that even all right?" Another scoffed, thinking that just means his master was actually quite weak and useless. The news was even more shocking. And after witnessing that, the demon dragon tried to recruit him directly into the White Dragon Knight Order, but the young master refused, feeling he wasn't capable enough. At the training ground, laughter erupted. A humble Ragnar? That's a rare sight. Meanwhile, at the magnificent Camellia Palace, a conspiracy was taking shape. A noblewoman smiled mysteriously. Things have become complicated. Lady Emil Ragnar of the Camellia Palace mused by the window. I can't believe he killed Rendan. The maid bowed, reassuring her. Please don't worry, my lady. Didn't you yourself arrange Rendan for him because of his terrible skills? Emil turned away coldly. The death of such a person is not worth our concern. Is it, brother? She turned towards Ed Troyven, the heavenly dragon, who was standing there. The maid continued to report. The demon dragon personally approached him. Furthermore, they say Evelyn gave the order. We can no longer interfere by assigning him a new master. If he starts to stand out, taking control of the Rose Palace will be much harder. Her words were cut short by a figure at the door. Axion Ragnar entered, sneering. Stand out? Why worry so much? Our plan can still proceed as usual. Ed Troyven calmly reminded, You understand that the best way to gain control of the Rose Palace without offending the patriarch is for Theo to remain incompetent, right? That idiot will remain incompetent. Axion waved his hand. Evelyn and the demon dragon have always been interested in the weak. Ed Troyven's gaze sharpened as he called his nephew's name. Axion, I should have told you not to make any hasty decisions, the heavenly dragon's warning echoed. Axion reluctantly accepted. All right, since Mother and you are so worried. Elsewhere, a stranger with a sinister smile decided, I'll just play with him a little and make him understand his place. Meanwhile, in a vast arena submerged in white snow, after the training session, Theo said gratefully, Thank you, Evelyn. Learning from a true master like you is truly different. Evelyn Nurival asked directly, It would be better if you joined the White Dragon Knights. Why exactly did you refuse? Theo mused, the image of the majestic Dragon Knights appearing in his mind. The White Dragon Knights. That was my dream in my previous life. He smirked meaningfully. However, joining now would be terrible, because there's no reason to limit myself so early. The privileges after the awakening ceremony, the White Dragon Knights can't compare. Facing Evelyn, he explained humbly, I don't want to receive privileges when I'm not strong enough. I'm content with being trained by you. Evelyn smiled in acceptance. All right, the commander will be very disappointed. Immediately after, Theo's eyes flashed with a blue light as he secretly activated his observe skill. An information window appeared, revealing that Evelyn not only admired his humility, but also longed for the White Dragon Knights. Theo thought to himself with satisfaction, This observe skill is definitely very useful. I'll be able to make good use of it later. But then he paused as he read a status line more carefully. He was surprised to realize his instructor's feelings. Oh, just then, a voice interrupted. Excuse me, young Master Theo. A muscular man, wearing glasses, formally introduced himself. I am Sybil Drea from the Southern Inspection Station. There's something I need to discuss with you. With me? Theo thought cautiously. He looks terrifying. Observe. The information window appeared, but its content left him stunned. Sybil Drea, 17 years old, possessed an intense craving and wanted to duel him. Theo broke out in a cold sweat, stammering in his mind, Huh? Craving? Duel? With that look? With me? In the windy training ground, a loud voice rang out. I want to follow you, young Master Theo. Sybil Drea grinned. frankly admitting, "To be honest, I also ignored you before," believing the title Ragnar's Idiot was perfectly fitting. Theo frowned in annoyance, muttering, "This bastard," while Evelyn beside him couldn't hide her surprise. The young man continued, with eyes full of admiration. "But then I learned that every morning you trained harder than anyone else, and the result of those efforts." In Sybil's memory, Theo's image stood out among the crowd of trainees. "Is your miraculous growth. Something I witnessed firsthand." A Theo rampaging through battle appeared, and the awe-inspiring moment when demon dragon Julius Ragnar personally appeared before him. Sybil placed his hand on his chest, shouting, "You are my idol. The moment I wanted to give up, you appeared." He drew his sword, taking a ready stance. "Please, give me the chance to cross swords with you." Theo narrowed his eyes, a thought running through his mind. Normally, I doubt his true intentions. The observe skill was activated. A status window appeared, confirming Sybil Drea's words were sincere. Theo's eyes flashed with a blue light, and he thought to himself, "But it seems he's telling the truth. This is unexpected." He recalled, "I thought after defeating Rendan and gaining Lord Julius's attention, those eager to show off would flock to test their strength. But in reality, it was people who wanted to follow him," making Theo realize, "I never expected this." At least they still have the Ragnar family's pride. Clutching his sword hilt, a decision formed. Certainly, I'll eventually need my own people to become the family head. A quest window appeared before his eyes, and he realized, and this quest is the final tutorial, the title I could never escape. This time, I'll discard it completely. Decisively, Theo turned to Evelyn. "Evelyn, can we talk for a moment?" He stepped forward, drawing his sword, his eyes shining with confidence. Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, under the tutelage of instructor Evelyn Nerrival. From afar, a stranger with bright hair and an arrogant smile was silently observing everything. Sybil Drea boldly declared, "Apprentice swordsman of the Southern Surveillance Station, inheritor of Kurai swordsmanship, and master of speed sword." Instantly, he dashed forward like lightning. With a sky-shattering roar, Sybil unleashed his first strike, radiating a fierce surge of energy. The incessant clang of metal echoed as two figures clashed at dizzying speed. Sybil smirked, thinking to himself, "So fast. Even if I'm called an idiot, I'm still extremely confident in my speed." Theo calmly parried, comparing in his mind, "Is this really an idiot? If it were my previous life, I would have struggled immensely." But of course, he gripped his sword hilt tightly. "Now it's easy." A single sword stroke knocked Sybil's weapon away. Immediately after, a devastating punch landed on his opponent's face. The impact was so strong it shook the ground. Sitting on the ground, Sybil smiled contentedly. As expected of young Master Theo, "I lost. Thank you." Theo replied respectfully, "I learned a lot. That was a good match." Suddenly, he noticed his reflection on the sword blade. "Wait, can I use Observe on myself?" He tried activating the skill. A virtual status window appeared before Theo's eyes. "All right." A system notification rang out. "You have become aware of stats. Stats will now be displayed numerically." He deduced, "If abilities are categorized under talents, perhaps I'll receive 4 more if I complete the quest." Theo smirked triumphantly. "Excellent. I can check my own stats," he muttered as he looked at the numbers. "High magic power is thanks to the dragon heart. But what the hell is this? Why is my luck negative?" Theo Ragnar frowned at the status window, muttering, "Am I cursed or something?" A luck stat of 49 appeared, and he suddenly understood. So all the bad luck in my previous life was because of this? Turning his back to the crowd, he resolved, for now, I need to find a way to increase my luck stat. Suddenly, the commotion from behind made Theo turn his head. He curiously looked towards the gathering trainees, not understanding what was happening. From afar, a pink-haired girl remarked, no matter how weak Rendan was, he was still a mid-tier swordsman. Her gaze fixed on Theo. Yet young Master Theo defeated him, and was even acknowledged by the commander. For the Ragnar family, the strong only received two types of reactions, envy or admiration. The pink-haired girl smirked meaningfully, and those gathered here seemed to belong to the latter. The crowd erupted in excitement. The rumors are true. Other trainees also discussed animatedly, if it were me, could I even block one of his moves? Amidst that admiration, a young man named Eod stepped forward, his eyes burning with fire. I want to fight him too. Theo smiled, embracing this atmosphere brimming with fighting spirit. He called out, Eod, making the young man freeze in surprise. You know me. Step forward. Theo slung his sword over his shoulder, a confident smile on his face. Let's have a match. Eod solemnly introduced his swordsmanship, and Theo reciprocated, both ready for the clash. Without another word, the two figures lunged at each other like lightning. The deafening clang of metal echoed, and a notification appeared in Theo's mind. Eod poured all his strength into his sword strike, determined not to be underestimated by his opponent. But Theo, light as a leaf, leapt over his opponent's head, easily neutralizing the attack. Theo Ragnar's eyes flashed. He had seen through his opponent's sword strike. A deafening clang of metal rang out as he used his sword hilt to block the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Theo spun around, disarming Eod with a perfect sword stroke. Eod was stunned, unable to believe he had been defeated so swiftly. I lost. The black-haired young man admitted defeat, his sword falling and sticking into the ground. A thought flashed through Theo's mind. Did the acknowledgement increase my luck? Does it also track my reputation? He realized the path ahead. Then I just need to keep fighting. Theo plunged into the next battle without hesitation. He quickly defeated Banat Ramiro, gaining acknowledgement and a luck point. Next was Eric Moran, and another luck point was added. Manfred Nonbert was also no match, adding another victory for Theo. Manuel Noir fell, and Theo's luck stat continued to rise. Viro Purink met the same fate, with acknowledgments pouring in. Finally, Daniel Riemann was also defeated, concluding a streak of consecutive victories. After a series of battles, Theo panted, sweat drenching his exhausted face. Standing amidst the defeated, he called out, Next! Who's next? I've fought this much, he muttered as he looked at the status window. But it only increased by 1%? Theo was aghast at the slow progress of the quest. He pondered, either I need to fight stronger enemies, or perform in front of more people who look down on me. A concerned trainee asked, You look quite exhausted. Are you all right? But Theo only replied, I need another event. Not yet. If you say so, then. A young man in silver armor stepped forward, boldly declaring, This time, I request to spar with you. Theo Ragnar's red eyes widened, unable to hide his astonishment. The entire training ground buzzed as they recognized the challenger. Remington! One of the four hounds of the North. The four hounds of the North. Four aces of the new generation. Holkus Lanky, Ray Ragnar, and the Silver Lion, Remington Narcio. The final piece was Axion Ragnar of Camellia Palace, the strongest among those participating in the awakening ceremony. Remington Narcio calmly stated, I arrived early to observe Lord Ragnar's swordsmanship. He drew his sword, the steel blade glinting. Thank you for fulfilling my wish. Theo smirked, resting his sword on his shoulder. Theo Ragnar, a trainee swordsman preparing for the awakening ceremony. He thought to himself, I never expected to meet the sword genius I admire here, right in the middle of a quest. His gaze sharpened, full of determination. It's an honor to cross swords with the vice clan head of the Narcio family. His fighting spirit flared. I just want to go all out against him. I'm really looking forward to a great battle. Theo took his stance, wondering, my current self, can I really do it? Facing him, Remington unleashed a surging wave of blue energy and charged forward like an arrow. Clang! The two swords clashed, sending violent sparks flying. A terrifying explosion of energy engulfed them both. After the impact, Theo stood firm, his expression unchanged even as a fragment grazed past him. Remington was equally stoic, his gaze calm after the lightning-fast attack. Theo's sword blade couldn't withstand the force. Its tip shattered. From afar, a mysterious figure with platinum hair witnessed the scene, a knowing smile on their face. The crowd of trainees was stunned, speechless at the sight before them. The broken sword tip flew off, embedding itself into the arena floor. For a moment, the two opponents stood motionless in the arena. Young Lord Theo, lost? A thought flashed through everyone's minds. A white-haired trainee shouted, I don't believe this. But his calm friend beside him replied, it's the obvious outcome. No matter how much he's grown, he could never defeat one of the four hounds. The harsh assessment echoed as Remington Narcio stood there, imposing and majestic. The white-haired young man remained unconvinced, but the fighting spirit young Lord Theo displayed. Suddenly, a voice rang out, leaving both of them bewildered. I lost. Remington sheathed his sword, politely saying, thank you for a good match. He admitted, your sword was already worn and you were exhausted. I lost this match. But Theo Ragnar only smiled in response. There is no mercy on the battlefield. The moment I lost my weapon, I was defeated. Remington couldn't help but smile in admiration at his opponent's spirit. Their hands clasped together, an acknowledgement that transcended victory and defeat. Next time, I hope we'll have a proper match, Remington said, and Theo agreed. I hope so too. The white-haired trainee burst with joy. He's been acknowledged by one of the four hounds. See, young Lord Theo is different. From the stands, a mysterious silver-haired girl smiled with amusement. In his heart, Theo admitted, he's strong. Remington also looked at his opponent, a confident smile on his lips. Theo recalled the moment of their clash. He knew he was much stronger than in his previous life. But he also realized, I'm still so lacking. Theo Ragnar thought to himself. Even though the match ended abruptly, his reputation had significantly improved. However, the progress of the mission, escape the title of incompetent, was still slow. He needed a bigger stage to be recognized. Just then, Remington Narcio approached. Young Master Theo, actually, I didn't just come here to fight you today. The Silver Lion Knight smiled meaningfully, holding an object in his hand. I want to. Theo Ragnar's eyes gleamed with caution, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Invite you to join the Dragon Scale Society, Remington declared loudly amidst the hazy, powerful setting. A white-haired trainee nearby shrieked in horror. The Dragon Scale Society? The elite group only for the chosen ones? And Remington personally invited him? The crowd buzzed upon seeing the carefully sealed invitation letter. Theo Ragnar smirked. This invitation was truly an unexpected boon. He feigned humility and asked, Is it really okay for someone like me to join? Your society is very famous. Nonsense. You're more than qualified, Remington enthusiastically refuted. Besides, it's not that serious of a society anyway. He explained it was just a social group, while another trainee behind him despaired at not being invited. Although Remington's motives were unclear, Theo had his own calculations. He realized this was a golden opportunity to approach Axion, spy on Camellia Palace, and advance his own mission. Without hesitation, Theo reached out and took the invitation letter. "Thank you. In that case, I'll join," he decisively agreed, and the mission board immediately updated its progress. Remington happily clapped him on the shoulder, while a pink-haired young man stood observing everything silently from a distance. When Remington announced the meeting would take place in 2 weeks, the mysterious young man took a long drag from his cigarette. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his pensive gaze following Theo and Remington's retreating figures. At the same time, the scene shifted to Rose Palace, where the next developments were about to begin. As soon as he arrived at Rose Palace, Theo was greeted by his mother's joyful call. "My dearest son!" He turned, a little surprised by her warmth. "Oh, mother." Before Theo stood a whole line of neatly arranged servants. He asked, bewildered, "Mother, what is all this?" Cecilia joyfully explained, "I heard you were invited to the Dragonscale Society, a place that gathers the most outstanding talents." She continued, her voice full of pride. They even caught the attention of the council. Immediately, the servants began their preparations, for Cecilia knew well. Everything, from dress to demeanor, will be scrutinized. Theo stood still as they took his measurements, preparing for a perfect ceremonial outfit. Cecilia smiled confidently. "I know you won't make any etiquette mistakes, but attire and demeanor are another matter." She personally adjusted her son's outfit, asserting, "Fortunately, this is something I can help you with. Don't forget, your mother used to be an actress." His mother's warm words echoed. But in the shadows, Theo sank into his own thoughts. He recalled the past, his status as the maid's son, and the torment always present in his mother's eyes. Within the cold Ragnar family, the burden of a son deemed incompetent must have weighed heavily on her shoulders. But now, her eyes held only hope as she affectionately called his name. "My dearest son." Cecilia couldn't contain her emotions. She embraced Theo in overwhelming happiness. She whispered the most heartfelt encouragement. "Your mother believes in you. You can do it." In his mother's embrace, a subtle yet determined smile bloomed on Theo's lips. He gently patted her back, a firm, comforting gesture. "You don't need to worry anymore, mother," Theo reassured, his voice calm and steady. But while Cecilia was dreaming of a bright future, Theo secretly made a resolution. "I'm going to crush that Dragonscale Society." 2 weeks later, at the Dragonscale Society's party, the grand play was about to unfold. Outside the snow-covered mansion, Remington Narcio waited by the carriage. The young man couldn't help but be surprised when he saw his friend appear. Each steady step forward signaled a great transformation. In his new ceremonial attire, Theo Ragnar strode confidently under the admiring gaze of the servants. A mysterious smile appeared on the young man's lips, harboring unknown calculations. Remington exclaimed in surprise, "Are you really young Master Theo? You look like a completely different person." Theo merely replied, "Even you are teasing me, Sir Remington?" "Haha, I'm serious. Please, go ahead." Remington laughed heartily, making way for his companion. Theo thought to himself, not only was he taller, but his muscles had also developed remarkably. All the result of 2 weeks of intense training. He recalled the days Remington enthusiastically invited him to train, making their relationship grow closer. Not only that, he had also attracted a crowd of followers who always obediently listened to his instructions. This made a pink-haired instructor sigh in exasperation. "Humph, I only intended to teach young Master Theo for a short while. Why am I stuck with all this trouble now?" In the vast training ground, Remington always excitedly waved him over, ignoring the surrounding crowd. Indeed, 2 exhausting weeks. Theo concluded his recollection as he settled into the carriage. Remington started a conversation. I heard this is your first time attending a formal party. Theo softly replied, Ah, yes. No need to be nervous. Remington reassured, I know you'll do well. There's just one thing. Theo's eyes gleamed with curiosity, awaiting the rest of the sentence. Remington gave a wry smile. My friend Axion, he's quite mischievous. Actually, it was Axion who gave me the invitation, saying he wanted to meet you. Theo fell silent, a thought flashing through his mind. It wasn't Remington, but Axion who invited me. A subtle smirk appeared, and he thought to himself, well, things are going a little too smoothly. As the carriage entered the magnificent mansion, Theo grew even more excited. I'm really looking forward to it, looking forward to them humiliating me to their heart's content. A hand raised a wine glass, signaling a dirty plan was about to begin. Axion Ragnar, one of the 4 northern hounds, smirked. That Ragnar fool, I'm so excited to have a new toy. Meanwhile, at a magnificent mansion under the clear blue sky, it comes. The wheels of a luxurious carriage slowly came to a halt. We have arrived, young Master Theo, a voice announced as he took his first step onto the ground. Theo Ragnar, in a neat formal suit, stepped out of the carriage, where Remington Narcio was already waiting. His eyes gleamed with sharpness, without a hint of hesitation. Theo thought to himself, the Camellia Palace, the place that incited Rendan to obstruct my path. And also the place that ultimately devoured my mother, me, and the entire Rose Palace. Remington smiled, breaking his train of thought. Shall we go in? As they walked, he announced, I heard Axion will personally greet you. He must be waiting at the entrance. Theo knew the man's intentions well. Since that Ragnar fool is acting up, he's probably trying to get in my way. But a confident smile appeared on his lips. But I didn't come here without a plan either. I'll make you understand who you're trying to trample on, Axion. Suddenly, Theo's gaze halted, drawn by something unusual. From a window of the building, a blue glow emanated, surprising him. Is that the blue light of a quest? Young Master Theo, Remington cried out in alarm as a strange object hurtled down from above. A thump echoed, releasing a cloud of white powder. Amidst the dust, Remington continued to shout anxiously, Young Master Theo! Contrary to the panic, Theo calmly brushed off his shoulder. I'm fine. On the ground lay a burst bag of flour, and Remington roared in anger. What the hell do you think you're doing? In that moment, Theo Ragnar realized, in my previous life, I wouldn't have been able to dodge that attack. He glanced at the stunned Remington Narcio, thinking, I thought Remington was also in on it, but it seems not. Looking up at the magnificent palace, he mumbled, welcoming me with flour, huh? But Tom... The culprits were none other than the henchmen laughing mockingly from the window. From the shadows, Axion Ragnar spoke with a sarcastic tone. What do you think? It's just a friendly greeting. Remington couldn't suppress his anger. A greeting? What are you talking about? Axion cut him off with a malicious smile. What's wrong? Are you really angry? Just consider it a greeting between brothers. The black tiger Axion Ragnar, who had found a new toy, was reveling in his glee. Contrary to the chaos, Theo simply looked up in silence. He slowly blinked, completely unfazed by the provocation. Then, an unexpected reply rang out. Thank you. Axion was stunned. Thank you? Theo flashed a radiant smile. Of course. To be welcomed so warmly, I must be grateful. I'm really looking forward to today's party. Axion's expression stiffened, clearly bewildered by Theo's reaction. But then his discomfort quickly turned into a sinister smile. You seem to have become much more interesting when I wasn't paying attention. Inside the Camellia Palace, the lavish party had begun under the magnificent chandeliers. Amidst the whispers, the distinguished guests had begun to gossip. The entire hall was directing its attention to the incident that had just occurred at the gate. A guest wondered, "What the hell is Axion thinking?" The other continued as two figures entered. "Even if he's also of direct lineage." "Oh, but inviting that fool to the Dragon Scale Society, don't you see? He's treating him like a toy." Remington apologized remorsefully, but Theo casually replied, "It's fine. Honestly, I'm even grateful." To his friend's astonishment, he smirked. "Go ahead and badmouth me all you want, so I'll have an excuse to crush you all later." Ignoring the gossip, Theo secretly thought about a mysterious blue light, believing it to be a quest that needed to be completed. He calmly raised his glass, his sharp eyes observing the party full of traps. Suddenly, an arrogant voice echoed from the staircase. "Well, enjoying the party?" It was Axion Ragnar. Theo took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm and stick to the plan. He returned Axion's greeting, only to receive a feigned apology for the earlier smear. Immediately, Axion grabbed Theo's collar, growling menacingly, "You'll accept my apology, won't you?" While Remington shouted in anger, Theo casually retorted, "Why apologize?" Remington was completely speechless at his friend's unpredictable reaction. Theo smiled provocatively, pressing his opponent. "I only remember it as a greeting." The sharp reply left Axion stunned for the first time, speechless. "What?" But then, Axion burst into hearty laughter, slapping Theo's back. "You're really funny. You've changed a lot." He showed immense delight, declaring, "I'm starting to like you more and more." From afar, the guests began to whisper, sarcastically remarking that Theo was just a bastard trying to curry favor with noble blood. They continued to compare, belittling Theo's origins compared to Axion's powerful Troivan family. Despite the venomous remarks, Theo maintained a calm smile on his lips. The gossips shifted their target, wondering why someone like Remington would associate with that fool. But when one person accidentally called Remington a bastard, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Realizing they had touched a taboo, the entire group fell silent, leaving Remington standing alone, clenching his fists to restrain his rage. While Remington Narcio was still stunned by the insult, Theo Ragnar silently observed from behind. His eyes flashed. "I intended to observe a little longer, but this won't do." Suddenly, Remington recognized Axion Ragnar, who was slinging an arm around one of the people who had just mocked him. Axion smirked, thinking, "I should greet my new friends too, shouldn't I?" He casually strode into the middle of the banquet hall, his eyes scanning for a target. His hand snatched a wine bottle from a nearby banquet table. Axion approached the person who had uttered the insult, who was stammering, "Did I say something wrong?" Without a word of warning, Axion swung the bottle forcefully. A smash echoed, and the bottle shattered on the blonde noble's head. The accomplice standing nearby froze, eyes wide with horror. Remington also couldn't believe the violent scene unfolding before his eyes. The victim collapsed to the floor, blood gushing from the wound amidst a piercing scream. "You damn bastard, how dare you!" the blonde man roared, trying to get up. But a devastating kick from Axion immediately crushed his attempt to resist. Axion looked down coldly, his voice full of challenge. "Bastard, I was just giving a gentle greeting. Saying that sounds so hurtful." He mocked the person convulsing on the floor. Amidst the murmuring crowd, people began to wonder, is Theo really an idiot? Remington was stunned, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait, could it be he did that for me? Axion dusted off his hands, turned, and walked away as if nothing had happened. I think I'm done with my greetings. Then he concluded his greeting by stomping on the unfortunate person's hand on the floor. Axion Ragnar coldly finished. So, I suppose I should say goodbye now? The victim only managed a desperate scream. Wait! A gruesome crack echoed as the young man's hand bones were crushed. Two guests, standing nearby, froze, speechless at the brutal scene. While Remington Narcio was still stunned, Theo Ragnar merely observed in silence. As the victim collapsed, a notification appeared, showing that Theo's mission had advanced another step. All help seemed to be too late. Axion dusted off his hands, arrogantly asking the crowd, "Does anyone else want to say hello?" Immediately, a squad of silver-armored knights burst into the great hall. The leader swiftly drew a gleaming sword from its sheath. The sharp blade pointed directly at Axion, without a hint of hesitation. The knight growled, "The crime of harming a young master shall be paid with death." Axion merely smirked, thinking, "Yes, that's more like it." The crowd murmured, recognizing the victim. It's young Master John Hanavi, and Theo knew his plan was on track. Axion showed amusement. "Oh, the Hanavi family, one of Ragnar's vassals." He looked at the knights surrounding him with absolute disdain. So what? The knight squad leader was stunned by Axion's defiant attitude. Axion snarled, his eyes sharp as knives. "Dogs of a vassal family dare to demand my life?" Axion's arrogant words echoed, but in Theo's eyes, an iron resolve blazed. I will no longer tolerate disrespect. Faced with the tense atmosphere, the Hanavi knights gripped their weapons, ready for a fight to the death. The Hanavi knights recoiled in utter astonishment. A terrifying pressure emanated from Theo, making the leader wonder, is this really the Ragnar idiot I once knew? The knight broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly remembering a forgotten truth, that this young man also carried within him the right to the throne, the direct bloodline of Ragnar, ruler of the North, and the 6 Snow Mountain families. Sentencing a dragon's bloodline to death was an unforgivable crime. The leader trembled, realizing this is a grave crime enough to exterminate an entire family. He gritted his teeth, knowing that the title idiot no longer applied. We need to apologize first, Theo coldly declared. Kill them all. A sword flash, quick as lightning. Blood splattered as Theo charged into the formation, turning the hall into a slaughterhouse. His blazing red eyes showed no waver amidst the massacre. The sword in his hand became the instrument of death. Every step Theo took left a mark of destruction. A stranger with pink hair stood amidst the battlefield, silently observing. Theo's mission, escape the title of Ragnar's idiot, surged to 70%, leaving Remington stunned. Axion Ragnar, who had been arrogant moments ago, was now struck silent with horror. Evelyn? Theo unexpectedly spoke, and Evelyn Nerval stepped out of the shadows, smiling as she asked, "When did you realize I was watching?" "It's obvious," Theo replied with a confident smirk. He thought to himself, thanks to her presence, this chess game would be much easier to turn around. Amidst the bloody scene, the pink-haired stranger turned and walked away, leaving a big question mark. A lighter flicked open the bottle cap. The man with the eye patch smirked. "I heard you weren't taking any more disciples, so how's the new student? Satisfied?" His female colleague replied dryly, "Don't you have work to do, sir? You never came in here before I retired." He laughed heartily. "My current joy is annoying you. So what's the answer?" The man tilted his head back, took a swig of wine, then continued to press her. She sighed helplessly. Oh, forget it. He far exceeded all expectations. In terms of attitude and talent, He's the best I've ever taught, she affirmed, surprising the man. Even better than Axion? With unshakable confidence, she declared, That's right. In terms of potential, he even surpasses young Master Axion. The man with the eye patch chuckled slyly. Hehehe, you have two eyes, so of course you see more clearly than I do. He became serious. So he's been hiding his true abilities all this time? And she admitted that it seemed to be true. She mused, but it's strange for someone who's been hiding their skills for so long to suddenly reveal them like this. In her mind, an image of Theo training appeared. Hasty steps are bound to stumble. But he seems to be pursued by something. That's why I'm worried about his participation in the Dragon Scale Society this time. You're probably worried about that kid Axion, aren't you? The man dismissed. If you're that worried, just go with him. To her astonishment, he warned, It might not be what you think, but something is definitely going to happen. He smirked. When bloodthirsty wolf pups gather, they'll start establishing their hierarchy. He pushed a white coat towards her. By the way, try to entice that kid Theo a little. Her eyes widened, completely stunned by the order. And recruit him into the White Dragon Knights, he ordered, as he turned and walked away. Both of you. He looked back with a challenging smile. Do you think you can retire just because you can't ride a dragon? Come back and take responsibility for the one you introduced. I'm leaving now. The wine was excellent. The mysterious pink-haired man said his goodbyes. In the quiet room, only the expensive wine bottle and secret documents remained. The scene shifted to a magnificent hall, where the festivities had turned into a bloodbath. Evelyn stood amidst the corpses, her sword stained with blood, facing Theo Ragnar, who waited with his arms crossed. She realized with a shock, he knew I was watching, and deliberately orchestrated everything. Watching Theo's carriage disappear, she wondered, he's definitely no ordinary person. Inside the carriage, Theo smiled, thinking to himself, I sensed you from the very beginning, wielder of the dragon's heart. The power of the dragon's heart allows its user to unleash a sixth sense, a transcendent form of energy perception. Back in the hall, Theo called her name. The stage has been set. Evelyn, a commanding man wearing glasses, spoke. Most of these people here have disrespected the successor. What is the punishment? The young guests froze. A girl stammered, what? Evelyn calculated coldly, depending on the family's laws. Immediate execution is also a possibility, she declared, making the atmosphere thick with tension. The mysterious commander smirked, pleased with her obedience. But they are just unawakened brats. Chopping off one hand is enough, he ordered. Understood. Wait! The crowd screamed in despair as Evelyn lunged forward like a phantom. In a flash, numerous arms were severed, fresh blood staining the marble floor red. A young man crawled over, grabbed Axion's leg, and screamed, Ax, save me! In response to that desperate plea, Axion merely stood by, watching coldly, without a trace of emotion. Why should I? This is just a greeting. What? The young guest was terrified as a flash of light appeared before his eyes. An arm flew into the air amidst a shrill, desperate scream. Evelyn coldly retracted her sword, ignoring the eldest son of the parent family writhing on the floor. Theo Ragnar and Evelyn exchanged a meaningful glance, an unspoken understanding. Long time no see, young master, Evelyn said, amidst the scene of scattered, defeated foes. Theo calculated silently. She only targeted those who commented on bloodlines, leaving me no excuse to intervene. Evelyn reported to a mysterious man, I have severed the right arm of 14 people, as per your command. Perfect, the man replied, while Remington asked worriedly, Young Master Theo, are you all right? The masked man smirked. Theo Ragnar, the fool of the Rose Palace has truly changed. Witnessing everything, Axion gritted his teeth, screaming internally, "I want to crush you underfoot." "Let's go, Evelyn Remington," Theo ordered, then walked away, leaving a seething Axion behind. "Yes," both replied in unison, following him without hesitation. Theo's fiery red eyes no longer held any innocence, only sharpness and determination. An invisible wave of killing intent emanated from the young man, signaling a completely different person. Suddenly, the masked man stood before him, blocking Theo's path. His gloved hand gripped Theo's arm tightly, a provocative act. He smiled confidently, his eyes showing no intention of backing down. "I had a lot of fun, Axion," the man called back and waved goodbye, while Theo's quest log displayed 100% complete. "Axion," Ragnar froze upon hearing the farewell as a notification popped up. "Congratulations! You have completed the quest." The name Theo Ragnar echoed everywhere. As the system declared, "From now on, no one will call you the Ragnar Fool anymore." "With this, the mission is complete," Theo declared, now standing alongside Evelyn Nerrival and Remington Narcio. The three strode forward, Theo's vow echoing in his mind, "But my true revenge begins now." The reward for victory appeared, a precious elixir of experience. The fiery sunset sky heralded a new chapter about to unfold. In a magnificent palace, the afternoon sun filtered through the window. Emil Ragnar was reviewing documents when she was startled by the news she just heard. "What?" A burly subordinate bowed, delivering an unfavorable report. With an icy expression, Emil commanded, "Say that again." At the same time, in a tavern, news of the Dragonscale Society's downfall, led by Axion, was being discussed. A man excitedly raised his glass to young Master Theo's incredible debut among the elite. Cheers of "bottoms up" resounded throughout the tavern. The entire crowd was immersed in a fervent, celebratory atmosphere after the unexpected victory. In a hidden corner, a calm, braided-haired young man took a sip of beer, smirking. Dealt with by that idiot Theo? Night fell upon Camellia Palace, where schemes and fury simmered. The room door burst open, signaling an impending storm. Emil Ragnar vented her anger on her son. "Not only did you give him a valid reason, but you also let your men get their hands chopped off?" With a bruised face, Axion could only bow and admit, yes. Emil Ragnar unleashed her fury on her son. "You just gave him a reason to cause chaos," she screamed, fearing that the plan to seize Rose Palace would now become exponentially more difficult. As Axion Ragnar tried to justify himself, Emil Ragnar coldly cut him off. "I don't want to hear it. Go reflect." With a bruised face, Axion could only bow and whisper, "I will remember that." After her son left, Emil Ragnar's anger still hadn't subsided, and she stood pensive in the empty hall. From the shadows, Ed Troyven emerged, teasing, "Well, she's just like the lady when she was young." Emil glared at her brother, her voice full of annoyance. "You call that a joke?" "Please don't be angry," Ed Troyven calmly said. "This incident might not be entirely bad." He began to analyze, explaining that Rose Palace was inherently difficult to touch because it was backed by the clan head. "Therefore," Ed Troyven emphasized, "what we need is—" He clenched his fist, his eyes sharp. "A legitimate reason." Ed reiterated the chaos Theo Ragnar caused, asserting that he had now become the representative of Rose Palace. "Or should we use legal procedures to suppress him?" Ed Troyven proposed, leaving Emil stunned. The plan was laid out: to exploit Theo's rising power to create a legitimate pretext for Camellia Palace to act. Ed concluded ambitiously that they could smoothly annex Rose Palace, forcing the Troyven family to submit. Emil Ragnar decisively folded her fan, her eyes gleaming with approval. She turned to her brother and asked, "How long will it take to prepare?" Ed Troyven gave a smug smile. We've already prepared everything. Tomorrow morning, he promised, you will hear some exciting news. Ed Troyven handed his sister a gift, confidently saying, "Rest assured, bathe, and have a good night's sleep tonight, my lady." Emil Ragnar smiled, completely trusting her brother, truly worthy of being my elder brother. Through the window, her thoughts echoed, revealing absolute admiration. This is why I can't help but love you. Meanwhile, at a tavern, Remington Narcio mused, "Honestly, I was quite shocked. I didn't know you cared about me so much, young Master Theo." Theo Ragnar asked back, confused, while those around them assumed Remington was drunk, despite only drinking orange juice. Remington recalled the moment Theo unhesitatingly stood up to defend him against insults, while he himself could only remain silent. He looked at the young man in front of him, thinking, the more I look at him, the more amazed I become. That young man had silently endured all contempt only to rise as a powerful individual. Remington recalled Theo's tenacious fighting spirit, a person who dared to wield his sword against the mighty Camellia Palace. Realizing all of that was for him, Remington's heart pounded fiercely. Faced with his companion's reaction, Theo could only think to himself, it seems he's seriously misunderstanding something. Disregarding his family's orders, Remington made a decision of his own. He stood up abruptly, solemnly declaring, "From now on, I wish to follow you, Sir Theo." The powerful declaration made the entire tavern erupt in cheers. The strong recognize the strong. Theo tried to explain the misunderstanding, but it seemed too late. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind via telepathy. "Just let him be." Theo turned, realizing Evelyn Nerval was observing from behind amidst the lively atmosphere. Evelyn smirked, deeming it not a bad misunderstanding. Remington Narcio, having shed his burden, flashed a contented and free smile. A flashback of carefree laughter of friendship flashed by. Evelyn whispered telepathically, "Perhaps everyone just wants to get along with you, young master." Theo merely gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, I'm not special at all. But in those fiery red eyes, another train of thought was emerging. He realized that whether it was regression, Ragnar's talent, or this power, it all originated from the mysterious system window. At first, I thought these were fragments of regret, but this level of detail tells a different story. A vague sense of déjà vu flickered, but he decided to brush it aside. As long as it helps me, it's fine. After the Dragon Scale Society event, his level increased, opening a new chapter for his power. Amidst the noisy tavern, Theo realized, leveling up gives me stats. I can grow stronger however I want. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the terrifying potential of this power. How terrifying. He clutched his head, trembling at the future prospect, which confused Evelyn beside him. But then Theo quickly regained his confidence, turning to Remington with a sly smile. "Remy, could you do me a favor?" "Of course, young Master Theo," Remington replied enthusiastically, without hesitation. The silver-haired young man suddenly blushed, embarrassed by the affectionate nickname Remy Theo had just used. Theo held out a carefully wrapped object, emitting a mystical glow. "The war for the throne between Axion and me will soon become more intense," he said seriously. "To prepare for that time, please help me." Remington was completely bewildered by the offer and the mysterious object handed to him. In his mind, Theo calculated, in the future, Remington will become the patriarch of the Narcio family. And their forces are strong enough to contend with even Ragnar. I must bring him to my side right now. Theo held out a folded piece of paper. "Take this, Remington." The silver-haired young man was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Nevertheless, Remington trustingly took the paper from his young master's hand. He smiled brightly, affirming his loyalty. I have sworn to follow you, young Master Theo. Anything I will do. Theo smirked teasingly. Thanks, but you just called me Remy so intimately. Their conversation was abruptly cut short by a loud shout from outside the door. Theo Ragnar! A squad of knights in gleaming golden armor, full of imposing presence, advanced in unison. Everyone in the tavern was stunned to recognize them. The swords of... The commander held up the arrest warrant. Law? Theo Ragnar. The pinkish, brown-haired woman angrily shouted upon hearing the accusation. You're being arrested for threatening, assaulting, and intimidating. What kind of nonsense is this? But Theo remained completely calm, raising a hand to reassure his comrade. It's fine. Just calm down. Another of Theo's comrades bent down to examine the arrest warrant. Let's see. He confirmed, it's a real warrant. The ink isn't even dry. They were really in a hurry. The commander gave the order, and Theo calmly agreed to follow them. His hands were tightly bound in cold iron cuffs. Remington could only helplessly call out as Theo was escorted away. Young Master Theo. However, Theo merely looked back, flashing a mysterious and confident smile. Remington and the pinkish brown-haired girl stood frozen, completely unable to grasp his intentions. The silver-haired young man looked down, clutching the piece of paper Theo had just entrusted to him. At the Rose Palace, shocking news had just arrived. Cecilia Ragnar, stunned, asked the butler again, What? Where did you say our Theo was taken? Upon hearing the two words, the tribunal, the lady collapsed, and the butler rushed to support her. Trying to compose herself, she pressed, What is the boy accused of? And received a hesitant reply. It seems to be because of the Dragon Scale Society. The butler continued, revealing an unbelievable accusation. They are accusing the young master of inciting rebellion, leaving Cecilia speechless. She worried that since her son had completely annihilated that organization, this matter certainly wouldn't end easily. Though initially despairing, a mother's strong belief surged. No, he will get through this. Our Theo is that kind of child. Standing by the window, Cecilia silently prayed for her beloved son. Please come back safely. Meanwhile, Theo Ragnar, the eye of the storm, sat with unusual composure. He was escorted by two knights in full armor, silent as statues. His gaze was directed outside, without a hint of worry, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. The carriage carrying him rolled into the magnificent tribunal grounds, where he silently mused, It's been a while since I've been here. He knew well that by destroying the Dragon Scale Society, they wouldn't just imprison him. They would certainly put him on trial. Bringing Ragnar's heir before the tribunal, he analyzed, means they want to question my right of succession. When the carriage stopped, a cold voice rang out from outside. Get out! Inside the building, with his hands bound, Theo assessed, this time, they probably want to crush me completely. But then, a confident smile subtly formed on his lips. But that's exactly what I'm hoping for. He was escorted through the vast corridor, each step echoing with determination. Before the colossal doors, a guard announced, Prisoner Theo Ragnar has been escorted inside. The heavy doors opened, and a command echoed from within. Bring him in. Theo Ragnar smiled confidently, thinking, Yes, if I'm going to bring out what I've prepared, it has to be on a stage of this magnitude. He stepped alone into the magnificent trial hall, where the most powerful figures awaited. He smirked, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Indeed, formidable figures have gathered here. First was the demon dragon, Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Dragon Knights, sitting with deadly solemnity. Next was the heavenly dragon, Ed Troyven, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, his eyes as sharp as knives, and also the sword dragon, Osa Ragnar, lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, whose mere gaze in his previous life was enough to suffocate him. Finally, there was the elder dragon, Wolfgang Ragnar, the speaker, presiding over today's trial. The old speaker's authoritative voice rang out, calling the accused by name. Theo Ragnar. Yes, speaker. It's been a long time, Theo calmly replied, though I didn't expect to meet you here. He knew full well how much Wolfgang valued bloodline, and a bastard like himself was nothing but an abomination in his eyes. Wolfgang growled, "Enough with the pleasantries. You know you've been summoned here to answer for your crimes, don't you?" He sternly listed, "Because of your foolish actions, the Byron family, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red-White Mercenaries, and even the Hunavi family, all are demanding to sever ties with the main family." The council members collectively expressed astonishment and indignation at the heavy losses. One of them couldn't hide his glee. "Fool! Your arrogance truly knows no bounds. But this makes things even easier for us." A man with an eye patch spoke up, probing. "Do you know what an appeal means?" "Of course," Theo replied curtly, without a hint of hesitation. He knew perfectly well that this punishment was merely a slap on the wrist, perhaps thanks to the demon dragon's intervention. But for the proud Ragnar family, appeal carried a different meaning. In Theo's mind, a single word resonated: war. He would not accept any leniency. Holding his head high, he declared boldly, "Ultimately, only the victor speaks the truth. On the contrary, I expect to be rewarded." Immediately, a notification appeared, signaling the official start of the grand play. A system notification appeared, officially initiating the grand play. Scenario Quest Number 1, The Path of Succession. At the secret northern branch of the Ceres Merchant Guild, flames signaled that a purge had begun. Amidst the sea of fire, a fierce battle erupted between an armored warrior and a cloaked assassin. Swords flashed, and the assassins vanished into thin air, marking their defeat. A lone figure stood amidst the ravaged battlefield, surrounded by discarded weapons. From a distance, a pink-haired man exhaled smoke, muttering, "So this is where they were hiding." In gleaming armor, Remington Narcio confirmed, just as young Master Theo said. The silver-haired young man turned to look at his comrades, the destructive flames reflected in his resolute eyes. At the same time, a scarred man laughed maniacally. "The Troyvan family's Camellia Palace is doomed this time." Back at the tribunal, Theo Ragnar faced the empty seats of power alone. Speaker Wolfgang Ragnar growled, "Are you intending to turn a problem that could be resolved in 3 months into a war?" Another council member sneered, "You are far too arrogant. Do you believe you alone can stand against the forces of 15 families?" However, Theo calmly retorted, "That is something I will have to resolve." He confidently made a proposal. In situations of such power disparity, isn't a proxy duel customary? The man with the eye patch began to analyze. Normally, an appeal means war, but when war is impossible, each side will send a representative, and the victor will be decided in a one-on-one sword fight. That is a proxy duel. The entire tribunal suddenly realized this gambit would lead to a confrontation between Theo and the Black Tiger, Axion. The eye patch-wearing commander thought to himself, "If so, Theo will surely lose. Why did he choose this method? Does he have an ace up his sleeve?" He dismissed the possibility. If he believes Evelyn or I will act as his representative, then he will be sorely disappointed. Ignoring all calculations, Theo concluded the gambit. "By law, we will decide on representatives and hold the duel in 1 week." Wolfgang Ragnar asked smugly, "How about it?" While Theo Ragnar secretly thought it was just too obvious a tactic. The speaker believed he had Theo cornered. You'll have to fight by yourself, Theo Ragnar. A tribunal member smirked as Wolfgang decided, I'll send Axion and show you your place through death, he concluded. But Theo calmly replied, all right. The young man's composure stunned the entire tribunal. They had been mistaken to think he was just a quiet child. Suddenly, the massive doors of the courtroom swung open heavily. Theo spun around, his eyes widening in surprise as he recognized the newcomer, a master of cunning schemes. Clan head Kyle Ragnar appeared, as imposing as a god, his fiery eyes fixed on his son. You've changed a lot since I last saw you. The entire tribunal, including the speaker, rose in unison and bowed. We greet the clan head. Theo immediately knelt in reverence. Apprentice swordsman Theo Ragnar greets the great incarnation of the dragon god. Just then, a mechanical sound echoed in his head. The first scenario quest appeared. The path of succession, conquer Camellia Palace, and uncover its secrets. He suddenly remembered the mysterious blue light from before, something he had forgotten due to being too busy. No, now is not the time to be distracted, he told himself, trying to focus. Sweat streamed down his temples, the tension evident in Theo's eyes. The clan head's appearance was a crazy variable that could ruin all his plans. Why is father here? Theo wondered, while Kyle Ragnar imperiously commanded, Stand up, son. The clan head explained, I happened to hear about your situation, and also that you wish to appeal through a proxy duel. Still kneeling, Theo looked up and confirmed, That's right. Kyle Ragnar mused, If so, it would be very difficult for you to participate in that duel yourself. Kyle Ragnar looked directly at his son, questioning, Who do you intend to choose as your representative? Theo's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, This is a test. A tribunal member realized something in shock. Wait, could this be? Theo boldly declared, There is no one to replace me. I naturally intend to appeal myself. The clan head coldly stated, Then you will lose. But Theo didn't flinch. How will I know if I don't try? He placed his hand on his chest, his spirit soaring. Even if forced to bow, I will not willingly submit. Hearing that, a satisfied smile suddenly appeared on Kyle Ragnar's lips. He burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha! Did everyone hear my son's words? Wolfgang and his allies could only stare in astonishment at the clan head's praise. The others in the tribunal smiled in agreement. There's no better way to describe the Ragnar family. Kyle looked at his son with pride. Your attitude has truly pleased me. Theo bowed his head, but another path was already clear in his mind. The proxy duel is just a decoy. Good. I can speak the truth without holding back. He was confident in his plan. Proof of Camellia Palace's conspiracy. If I have that, I'll win without shedding blood. Unexpectedly, Kyle Ragnar spoke. Then, as the master of Ragnar, I wish to personally give you a chance. The offer was made, leaving Theo stunned. I want to test you with one move. One move? That's right. If you can withstand one move, I will clear all your charges. Without waiting for anyone to react, the clan head turned and walked away. Out now. Wolfgang hastily shouted, Clan head, you can't do that! The entire tribunal was shaken, another member also gritting his teeth in protest of this sudden decision. A tribunal member broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the deeper meaning. A test with one move means the clan head has acknowledged him. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure gritted his teeth. If he survives, he'll be acknowledged by the clan head. I don't believe that brat Theo can endure it. He clenched his fist, calculating in his mind. But what if somehow he manages it? The silver-haired councilman hastily intervened. No, we must stop him from gaining the clan head's favor. By law, we should proceed with the proxy battle. Kyle Ragnar roared, his fiery gaze silencing all protests. Silence. If a vassal dares to be insolent, simply eliminate him. Faced with absolute authority, the councilman could only bow in submission. Understood, clan head. Kyle glanced over, and the atmosphere in the great hall seemed to freeze. Then he turned to another figure in the tribunal. Do you have anything to say, Demon Dragon? You've been smiling this whole time. The man with the eye patch smirked. Nothing. It's just been a long time since the clan head was this interested. Kyle turned back to face his son, his voice echoing, Well, son, do you accept? Theo Ragnar was stunned, all his plans shattering in his mind. One move from the clan head. Everything is beyond my control. But then a confident smile suddenly bloomed on his lips. However, a change like this is always welcome. He placed his hand on his chest, speaking humbly. This challenge is too great. How dare I compare your one move to a proxy battle? The clan head narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening. Yes. Are you saying you refuse? No, Theo replied decisively, his red eyes flashing sharply. I'm just saying this exchange isn't fair. He raised his head, making an incredible demand. Since the challenge is harder, shouldn't my reward also be greater? Kyle burst out laughing at his son's audacity. Oh, such as? Theo calmly took a step back, preparing for the negotiation of the century. The tribunal members could only stare at each other, unable to believe what was happening. With a cunning smile, Theo began to state his price. Into something like, from Camellia Palace, a resentful gaze watched, unable to believe what had just happened. Regent Wolfgang roared in his mind, That brat, he's insane, dares to bargain with the patriarch. He sneered contemptuously, a half-breed who doesn't know his place. A deal is only for equals. But Patriarch Kyle responded with a decisive word that silenced the entire tribunal. Very well. He looked at his rebellious son with an approving smile. If you want to become the successor, you at least need this much audacity. Kyle turned to another member, his voice full of authority. Any objections, Heavenly Dragon? Ed Troyven immediately bowed. Everything in Ragnar belongs to you. How dare I have an opinion? Good, Kyle ordered. Prepare the stage immediately. He strode forward, declaring, I will test Theo Ragnar right here and right now. In response to the declaration of war, Theo merely offered a confident smile. The scene was quickly cleared, transforming the grand hall into a vast arena for the father and son. In the stands, the tribunal members watched with bated breath, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Meanwhile, the puppet master bitterly realized, damn it, the trap I set has turned into a stage to glorify him. He tried to reassure himself as he watched Theo from afar. No, there's no need to worry. He believed that even if Theo was stronger, he couldn't withstand a single blow from the patriarch. Theo will die here, he muttered to himself, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He must die here. However, in the arena, Theo smirked. I bet he's thinking that. Too bad, it won't happen. Noticing his son's unusual confidence, Kyle could only utter a curious, He pondered, how did he get so strong so quickly? Well, it doesn't matter. Theo secretly admired, he's truly sharp. Even the 9 dragons didn't realize. After all, I am his flesh and blood. Theo Ragnar decisively replied, yes, his sword already at the ready. Kyle Ragnar declared, normally I would use a great sword, but since you don't know how to use mana yet, I will use this rusty steel sword. Any objections? A delighted smile spread across the patriarch's lips as crimson battle aura began to flare around him. All right. Then, Kyle Ragnar's ferocious energy engulfed the grand hall, creating terrifying pressure. Let's begin, he commanded. the sword in his hand glowing like a dying star. Under the immense pressure, Theo gritted his teeth, enduring as sweat poured off him. The astonished youth thought to himself, just battle aura alone creates this much pressure. While his father spoke, I'm surprised you're still standing. But in Theo's eyes, there was no fear, only an unyielding will. He smirked confidently. Of course, my strength stat has nearly tripled. That was thanks to the experience elixir, the reward he received for completing the tutorial. Just one dose helped him gain 5 levels. And Theo had poured all his potential points into strength. A transcendent feeling spread throughout his body, and he thought, with this much strength, I can definitely block one of Father's blows. Theo lowered his center of gravity, taking a firm stance. The eyes of all tribunal members were fixed on the fated moment. A brilliant, destructive slash descended directly upon Theo. The youth's red eyes gleamed, unwavering. I can see it! He saw through the trajectory of the attack as it struck the ground. The stone floor of the tribunal shattered into pieces before the earth-shattering power. Amidst the dust and smoke, Patriarch Kyle was stunned to see his son still standing. Theo smiled, whispering to himself, it's been a long time since I felt this. Under the terrifying pressure, Theo Ragnar's sword shattered. Amidst the fragments, Patriarch Kyle Ragnar declared, because I have found a worthy son. A commander boldly announced, Theo Ragnar has proven his innocence through his will. Theo gasped as the system panel appeared. Trial concluded. You have completed the urgent quest. The reward was immediately granted. Privilege and a blue key. Afterwards, the scene shifted to a sun-drenched room, where Theo lay unconscious on a bed. He slowly opened his eyes, his mind hazy. Where am I? My beloved son, you're finally awake. His mother, Cecilia Ragnar, burst with happiness. You fainted while still standing, she sobbed, checking his limbs, while Theo tried to reassure her. I'm fine, mother. Please calm down. He looked around the luxurious room, still confused. But where am I? Just then, the commander entered and announced, by order of the Patriarch, the former Lady of Camellia Palace, Axion, and the Director of Intelligence have all been exiled. Theo and his mother were stunned by the shocking news, and he thought, could it be? The commander smirked. Indeed. A magnificent palace appeared along with a new quest. This is Camellia Palace. The scenario has been updated. Meanwhile, in the palace garden, a peaceful scene unfolded. Suddenly, an angry high heel crushed the delicate flowers. Emil Ragnar shrieked in fury. Why am I, the rightful owner of this place, being forced to leave my own property? As her frantic attendants tried to intervene, Ed Troyven merely watched silently from afar. He turned to Axion, who stood beside him. Axion. Yes, young master. A deadly command was given to Remington Nartio. You must kill Theo Ragnar. Remington revised the plan with cruelty. I intended to take his arm during the awakening ceremony. No, it will be his head. The command was emphasized once more as Remington's eyes flashed with determination. You must take his head. Meanwhile, Theo Ragnar appeared with a completely new look, his eyes full of confidence. He looked at Camellia Palace and thought to himself, everything has gone in a completely different direction than I planned. Strolling through the magnificent hall, he was satisfied. But this is a much better outcome. I've taken Camellia Palace without needing to use my trump card. Above all, I've also gained a second power, Theo smiled, as a virtual screen appeared. Inventory. He curiously reached his hand into the illusory storage space. Immediately, a plump red apple was retrieved from the screen. Theo took a delicious bite, enjoying the fruits of his new ability. I don't know how I got things like this, he shrugged, but it will be useful. There's also... Theo reached into the inventory again, seemingly having discovered something else. He held up a blue key, an item used to open dungeon gates. A sly smile appeared on Theo's lips as he realized its use. This key must be... He strode towards a large door, related to this place. The lock on the door bore a symbol that perfectly matched the key. He decisively inserted the key into the lock. The heavy door slowly creaked open under Theo's push. Inside was not a room, but a swirling black spatial vortex. He exclaimed in surprise. That's a cave? In a room in Camellia Palace? Theo smirked as he received an exploration reward. This must be another type of quest. With a confident smile, Theo Ragnar declared, Whatever this is, I'll clear it. I can't miss the chance to double my experience. Standing before the spatial gate, he suddenly paused. Oh, right. He realized he couldn't just go in empty-handed. From his inventory, a gleaming golden sword was chosen. Equipped with sword and shield, he excitedly declared, All right, let's go check it out. Inside the cave was a dark space, with only faint blue flames guiding the way. Theo cautiously stepped into a frozen land, covered in white snow. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked ahead warily. From the darkness, a giant wolf with glowing red eyes appeared. A wolf? He muttered, assessing, and quite large, big enough to be considered a magical beast. The monster gave him no more time. It lunged forward like a flash of lightning. Theo reacted extremely quickly, raising his shield to block the direct attack. Resisting the crushing bite, he gritted his teeth. You're quite strong, you bastard. But I won't lose in a test of strength, he roared, pushing it back with all his might. The wolf was thrown back, clawing its paws into the icy ground, while Theo stood ready in his stance. It let out a savage roar, opening its fanged maw wide. Theo responded with a determined gaze, raising his sword high. He charged forward, unleashing a lightning-fast sword strike aimed directly at his opponent. But the blade only sparked against its hide, Theo realized. Its hide is quite thick, and it's fast, too. Superficial attacks won't be enough. He analyzed seriously. This isn't an ordinary wolf. It's probably as strong as a demon beast from the demon sea. Not easy to deal with. The giant wolf swung its claws, launching a lightning-fast attack. Theo Ragnar dodged by a hair's breadth, his movements as swift as a ghost. He suddenly thought, if only I could recreate that flash, the flash I saw when facing Father's single strike. The memory of Chieftain Kyle Ragnar's sharp gaze flashed in his mind. It was a pure white arc, spectacular and magnificent, an ultimate sword strike. Returning to reality, Theo faced the monster, which was baring its fangs and growling. He continued to evade the deadly pounces, maintaining a perfect distance, but the beast's strength was too great. A sweeping blow sent him flying. He knew well that Father's one strike was a technique that brought certain death, not easily replicated. If its core is to pour all strength into a single sword strike, Theo stood up, a bold decision forming. He let go, allowing his only defensive shield to fall onto the cold ice. I will focus on sword skills and secret arts based on speed. That Evelyn taught me, he whispered, as a surge of dark energy began to gather. The wolf's glowing red eyes shone with extreme vigilance at the impending danger. Seizing the opportunity, Theo charged forward and shouted, and thrust. The blade plunged into the monster's head, making it howl in agony. The sharp sword tip was stained red with the enemy's fresh blood. Each hot drop of blood fell, melting the layer of snow beneath the beast's feet. Despite its injury, the wolf turned back, its eyes filled with madness and hatred. Facing it, Theo Ragnar merely gave a smug smile. Good. With unwavering conviction, Theo Ragnar plunged into the life-or-death battle, roaring, "I can do this!" 2 months later, at training ground number 4, Sybil Drea and a comrade grumbled about the curious crowd. "At this rate, we should just change training grounds." Rumors that the clan head personally tutored Theo Ragnar attracted countless challengers. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out from behind. "Hey, you nobodies!" Henry Morris, the Camellia Palace's sword apprentice, sneered. "Where is your great young master? It's been 2 months already." He scoffed, believing Theo was just a coward who had fled because of his fabricated story. Henry continued to slander, asserting that Theo's achievements were nothing but empty words since there were no witnesses. But his insults about Theo crushing the Dragon Scale Guild were cut short by a devastating punch. Sybil had intervened, sending Henry Morris flying backward to the astonishment of his companions. Henry's friend roared furiously, "Sybil, what right does a dropout like you have?" Faced with the threat, Sybil just stood there, radiating intense killing intent. He growled curses, but his comrade teased, "Anyone but you shouldn't comment on other people's appearances." Ignoring the teasing, Henry's friend also bristled with rage. "They dare insult young Master Theo?" Without another word, Sybil and his group drew their swords, roaring, "This is war." The Camellia Palace side also showed no hesitation, ready for a brawl. Just as the battle was about to erupt, the air suddenly grew cold and snow began to fall. Everyone was stunned as the swords in their hands were suddenly covered in ice. In the middle of the training ground, a platinum-haired young man with a long braid stood there, exuding an extraordinary aura. Both sides were struck silent, one person fearfully uttering the name of the newcomer, Ray. The appearance of Frost's sword, Ray Ragnar, one of the 4 hounds of the North, plunged the entire training ground into silence. Before they could recover from their shock, another massive figure landed with an arrogant laugh. "Why did you leave me out of this fun?" It was Hulkus Lanka, the Black Bear of the North, another member of the 4 hounds. A trainee exclaimed in horror, "Even Lanky is here! 2 of the 4 hounds." Hulkus Lanka scanned the crowd with disappointment. "Huh? Only a few of you?" The burly warrior approached a trainee and asked, "Where's the Black Tiger?" Seeing the other person bewildered, Hulkus roared, "Are you deaf? I said the Black Tiger, the master of this training ground." Meanwhile, Ray Ragnar merely observed silently, cold energy emanating from her sword. Hulkus hoisted his greatsword onto his shoulder, declaring his true purpose. "I'm here to fight Theo Ragnar." At the same time, in a dark dungeon, Theo Ragnar lifted his dirt-stained, exhausted face. His hand trembled, gripping the hilt of his sword, which was shattered after the life-or-death battle. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, signaling that he had leveled up. A series of notification windows appeared, the result of annihilating 170 demonic beasts. The scene revealed a bloody battlefield, littered with the corpses of demonic wolves, and only one enemy remaining. He calmly opened his last recovery potion. Without a moment's hesitation, he drank the precious liquid. A healing aura enveloped his body, and Theo thought to himself, "I almost died several times, but this thing saved me." Sitting amidst the battlefield, he realized that 2 grueling months had passed in the blink of an eye. His gaze sharpened as he thought of the final enemy in the dungeon. Looking towards the deep cave, he knew that the real challenge was about to begin. Usually, that means the final boss is about to appear. A system notification appeared as Theo Ragnar entered the 5th floor. Looking at the shattered sword hilt, he muttered, "This thing is useless now." Discarding the broken weapon, Theo opened his virtual inventory. He pulled out the last remaining sword, telling himself, "This is the ceremonial sword Mother gave me for my birthday." Theo recalled, "In my previous life, Due to a conflict with Mother before the awakening ceremony, I tossed it aside in my room. Now that I look closely, this is a good sword, forged from snow-white steel. His gaze became complex as he looked at his reflection on the blade. Memories brought him back to the splendid mansion of yesteryear. Cecilia Ragnar radiantly entered with a retinue of servants. "Happy birthday, my beloved son." A desperate cry echoed in Theo's mind. In the present, "Mother." But in the past, he had coldly brushed her off. The awakening ceremony is coming soon. I don't have time for birthday gifts. The young man continued to speak bitterly. "Mother, you know better than anyone that good equipment cannot change one's bloodline." At her son's blunt dismissal, Cecilia's smile vanished, replaced by a look of shock and pain. Returning to reality, Theo gripped the sword tightly, determined, no matter what, I won't repeat the mistakes of my previous life. He sensed a terrifying aura emanating from deep within the ice cave. A pair of colossal, razor-sharp claws emerged from the ground. The monster slowly raised its head, covered in green scales, revealing its stark, white fangs. Theo was overwhelmed by its size, exclaiming, "A dragon?" But he quickly composed himself. "No, thankfully, it's just a lesser dragon." Theo's eyes sharpened, and he realized the irony. The Ragnar family is said to be descendants of dragons, and the final boss of this peculiar quest takes the form of a dragon. Theo Ragnar gripped his sword firmly, wondering if this confrontation was merely a coincidence. But he quickly dismissed that thought. His sole objective was to defeat the monster and complete the mission. A flicker of doubt arose in his heart. But can I really win? After all, it's still a type of dragon. His eyes gleaming with determination, Theo Ragnar decided to play his trump card. Let's try using one flash. He recalled the times he trained to exhaustion with packs of wild wolves. The image of the alpha wolf falling beneath his blade flashed in his mind. Though it can't compare to Father's dragon flash, Theo tensed, blue energy erupting around his sword. But if I fully utilize my dragon heart, I can definitely inflict a serious wound. A sword stroke flashed, and the monster's fresh blood splattered. The lesser dragon roared in agony. The attack had hit its mark. Immediately, its massive tail whipped towards Theo Ragnar like a steel whip. The agile youth dodged, and the tail smashed the ground where he had just stood. I had hoped to pierce its brain. Theo Ragnar landed, his gaze fixed on the monster. But it seems the attack wasn't deep enough. Still, I've seen what I'm capable of. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, preparing for another attack. Using the secret technique, Jester's footwork, Theo Ragnar charged in at dizzying speed, believing victory was within reach. His elusive movements made the colossal lesser dragon clumsy. If I can distract it with a regular attack, he strategized, then aim for its weak point. But the lesser dragon suddenly roared, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire battlefield. The fear status effect reduced his movement speed by 10%. Theo Ragnar gritted his teeth. "Damn it, my body!" Seizing the opportunity, the lesser dragon swung its massive claw down. The young man timely raised his sword to block the lightning-fast attack. A dazzling energy explosion erupted from the point of impact. Thick smoke and dust obscured the entire battlefield. Scrambling to his feet, Theo Ragnar muttered, "It really is a boss. It'll be bad if this drags on." He took a stance, deciding, I need to aim for its weak point to finish this quickly. His eyes sharpened, burning with an iron resolve. A crucial piece of knowledge flashed in his mind. And a dragon's weak point is the single inverted scale on its throat. "The inverted scale!" Theo Ragnar shouted, thrusting his sword straight into the vital point. The blade struck its target, shattering the tough scales. The monster's eyes widened in extreme pain. Theo Ragnar put all his strength into pushing the sword deeper into the wound. "I did it," he gasped, looking at the broken sword hilt in his hand. But in the shadows, the lesser dragon's eyes blazed with terrifying fury. Theo Ragnar's expression suddenly froze in astonishment. At the same time, elsewhere, a white-haired man growled, "What are you talking about, Ray Ragnar?" Holkus Lank roared, claiming the right to fight Theo Ragnar, and telling Ray Ragnar the loser should step aside. He angrily yelled, "That was 3 years ago. 3 years is enough time to close the gap." Ray Ragnar coldly retorted with a single word, "Loser." Provoked, Holkus gnashed his teeth, veins bulging on his temples. He swung his greatsword, shouting, "Fine, let's fight again. The winner gets to face Theo Ragnar." Ray Ragnar silently drew her sword, ready to accept the challenge in the tense atmosphere. The surrounding crowd murmured anxiously, "What the hell is going on? I don't know, but I'm scared." Suddenly, a steel-booted foot stepped between the two. Remington Narcio appeared, using his sword to block both their weapons, preventing the brawl. He sternly declared, "If you want to fight, take it elsewhere. I won't allow you two to cause trouble while the young master is absent." Holkus burst out laughing, immediately shifting his target. "Oh, Remy, perfect timing. I wanted to fight you too." Suddenly, Remington froze, his astonished gaze directed into the distance. Holkus, Ray, and Remington all turned simultaneously, sensing a terrifying presence. Standing in the crowd, Axion Ragnar also startled, wondering, what is this killing intent? Theo Ragnar's silhouette slowly approached, an invisible pressure enveloping everyone. Remington broke out in a cold sweat, thinking in horror, this terrifying pressure, what happened while he was in seclusion? In contrast to Remington's panicked expression, Ray Ragnar appeared completely calm. Meanwhile, Holkus Lank bared his teeth in an excited grin, his eyes burning with anticipation. Theo Ragnar finally revealed himself, his crimson killing intent erupting, activating the Lesser Drake's Fear skill that enveloped the entire battlefield. The Lesser Drake, a creature of primal power, growled with eyes burning with hatred. But even such a mighty beast began to stagger, its massive body collapsing in defeat. With a final, silent roar, the drake fell, ending its dominance in this cave. Standing over the monster's corpse was Theo Ragnar, a system notification echoing, confirming his victory. He recalled the life or death moment. It went berserk when I touched its reverse scale. I thought I was done for. Good thing it exhausted itself. He sighed in relief. That scale is still its fatal weakness. As he lay on his back, exhausted, a notification about the spoils of war, a tooth and a claw, appeared before his eyes. Weapon enhancement materials? Theo wondered as the items floated before him. Looking at the sword, his mother's memento, he resolved, I should use these to repair the sword. Hunting this dragon really wore it down. Suddenly, another system window appeared, bringing an unexpected reward. A brand new skill. It was Fear of the Lesser Drake, a skill that exuded a terrifying dragon-slaying aura. A dragon-slaying aura? He was stunned. I thought only the chosen ones could use it. But then his excitement cooled, and he dismissed the items. No. Even so, he stood up, full of doubt. I'm not sure this will be useful in Ragnar. That place is full of ridiculously strong individuals, Theo muttered as he left the dark cave. The magnificent doors of a palace opened, signaling a new chapter had begun. Anyway, with this, Theo declared as he stood in the grand hall, I've completed the quest. An orb of light, the reward for completing the scenario quest, flew towards him. The item materialized in his hand, a strange compass with a dragon's eye at its center. What is this? Theo mused. Could it be related to the next quest? Theo put away the item he had just received, deciding, whatever it is, I'll keep it for now. His body aching, he staggered back to his room, thinking to himself, I should go back to my room and rest. I'm so tired. Suddenly, a frantic maid ran up, calling out, Young Master Theo, there you are. There's an urgent matter. Seeing his disheveled appearance, the maid panicked. But Theo merely asked indifferently, I haven't gone anywhere. What is it? The girl quickly reported, there's a brawl happening at training ground number 4 right now, which made Theo freeze. Immediately after, at the training ground, a chaotic battle was raging fiercely. A blazing red killing intent erupted, flinging the trainees away, revealing the overwhelming power of the instigator. Amidst that, an even more terrifying wave of pressure swept over as the fear of the lesser Drake skill enveloped the entire battlefield. Theo just wanted peace and quiet, his eyes sharpening with a cold warning. Get lost. I need to rest. Under the influence of the fear, the trainees collapsed, foaming at the mouth in extreme terror. Only one muscular, red-haired man stood firm, looking towards Theo with eyes full of interest. The warrior grinned, drawn by his killing intent. Such an overwhelming killing intent. He roared in excitement and charged forward. You're mine, Theo Ragnar. Let's see how strong you are. A great sword strike, carrying terrifying power, swung down, tearing through the air. But in an instant, Theo deftly parried the attack, creating a clash of sparks. From afar, Ragnar and Remington Narcio watched the unbelievable sight in stunned disbelief. The attacker was pushed back, unable to believe it. My attack was deflected so easily. In contrast to his opponent's astonishment, Theo Ragnar maintained a cold, resolute expression. But deep within his red eyes, a flicker of surprise appeared in his own gaze. I deflected it? The red-haired warrior roared, his eyes blazing as his identity was revealed. Black Bear, Holcus Lanky. Despite being considered the weakest of the 4 hounds, Holcus Lanky roared a challenge. Block this! Facing one who had never lost in terms of strength, Theo Ragnar remained unusually resolute. But then, an unbelievable event occurred. The moment the 2 blades clashed, the pure strength of the Black Bear was brought to a halt. With the one flash skill, Theo not only parried the blow, but completely diverted the greatsword's trajectory. He smirked confidently, realizing he could even counterattack right then. The unexpected counterattack sent the giant flying, coughing up blood from the impact. Holcus Lanka, the undefeated Black Bear, collapsed onto the arena floor. The warrior only managed to roll his eyes back before completely losing consciousness. Theo looked at his hand, telling himself he was lucky his opponent was tough enough not to die from his full-power sword swing. A trainee in the crowd could only gape, speechless. Immediately after, the entire training ground erupted. Young Master Theo defeated one of the 4 hounds with a single blow. Theo awkwardly clarified, wait a minute. Lanky is still alive and well. Suddenly, a snap echoed, and the tip of his sword shattered. The fragments fell to the ground, followed by the stunned silence of the entire crowd. While Theo panicked because he broke his mother's treasure, the crowd misunderstood and cheered even louder. From afar, Remington Narcio frowned in confusion. Why are they happy about that? He was still stunned, while Ragnar next to him maintained a terrifying composure. The Frost Sword's red eyes narrowed, sinking deep into thought. A memory suddenly resurfaced. Amidst the white snow, a childish voice echoed, Who are you? In Ray's memory, a boy asked the trembling girl amidst the snow, Why are you walking around in this cold? Aren't you cold? The boy gently draped his scarf around the blushing, blue-haired girl. You still look cold, the boy mused, exhaling a white puff of breath. Then he smiled brightly, extending his hand. Come to my house for now. The boy promised, I'll take you home when the snow stops. Back in reality, Frost Sword Ragnar silently recalled that fated encounter. A rare, almost imperceptible smile bloomed on her lips. Remington Narcio stared in astonishment at Ray's retreating back. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did she just smile? Ragnar smiled. A moment later, at the Camellia Palace, a completely different scene unfolded. At a cozy banquet, a young man with long hair was smiling contentedly. Servants joyfully offered congratulations. A large banner hung on the wall. Congratulations to Luster Tiger on his new title. A maid encouraged him. You've worked very, very hard for a long time. My son, a woman's warm voice rang out as a large plate of food was set down. Cecilia Ragnar, the young man's mother, proudly presented the rare abalone dish she had prepared. She continued to stuff food into her son, despite his plea. Mother, please stop. As his mother affectionately offered another piece of abalone, inviting her son. A horrifying vision flashed in the young man's mind. The image of his mother lying dead in a pool of blood. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the food along with the painful memory. Then the young man looked up, flashing a radiant smile that hid everything. It's delicious, Mother. Cecilia Ragnar cried out in pain upon seeing the broken sword. My son! She was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. What in the world is this? Theo Ragnar explained awkwardly. It broke during practice. He apologized remorsefully. I'm sorry. It was the precious sword you gave me for my birthday, and yet, while Cecilia seethed, thinking of the one who forged it, seeing his mother's fierce reaction, Theo couldn't help but feel confused. Cecilia slammed the table, growling. That old man swore on his life that it was made of snow-white steel and ebony wood, so it would never break. Ebony wood from the southern Gaia forest? Theo asked, and his mother confirmed. Exactly. He said he only used rare materials, but that's clearly a blatant lie. Theo thought to himself, if it truly was ebony wood, a rare plant that consumes iron to grow, then it shouldn't have broken so easily. He realized he had underestimated the gift's value. I knew it was a good sword, but I didn't realize it was so precious. Where did you get it, Mother? Cecilia declared firmly. Absolutely not. I'm going to find that old man and get to the bottom of this. Despite Theo's attempts to dissuade her. I'm fine, Mother. I can use another sword. Absolutely not, she stated decisively. Everyone has finally recognized your true worth. We must be more careful than ever, she added, her gaze resolute. Furthermore, the awakening ceremony is about to take place, and I cannot let you attend with a broken-down sword. With that, Cecilia turned on her heel and walked away, prompting Theo to quickly ask, Where are you going, Mother? His mother turned back, her eyes blazing. To the best forge in Winterra. The Basque Forge. It was one of Winterra's 3 largest weapon forges, but its reputation came not just from its scale, but also from its master. A female elf blacksmith stood tall amidst the resounding clang of hammers. A figure ranked special class by intelligence agencies. A master blacksmith, a title only 2 in the entire Ragnar family had achieved. Both Theo and his mother held their breath, looking at the living legend before them. She was also known by another nickname, the embodiment of elven capitalism. The woman with pointed ears exhaled a puff of smoke. Well, look who it is. Theo was stunned, thinking to himself that he never expected to meet the demon blacksmith. while Cecilia Ragnar spoke up. You still haven't quit smoking, mother? Hearing the word mother, Theo froze, his crimson eyes widening in astonishment. Kirsten retorted coldly, Mother, our relationship ended the day you chose to leave, which further shocked Theo. A thought flashed in the young man's mind. Wait, does that mean I'm 1/4 elf? No wonder I'm so handsome. Cecilia ignored the reunion, holding out the broken sword and declaring, to return a defective product. Defective? Kirsten roared, snatching the sword. How dare you call a sword forged by my own hands defective? A flicker of realization crossed Theo's eyes as he observed the situation. But upon seeing the broken edge of the sword, Kirsten's anger suddenly vanished, replaced by surprise. This is... Cecilia crossed her arms, challenging. If it's not defective, then what is it? The legendary blacksmith narrowed her eyes and asked, Who used this sword? Watch your words, Cecilia retorted proudly. He is the genius who will rule Ragnar in the future. Theo Ragnar stepped forward, placed a hand on his chest, and formally introduced himself. Theo Ragnar of the Camellia Palace. Kirsten was somewhat impressed. Right, I've heard of you. So, you're really the one who used this sword? Yes, Theo admitted, and his mother immediately interjected. What did I tell you? It's defective. The female elf blacksmith fell silent, her sharp gaze full of contemplation. Finally, she decided, this is going to be a long conversation. Follow me inside. On the way, Theo couldn't suppress his curiosity. Mother, what's your relationship with the demon blacksmith? So she's really your mother? Theo asked again, still reeling from the revealed truth. Cecilia gently explained, even if only for 6 months, she was the foster mother who took care of me, Theo muttered, trying to accept the fact that the legendary blacksmith was his mother's adoptive mother. Kirsten casually revealed her adoptive mother's preferences. She loves everything beautiful, from jewels, music, to people. That's why she adopted me as her daughter, Kirsten said, dismissing it. Talking about the past is meaningless. Cecilia giggled teasingly. I bet you don't really think that, Mom, which made Kirsten turn away in annoyance. As they walked, Theo couldn't help but ask, So how did you leave this place? Kirsten replied coldly from memory. She left on her own, saying she would become the Ragnar clan head's wife. In a snowy flashback, she thought bitterly, to go to such a wretched place. It's commendable that she's survived until now. Cecilia dreamily interjected again, because the clan head is too handsome, too masculine, and loves me dearly. Kirsten's anger erupted, and yet, last year she shamelessly came crawling back, asking me to forge a sword for her son. Amidst his mother and grandmother's argument, Theo could only watch in silence. He was stunned to realize, I've never seen Mom talk like this. A painful truth dawned on him. Theo questioned himself. In my past life, I truly was an unfilial child, only caring about the clan. His eyes gleamed with new resolve, a belated understanding. Theo was lost in thought. She clearly cares about Mom. So why didn't she do anything in my past life? When Kirsten announced, We're here. Before a large door, Kirsten introduced, This is my room, which surprised Cecilia. Cecilia, wait outside, Kirsten ordered, grabbing Theo's hand and pulling him inside, much to her daughter's astonishment. The door slammed shut, locking Cecilia out with a desperate cry. Mom! Inside, Kirsten and Theo stood facing each other, beginning a fated conversation. Kirsten, with a stern expression, got straight to the point. I'll ask you directly. The blacksmith's sharp gaze pierced through the young man. Do you possess the relic of the progenitor dragon? Theo Ragnar was completely stunned by the sudden question. He tried to piece together what he knew. Progenitor dragon? I've heard legends about treasures distributed to the clans, but Kirsten snapped, not believing a word. Legends? Don't play dumb. If there's no relic. Theo's expression tensed, sensing something ominous. She held up the broken sword, her voice full of indignation. Then how could the sword I poured my heart and soul into forging be shattered like this? Faced with his grandmother's fury, Theo could only stammer, I'm sorry. He explained it broke while fighting a drake, but Kirsten had lost patience. Never mind. Showing you is better than telling you. She turned, her hand grasping a giant iron chain. Before them was a sealed coffin. Kirsten asked, "What do you see?" Theo's eyes glowed with a brilliant red light as he looked at the mysterious object. That's, in his eyes, the coffin was emitting a verdant aura, a sign of a hidden quest. Kirsten noticed the difference. "I don't see anything, but it seems you do." She admitted her helplessness. "I've tried everything to open it, but it was all in vain." The master blacksmith slumped beside the coffin she could not conquer. She began to recount an ancient tale about the relic of the progenitor dragon. Legend has it that the progenitor dragon used its own fangs to forge a weapon, a legendary demon sword under the moonlight. Bai Yue Guang. Kirsten laid down a condition. "If you break the seal and draw the sword, I will bestow upon you the Bai Yue Guang." She smirked meaningfully. "But in the process, you might lose your life. So, do you want to try?" A confident smirk spread across Theo Ragnar's lips. His red eyes blazed, and he declared firmly, "That sword is mine now." Standing before the chained coffin, Theo realized it had a similar structure to the one in Camellia Palace. In that case, he took out a blue key, an item only a regressor could possess. The master blacksmith was stunned. A key? Without a moment's hesitation, Theo inserted the key into the lock. A click echoed as the key turned. Immediately, a massive surge of blue energy erupted, throwing Theo backward. Kirsten was utterly terrified by the power that had just been unleashed. A wave of darkness reached out from the coffin, engulfing Theo's body. His consciousness plunged into chaos. "What is this? What's happening?" Theo's red eyes slowly faded into the endless darkness. He was shocked to realize he was in Rose Palace on that fateful day. Memories flooded back, images of his past self collapsing at the enemy's feet. And then his mother's cold corpse. He whispered, "That's right, I forgot. I was incredibly weak. For that reason, I need even more power. Power to defeat Rendan and to crush Camellia Palace." A violent tremor pulled Theo's soul back to reality. Within his mental space, Theo Ragnar's red eyes blazed with an iron will. He easily seized the sword spirit, gripping it tightly to the opponent's astonishment. Theo said coldly, using the desire for power to seize others' minds, "Truly, a demon sword." The griffin spirit roared in panic. "You insolent wretch! How could you? I conquered the despair you showed me long ago, you fool." Theo scoffed. "Do you think I'd be tempted by this petty power when I already have a mission at hand?" The beast struggled. "Let me go, human." But Theo calmly remarked, "You're far different from the griffin in my memories. It must have been over 10 meters tall." He clenched his fist, reasoning, "Perhaps it's because it's been sealed for too long. In any case, this is good for me." With a confident smile, Theo declared, "Now you are mine, white moonlight." The griffin's spirit quickly changed its tone. "Sir, let's discuss this civilly." Back in reality, Theo had collapsed, and Cecilia Ragnar rushed to embrace her son in despair. "My beloved son, wake up. Please wake up." She turned to her mother, crying out in tears, "Mother, what is this? Why is my son in such a state?" Cecilia questioned Kirsten. I asked you to forge a sword, not harm the boy. The master blacksmith could only monologue in silence. The demonic beast energy has merged with his bloodline. I have never seen or heard of such a thing before. Kirsten bowed her head in regret. Because he possessed a relic, I thought everything would be fine. But Cecilia wouldn't accept it. She sobbed in fury. If anything happens to my con, we'll never forgive you. Her threat left Kirsten stunned. Suddenly, Theo's unconscious hand gripped the hilt of the greatsword. A terrifying surge of dark energy erupted, sweeping away Cecilia, who was holding him tightly. Amidst the chaotic vortex, chains of darkness burst from Theo's body, binding everyone. After subduing the sword spirit, Theo Ragnar passed out, dark energy swirling around his body. Cecilia frantically rushed to her son, who lay motionless on the floor. Theo? She cradled his head, her face distraught with fear. Fortunately, Theo awoke in his mother's arms, weakly calling, "Mother." Seeing his mother burst into tears, he gently said, "It seems I've made you worry." Then he smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine. There's no need to panic." Standing afar, his grandmother Kirsten let out a sigh of relief. A system notification appeared. Theo had officially acquired white moonlight. He mused about his victory. I was lucky. The griffin was easy to defeat because it had just been unsealed. The energy from the sword was absorbed, and his magic power surged. A new milestone was set as his magic power surpassed 200. Theo's power even reached a new realm, unlocking a special ability called divinity. Although his power had reached the level of a high-ranking swordsman, he decided to restrain it until the awakening ceremony. Back in reality, Kirsten spoke up to congratulate him. "You've surprised this old fairy. You succeeded." But as Theo gripped the sword, he was surprised. "Huh? It's resisting." He irritably asked, "Are you saying it still doesn't acknowledge me as its master?" Kirsten explained that the sword was merely frustrated after hundreds of years of being sealed. She pointed towards a metal wall and suggested, "Why don't you swing your sword at that wall with all your might?" Theo hesitated, asking again, "Will it be all right?" But only received a confident smile from the blacksmith. Provoked by the declaration, what can an unawakened brat slash do to the Basque workshop? Theo Ragnar felt slightly annoyed. "Is that so?" he mused, deciding this was the perfect opportunity to test white moonlight. The young man slowly advanced towards the sturdy metal wall. Gripping the hilt of the sword, he whispered, "Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll use a little magic power." Theo swung his sword, unleashing a furious surge of blue energy. The sword was identified, White Moonlight, a magic sword containing the griffin spirit and a relic of the progenitor dragon. The energy from the slash exploded, leaving his mother and grandmother stunned. The confident look on Kirsten's face instantly turned into extreme bewilderment. She frantically yelled, "Wait!" as she realized things had spiraled out of control. A colossal pillar of light tore through the wall, turning metal into dust. The destructive energy shattered the dome, soaring into the night sky. Cecilia Ragnar covered her mouth in horror, while his grandmother Kirsten stood frozen with a dazed expression. The blacksmith's desperate cries echoed, "My workshop, my workshop!" Standing before the massive hole, Kirsten clutched her head in agony. "My money!" Theo looked at the sword, realizing it had drained his magic power. This thing might be a bit dangerous. Suddenly, a glowing hand touched his back. So fast, Theo was startled as Kirsten had appeared right behind him. "Good heavens," she smirked. "You really know nothing about magic." Kirsten looked at the perfectly flat cut on the wall, musing. Did you really do this just with the sharpness of the blade? In her heart, Kirsten secretly assessed, This kid. She looked at her stunned grandson, a conclusion flashing in her mind, is a genius. And this genius, with a triumphant smile, she proudly declared, is my grandson. Curson patted Theo Ragnar's shoulder, a decision already made. From now on, I will be your patron. You just need to spread your wings and show the world your talent. She couldn't hide her greedy expression. You'll become a living billboard for the Basque workshop. Theo was speechless at his grandmother's brazen frankness. He turned to look at his mother, who was still stunned by everything. Facing his grandmother, Theo calmly said, I see money in your eyes. That night, under the crescent moon, everything was settled. Outside the blacksmith's workshop, Theo and Cecilia prepared to leave in a carriage. Kirsten stood in the snow, silently watching the carriage disappear. In her hand was a large animal hide bundle, a compensatory gift from her grandson. Please use this for the wall repair fund. Those were Theo's words as he gave her the spoils from the lesser drake. Kirsten smiled smugly as she walked away. My daughter has raised an extraordinary son. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Long time no see, demon blacksmith. She froze, her gaze turning sharp. Why are you here? Kirsten questioned a small bird perched on a dry branch. The bird's eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie red light. 5 days later, on the day of the awakening ceremony, the clanging of metal echoed loudly. In the final sparring session, Theo Ragnar and instructor Evelyn clashed with dizzying speed. Theo's swordplay grew sharper, but Evelyn still easily parried. The instructor remarked, Your swordsmanship has become stronger and more agile overall. Theo thought to himself, with a satisfied smile, what a relief. I never thought I'd be praised by Evelyn. The other trainees watching were simply stunned by his display of power. Evelyn mused, It's been half a year since young Master Theo changed. He's strong enough to push me back now. He swung his sword, a perfect and powerful arc. The moment their two blades met, Evelyn concluded, if he awakens his magic power today, it will be the birth of a monster. After the match, a satisfied smile briefly appeared on the instructor's lips. You did very well, Evelyn said. You might even aim for the top spot, young master. He continued sincerely, I will pray for your success. Theo smiled brightly in response. Thank you. It's all thanks to you, Evelyn. If I become the valedictorian, I'll mention your name in my speech to everyone. The instructor stiffened, asking in confusion, What? Why would you? Another trainee eagerly interjected, Oh, me too, young master. Please mention my name too. Theo turned to the speechless Evelyn, shrugging. Well, being famous is tough. All right, I'm leaving now. His journey led to the central headquarters, a massive and imposing architectural structure. Donning his cloak, Theo Ragnar advanced alone towards the fated gate. With a confident demeanor, Theo Ragnar declared his identity, Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. He quietly observed the buzzing crowd, for the awakening ceremony was the most important annual event for the Ragnar family. In the crowd, surprised gazes converged on the young man who had just appeared. 2 fully armored guards solemnly opened the gate leading into the fated arena. Theo Ragnar strode in, each step exuding an unusual calm. In the vast plaza, all participants yearned for good results, as this was the first place for Ragnar swordsmen to be recognized. Theo's eyes gleamed with confidence. He knew exactly what he had to do, because everyone in the family, including patriarch Kyle Ragnar, was watching from above. Not only the patriarch, but also the most powerful figures, the 9 dragons, were present to witness. Even the former patriarch from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragnar, personally attended. Theo thought to himself, she doesn't look 150 at all. Anyway, it's lucky to see her again. A drum sounded, signaling the official start of the ceremony. Judge Vanna Ragnar declared loudly, Attention! We will now begin the preliminary round. The preliminary round requires you to pick up a sword placed on the ground and leave a mark on the steel wall on the platform. The contestants were stunned as Vanna explained. Just so you know, the wall is forged from a white snow steel alloy. The judge smirked. Those ordinary steel blades won't even scratch it. But everything will change if you infuse your attacks with magic power, Vanna said, then held up a soma pill. The soma pill, an elixir that can provide 10 years of magic power, is a spiritual medicine that helps open mana acupoints. Swallow the soma and open the mana acupoints in your dantian. Only then can you slash the white snow steel wall with these swords. The depth of the cut will determine your results. Judge Vanna Ragnar declared loudly, "From now on, the person whose name is called will receive a soma pill and step onto the platform." First up, contestant number 1, Theo Ragnar. Step forward. Theo Ragnar strode forward, thinking to himself, "In my previous life, Axion was the top scorer. A fully armored knight handed him the precious soma pill. He chose a sword from the weapon rack, feeling its familiar weight. With iron resolve, he told himself, but not this time." From above, former patriarch Hilda Ragnar asked, "Is that the child you mentioned, Kyle?" Patriarch Kyle Ragnar smirked. "It seems he has caught your attention," Hilda replied, her gaze fixed on the small figure below. "Of course, after hearing you say you had your eye on him." She smiled meaningfully. "Well then, let's see." Back in the arena, Theo took a deep breath to calm himself. He thought to himself, "The awakening ceremony, it's been a long time since I've experienced it, so I'm a bit nervous." Vanna Ragnar approached, ordering, "Now, swallow the soma pill." Theo replied concisely, "Understood." He brought the pill to his mouth, recalling the tragedy. "In my previous life, I swallowed soma and couldn't control my mana, severely damaging my dantian." Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the spiritual elixir, but this time would be different. He confidently affirmed as a surge of blue energy began to churn. A colossal wave of mana erupted from Theo's body, shaking the entire plaza. Vanna Ragnar cried out in alarm. "This fool, causing such a massive mana wave. He can't control it." Normally, soma users must carefully guide the mana to settle in their dantian. In the Ragnar family, the greater the talent, the more terrifying the mana, and even a small mistake is enough to become a cripple. Vanna Ragnar sneered, thinking to himself, "This guy is finished too." Yet Theo Ragnar's body stood firm amidst the chaotic energy storm. A colossal wave of mana erupted, sweeping across the entire arena. The judge was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He endured it? In the eye of the storm, a hand clenched, completely subduing the flow of power. Theo smiled triumphantly. "Finally, I have both the dragon heart and a mana dantian." He felt a fleeting disappointment, thinking, "Unlike my previous life, I succeeded too easily. From now on, I am officially allowed to use mana." Theo drew his sword. Now, with this immense amount of mana, the young man began to unleash his sword technique, concentrating all his power into the blade. I just need to unleash it all with exhilaration." From the audience seats, Ray, Remington, and Hulkus were simultaneously astonished by the sight. A dragon of pure energy roared, unleashed from Theo's strike. The one flash technique surged straight towards the colossal stone wall. In another corner, the black tiger Axion Ragnar was also speechless with shock. A sharp and deep slash cut across the ground. The colossal stone wall, the target of the test, had been split in two. Vanna Ragnar stammered, only able to utter a single name. "Theo." Amidst the pervasive silence, Theo Ragnar sheathed his sword as the results were announced. Theo Ragnar pass. The crowd was stunned, murmuring, "Impossible. Is that the strike of someone who just awakened their mana?" A notification appeared before Theo Ragnar's eyes. The curse of misfortune that had plagued him for so long had officially ended. The young man's eyes welled up, and he thought to himself, "Finally, I'm on the same starting line as them." Immediately, attention from major powers poured in. Sword Dragon. Osa Ragnar wanted to take him as a disciple, while Black Dragon Julius Ragnar showed displeasure. Another name, Robber Ragnar, also began to be wary of his rise. And most importantly, former clan head Hilda Ragnar had set her eyes on him with a meaningful smile. Theo walked, analyzing the situation in his mind. The attention from the Black Dragon and Sword Dragon was truly unexpected. But catching Hilda's eye is the most gratifying thing, as she possesses the Garuda heart. His gaze sharpened with a clear objective. As long as I obtain that. Meanwhile, in another testing area, Sybil Drea roared as he swung his sword at the stone tablet. The judge loudly announced the result after a thrown dagger struck the target. Sybil Drea, pass. The young man, with a bandaged face, smiled triumphantly. I succeeded too, young Master Theo. The other members of the Four Hounds of the North also displayed overwhelming power. Ray Ragnar, Hokus Lanka, and Remington Narcio. All three easily passed the test, leaving behind a devastated battlefield. Sybil Drea broke out in a cold sweat, thinking all the Four Hounds had truly terrifying results. But none of them left such a magnificent mark as the young master. He recalled Theo's perfect strike. Amidst the silence, the judge's voice rang out again. Now, the only one left is... A figure strode into the center of the arena with a heavy aura. Axion Ragnar, step forward. The Black Tiger of the North was ready for his performance. A spectator whispered, suggesting this was a confrontation between the luminous tiger and the Black Tiger, but doubted Axion could reach that level. Despite the whispers, Axion Ragnar merely gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. He strode decisively towards the challenging stone slab, sword in hand, ready. Following the judge's instructions, Axion swallowed the soma pill, and his latent power began to surge. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword, unleashing a furious surge of crimson energy. Judge Vana Ragnar only had time to let out a cry of alarm. Wait! A beast of pure energy roared from the strike, charging straight forward. The destructive attack collided head-on with the Dragon Gate stone slab. Vana was stunned, muttering, Today, they have truly surprised me again and again." Under the terrifying power, cracks began to spread across the surface of the stone slab. The stone slab shattered into a perfect cross, and Vana boldly declared, Axion, Ragnar, pass. The audience was stunned. How can it be? Exactly the same. Who wins? Axion's comrade realized. In this case, the precise score will determine the winner. Amidst the chaos, Axion simply turned his back and walked away, his cloak fluttering in the wind. The entire arena was now filled with anticipation and tension. Vana Ragnar raised his voice, declaring the first round of the awakening ceremony concluded, expressing satisfaction with this year's batch of examinees. He announced that the second round would take place in 4 days, then smiled meaningfully. And finally, we will announce the rankings everyone has been waiting for. The faces of the top examinees flashed by. Between two identical, cross-shaped cracks, the first place winner of the awakening ceremony was about to be announced. The name Theo Ragnar was called out, stunning the entire hall. Judge Vana Ragnar smiled in approval. His score is 10 out of 10. Technique, magic, control, speed. Not a single wasted movement. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Wasn't Axion supposed to be first? Did Axion lose? The sword mark on the stone slab was even compared to a legend. The depth of the sword mark is similar to that of Lord Thorkel. Thorkel Ragnar, one of the 5 most promising candidates for succession, a renowned name. Second place is Axion Ragnar, the voice echoed. Unfortunately, despite also achieving a perfect score of 10, but the length of his sword mark was shorter than Theo Ragnar's, so he was ranked second. Axion gritted his teeth in silence. The judge continued to announce the list. Third place, Wellington Ragnar. Fourth place, Ray Ragnar. Fifth place, Hulkus Lanka. 87th place, Sybil Drea. Everyone did very well. Vana Ragnar rolled up the parchment scroll. The second blooming ceremony will be held in 3 days at the Winter Mountains. The 87 qualified candidates should prepare thoroughly. With that declaration, the first round of tests officially concluded. That night, light snow fell outside a cozy tavern. Inside, glasses clinked. Congratulations to first and second place. The entire group from training ground number 4 cheered excitedly. This is our true strength. Congratulations, Theo and Wellington. Theo Ragnar raised his glass, smiling in response. Thank you, everyone. But this is not the end. Our goal is to overcome the second blooming ceremony together. Remington Narcio clenched his fist, a silent vow to himself. The two looked at each other, sharing a common resolve. We will also claim the final first and second places. A pink brown-haired female teammate spoke up in support. You two will definitely do it. Remington turned to Theo, sincerely saying, Congratulations on taking first place, Lord Theo. I'm glad to see your efforts have paid off. But immediately after, he bowed his head, his voice full of bitterness. At the same time, I feel ashamed for being left so far behind. Theo Ragnar humbly replied, Well, this time I was just lucky, and Remington Narcio smiled in response. Among friends, what does it matter? He sincerely added, Thank you, Lord Theo. My jumbled emotions have become a little clearer now. The two clinked glasses, Remington determined. Let's do our best in the second awakening ceremony. The scene shifted to a winter mountain range covered in white snow. Amidst the snowstorm, Theo Ragnar began to sink into his own thoughts. He walked on the cold snow, recalling his recent achievement, the highest rank of the awakening ceremony. In my previous life, this was an unimaginable achievement. He mused, although this wasn't a real battle, defeating Axion, even I find it hard to believe. The snowy wind swept across his face, carrying heavy memories. Clenching his fist, he told himself, but this is only the beginning. In his mind, he envisioned the path of revenge. Killing a pawn like Rendan isn't enough. The real enemies are Axion and the Heavenly Dragon. His red eyes blazed with vengeful fire. I will make them pay tenfold. Regaining his composure, Theo turned with a calculating smile. He looked at the item he had just received. By the way, this compass. The compass glowed, pointing directly towards the mountain peak. It's pointing towards the Winter Mountains. I will find the hatchery during the second awakening ceremony. His gaze sharpened, focusing on the new objective. His red eyes glowed mysteriously. At the same time, a hooded stranger was searching for something amidst the snow. Huh? Where is it? Suddenly, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against his throat. Theo Ragnar coldly pressed his sword against the stranger. Who are you? Causing the hooded man to panic and beg. He hastily introduced himself. I am Gatsby Yotan from the Stormblade unit, sent by my captain after witnessing the blooming ceremony. Theo thought to himself, a scout, faster than I expected. The young man was surprised to hear that the offer wasn't recruitment, but an opportunity to participate in an entrance exam. Theo looked unimpressed. Not direct recruitment, but an exam? While Gatsby Yotan was smug about his unit's prestige. Suddenly, a female voice rang out from behind, scoffing. Just an opportunity, huh? What a bunch of fools. Gatsby angrily turned to yell, but the woman calmly walked up to Theo Ragnar. She offered a more appealing proposal. We would like to invite you to directly join the Black Iron Cavalry. Gatsby was terrified as he recognized the woman's identity. Ayan Sasori, deputy commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, nicknamed Fire Spirit. Immediately, the quiet forest erupted as numerous scouts rushed out from everywhere. Theo was surrounded by countless invitations, from the Black Sword Unit to the Department of Law, all promising lucrative positions. Cornered, Theo's patience shattered, his face contorting in anger. In the quiet expanse of the snowy forest, the crowd began to argue, scrambling chaotically. Theo could only let out a frustrated laugh at the ridiculous scene. He thought to himself, how absurd. I need to get out of here before things get more troublesome. Suddenly, a majestic aura enveloped the area, and Theo looked up, sensing another presence. Amidst the cherry blossoms fluttering in the snow, a noble figure gently descended. Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar, Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, had personally appeared, silencing everyone. She looked at the crowd of scouts with disdain. Do you think I came here for any other reason than you? Osa Ragnar declared. I came here to stroll around and see that child's face, leaving the young man completely stunned. A young swordsman unleashed a thunderous kick on the enemy. Amidst a sea of blood, his red sash swept across the battlefield like a reaper's scythe. The young man's face was contorted with rage, his eyes burning with a demonic red. In his mind, fragmented memories resurfaced. A woman, powerful figures, a collapsing tower, and broken swords. He grabbed a servant by the collar, roaring, Theo Ragnar, while the victim could only gasp, Young master. A brutal punch was thrown, crushing all resistance. The servant collapsed in a pool of blood, despairingly looking at the attacker's hand. In the middle of the pristine white snowfield, only the young man remained, standing amidst countless corpses. He coldly stepped over the scattered bodies. The young man's hateful gaze once again locked onto a new target. He swung his sword, unleashing a deadly, fiery red surge of energy. The attack shot straight towards a mysterious figure standing on the city wall. However, the sword, hurtling at terrifying speed, was suddenly stopped with just a touch of a hand. The silver-haired man spoke with contempt. Do you think venting your anger in the wrong place will change anything? The young man was stunned, disbelieving his eyes. Uncle? The uncle turned his back. In times like these, you need to keep a cool head and make a plan. Follow me. The young man stood silent, his mind echoing with the Second Awakening ceremony. The uncle stood majestically, declaring, I will show you how to turn it into Theo Ragnar's grave. At the same time, in the arena, a noble heel gently touched down on the snow. A little scandal tainting my honor is nothing. Osa Ragnar, the sword dragon of the Plum Blossom Palace, appeared, asserting, if it means acquiring an outstanding talent, astonishing everyone. To the challenging question, Osa Ragnar merely smirked. What do you think? Just like you all. I am here to meet Theo Ragnar. The scouts were dumbfounded, realizing all their invitations had now become meaningless. Ayan Sasori cried out in panic, Lady Plum Blossom, please wait! But it was too late. A surge of pink energy erupted from her feet. The scouts were terrified. No way! A secluded area? Could it be? Some she intends to personally instruct him? The energy converged, transforming into a perfect barrier. In a flash, Theo and Osa stood facing each other in a silent space, completely separated from the world. Theo thought to himself, a power only heard of in legends. I've finally realized my worth. Osa sneered, I'm sure the demon dragon will be furious, but no one can stop me from giving you a gift. The young man cautiously asked, what do you mean by a gift? She drew her sword, a blue light flashing. The clan head's swordsmanship is fierce, like a fire dragon descending. Incinerating everything in its path. Some seek sun, but I am different. My sword embraces countless transformations. Theo was completely engrossed in her explanation, unable to tear his eyes away. Because the dragon I pursue is a dragon containing infinite transformations. With that, Osa began a sword dance, both fluid as flowing water and sharp as howling wind. Every sword stroke of hers exuded deadly beauty, a sight both majestic and elegant. Theo Ragnar's eyes widened, fully reflecting the image of the sword dragon, his mind completely captivated. In a single breath, a slash tore through space. Osa, Ragnar declared, I call this Heavenly Blossom Dance, the first form of full bloom. Theo Ragnar was speechless, his mind completely blank after the spectacle. He thought to himself, unbelievable. 120 variations in one movement. Her swordsmanship is even superior to the clan heads. A glimmer of hope sparked in Theo's eyes. If I can absorb this technique, what an immense gift. It's fine, Osa Ragnar smiled, as long as you enjoy watching it. The barrier dissipated, revealing the stunned scouts outside. The sword dragon extended an invitation. If you wish to see what comes next, come find me any time after the awakening ceremony. Her message echoed as the last petals vanished. I hope you will be a new breeze in this place, Theo. The young man smiled, his heart filled with gratitude. I've received something truly magnificent. He naively wondered if it would be too much to become a disciple of Lady Plum Blossom and join the White Dragon Knights. 3 days later, the scene shifted to a snow-covered forest. Phase 2 of the awakening ceremony officially began in the Winter Mountains, near the northern Great Wall. A solemn voice echoed, speaking of the mountain range stretching from Wintra all the way to the Demon Sea. Here, we, the Ragnar people, the family crest appeared proudly, have protected humanity from the Demon Sea and its devils for over 1,000 years. Supervisor Jackie Ragnar appeared, declaring, you are responsible for inheriting that duty, and this is where the trial begins. He instructed the trainees, the examination area is restricted to within the Great Wall. Entry into the Demon Sea is forbidden. With sharp eyes, Jackie Ragnar announced, the test is very simple. Jackie Ragnar raised the red bell high, announcing the mission. You have 15 days to defeat the demonic beasts on the Winter Mountains and retrieve the bells from their necks. He explained the 7 types of bells corresponding to 7 levels of power, specifically warning about the purple bell monster, something none of them could defeat. With a sinister smile, Jackie Ragnar ignited their greed, but they are worth just as many points. The hunting method is entirely up to you, he declared, as long as you bring back the bells before the exam ends. Theo Ragnar immediately grasped the hidden meaning. Allowing all methods means it's possible to steal prey or bells from others. They are intentionally sowing discord. However, he accepted that harsh reality. This is the law of the jungle, for the Ragnar family. Jackie Ragnar provided the final piece of information, holding up a totem. Throughout the mountains, there are safe zones protected by this totem, with supplies buried inside. Now, he loudly declared, the exam begins. Without a word of warning, the supervisor kicked a trainee straight down the snowy cliff. Everyone disperse. Sybil Drea plunged down with a clear plan. Since the exam lasts 15 days, supplies are paramount. I'll find provisions first, then go assist young Master Theo. Meanwhile, Hulkus Lanky and his female teammate jumped down, full of excitement. How fun and exciting. The young man, with the cross-shaped scars on his cheeks, also plunged into the fight, with determined eyes. Elsewhere, a mysterious mastermind ordered from the shadows, "You must act according to my plan, Axion. If you do, that place will become Theo's grave." Axion Ragnar, the Black Tiger of the North, silently received the deadly command. In the middle of the snowy forest, Theo Ragnar gently landed on a tree branch, unaware that he was being watched. From a distance, Frost Sword Ray Ragnar watched his every move with an unreadable expression. A blizzard began to howl on the mountaintop, signaling an impending bloody hunt. I should get moving too. Theo had just finished speaking when a voice echoed from behind. Young Master Theo. He calmly turned around, facing the uninvited guest. Remington Narcio, the Silver Lion, stood there in the snow, questioning, "Do you still remember saying we were friends, Remy?" Remington Narcio seriously declared, "I've thought it through and consider you both a friend and a rival. A desire has taken root within me. A desire to truly surpass you, young Master Theo." The declaration of war rang out, catching Theo Ragnar slightly off guard. But then a confident smile bloomed on his lips. Memories of their times fighting side by side flooded back. Theo whispered, "Understand that feeling, Remy." He looked up, responding clearly, "I also consider you both a friend and a rival." Hearing that, Remington burst into hearty laughter. What a relief. "But precisely because of that, I will defeat you in the second round. I only came to say that." Theo merely smiled in response. "Good luck." With that, the Silver Lion turned on his heel, disappearing into the blizzard as swiftly as the wind. Standing alone, Theo mused, "Remington has set me as his target. What could be more exciting than that?" The feeling of being acknowledged by a strong opponent thrilled him immensely, and a radiant smile appeared. "All right, enough with the sentimentality," he muttered, his expression turning sharp. "It's time to find the dragon's nest." In Theo's hand, the swallow's nest compass began to glow. The compass needle spun rapidly, then suddenly stopped, pointing in one direction. Amidst the majestic winter mountains, a target had been identified. A blue beam of light shot from the compass straight towards a distant cliff. The light clearly indicated a hidden location amidst the vast white snow. The outskirts of the winter mountains, where the real challenge began. Theo arrived at the location, telling himself, "It must be around here." The compass in his hand still glowed, confirming the target was right beneath a thick layer of snow. "I can't believe it's hidden so well," he sighed, looking at the vast expanse of snow. "Do I really have to dig up this entire area? I should have brought a shovel," Theo Ragnar mused. Using the white moonlight sword to dig would be a bit strange. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He gripped the hilt of his sword, muttering, "Well, if there are no teeth." In a flash, the sword was drawn from its sheath. "Then you'll have to chew with my gums." He swung his sword, unleashing a wave of energy that swept away the thick snow. Beneath, a colossal bone structure gradually revealed itself. Sensing the lurking figures, Theo coldly spoke. "Come out now." A man with a hideous stitched smile appeared, asking, "When did you start noticing us?" Theo squinted at the strangers, realizing he had been watched for a long time. The three notorious thugs of Buck Mountain, Hyde, Cow, and Loon, had officially revealed themselves. Memories flooded back. Theo recalled their brutal past. Butchers masquerading as agents. Byproducts of the Ragnar family's pursuit of power. He couldn't forget the massacre in Buck Mountain Village, where he, while working with Huxiel, had to clean up the mess himself. The image of Theo in a black cloak, standing amidst the scene of death, flashed before his eyes. The horror of that day still haunted him. 760 dead, 220 missing, unidentifiable, all because their heads had been completely crushed. Back in the present, Theo faced the murderers. "Are you here for Axion's assets?" Hyde burst into a savage laugh, mocking his question. "No." "Then why?" Theo asked, then answered himself with disdain. "A lowlife like you wouldn't even be able to imagine." He drew his final conclusion, the image of a powerful figure appearing in his mind. "So the Senate sent you." Hyde and Cow looked utterly stunned, unable to believe their plan had been exposed. "Your intuition is quite sharp," Hyde sneered, after Theo Ragnar coldly exposed their collusion with the supervisor. Despite his comrades' worried looks, Hyde smirked, confident that his prey would die anyway. "My favorite thing is to ruin pretty faces like yours," the assassin growled, provocatively swinging his sword. Theo remained silent, his cold, sharp gaze the only answer to the cheap threat. "Then, let me properly crush your bones," he whispered, unleashing a terrifying sword technique. Hyde's smug expression shattered, replaced by utter shock when faced with unimaginable power. In a flash, the three assassins were torn to shreds by colossal blades of energy. "I don't want to become like you," Theo declared, his red eyes blazing amidst the rain of blood. The bodies of those who dared to block his path vanished in the fury of his sword art. Amidst the destruction, Theo's words echoed like a death sentence. "Instead, I'll only leave your head." The battle ended cleanly, Theo landing lightly amidst the scene of death. He casually remarked, perhaps because they were still green, dealing with them wasn't too difficult. Theo recalled the heavenly flower dance technique of Lady Plum Blossom Palace, a skill he had painstakingly trained to use 3 times consecutively. Even so, he knew he still had a long way to go to match that master's 120 consecutive strikes. After thoroughly cleaning up what remained of the assassins, Theo stood atop the cliff, his mind already set on the next objective, the path leading underground. Suddenly, a strange sound made him turn back in surprise. Before his eyes, an invisible, secret staircase was appearing, opening the way to a hidden quest. On the snowy mountaintop, a mysterious messenger signaled, "The entrance is here." Meanwhile, in the meeting room, a report was delivered. Currently leading is Axion Ragnar, who has captured 41 demonic beasts with a team of 21. The armored reporter continued, "Second place belongs to Ray Ragnar." He hesitated when asked about another name. "What about Theo Ragnar?" The answer stunned the one-eyed commander. "Currently, 0 demonic beasts and no allies. Lady Osa." Ragnar narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "If it's just a guess, that means it hasn't been confirmed, right?" Speaker Wolfgang Ragnar sneered, interjecting, "Standing out in the first round means nothing. He might be trembling in fear during actual combat." A Senate member burst into delighted laughter, thinking to himself, especially an illegitimate child. Those thugs did their job well. The long, gray-haired councilman glared at the speaker, a question arising in his mind. Could the Senate be involved in this? The red-goggled man smirked, silently replying, Everything went well, don't worry. The gray-haired councilman was stunned, his face changing color. Rage flared in his mind. Damn it, this crazy old man acted without permission. He recalled his objective. After taking the Camellia Palace, I still couldn't find the ancient dragon's holy relic at the Rose Palace. His eyes turned cold and calculating. He clenched his fist, resolving. The clue is definitely in that brat Theo's hands. I must kill him after getting what I need. Turning to his subordinate, he ordered, "Tell Axion to hurry up." At the same time, Lady Osa whispered to the one-eyed commander, "The Senate is definitely plotting something. We must have a contingency plan." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the shadows, interrupting the discussion. No, the commander flinched, listening to the firm assertion. Theo won't fall so easily. Do not interfere with the exam. Elsewhere, Hocus Lanky roared in anger. I cannot overlook that you met Theo without telling me. Simultaneously, in a dark cave, a gruesome skull illusion appeared, signaling deadly danger. The Theo Ragnar of the past faced an army of skeletons rising from the earth. He merely smirked. After passing the white moonlight swords test, this is nothing to me. Theo recalled, by the way, I didn't know the compass would point to this place. He activated his sensory expansion skill, using mana to scan the entire area. Having determined the direction, he confidently said, all right, it's that way. Entering a grand hall, Theo smiled. This place is the hatchling nest. This is where Huxiel found the legendary item, he thought to himself, his eyes on an altar in the center. Standing before a dazzling golden gate, he resolved, I'm sorry, Huxiel, but I have to take it first. The item was revealed to be Amon's grimoire, guarded by a powerful creature. When the gate opened, Theo was stunned. Before his eyes was not a nest, but a colossal treasure hoard. He broke into a cold sweat, realizing his fatal mistake. This isn't the hatchling nest. On a mountain of gold, a colossal ancient dragon was sound asleep. This is an ancient dragon's lair. The legendary monster began to stir, its breath shaking the entire cave. Theo immediately retreated, his heart filled with caution. This is bad. If I confront it, I'll die here. He wondered, why a dragon instead of hatchlings? Or is it because I arrived 3 years earlier? Realizing the situation, Theo turned on his heel. Anyway, this is quite a surprise. I have to leave this time. While Theo Ragnar decided to retreat, the ancient dragon awoke and spoke. Unfortunately, I will have to return here before Huxiel. A tremor ran down the young man's spine, his pupils contracting in extreme astonishment. Before him, the legendary creature stretched and rose, its immense pressure shaking the entire cave. Its blazing golden eyes stared directly at Theo. You are the first chosen one after a long time. Amidst a shimmering sea of gold, its ancient voice echoed, My name is Roadbro. Theo froze upon hearing its identity. The dragon guardian of the Ragnar family, master of the Winter Mountains. Without hesitation, the young man bowed deeply. Greetings, ancestor. The giant dragon tilted its head, looking puzzled by the strange address. Ancestor? Theo quickly explained. Are you not the companion of the progenitor Sigurd and the mother of Friedreich? Roadbro let out a contemptuous snort. Oh? It seems that bastard Friedreich has been spreading nonsense. It clarified the truth. Yes, Sigurd and I are companions, but that was merely respect for one who exchanged souls, with no affection involved. His beliefs shattered, Theo wondered. So, the story of my family bearing dragon blood is just a rumor? That's right, Roadbrogue replied. Through the covenant, dragon blood was shared. After clarifying everything, the dragon declared, The greetings end here. It bared its sharp fangs, its gaze turning serious. I shall begin my duty as a dragon guardian. As per the covenant, any chosen one who passes my test shall be granted 3 questions. Theo thought to himself, a confident smile on his lips. This is it. My chance to uncover all the secrets of Ragnar. The young man did not back down, pouring all his strength into the inherited ultimate technique, Heavenly Dragon Roar. A thunderous kick ended the attack, Theo's power exploding right before the Dragon Guardian. From the corpse of the recently defeated monster, a blue bell rolled out. Axion Ragnar coldly picked it up. This is the 57th one. Amidst the white snow, he turned to ask his subordinates, "What is Theo Ragnar doing? There's still no news of where he's hiding." A member of the group, Orion Gardner, sneered. Could it be that he's too scared to face the monsters? He thought to himself, Axion is too strong. I must definitely stick with this man. With a smug expression, Orion continued to disparage. Even if he gets stronger, he'll still live like an idiot. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent stiffened him, cold sweat breaking out. Axion grabbed Orion by the collar, growling, "You probably don't know, because you've never been strong. If you had power, you wouldn't fear anything." Axion's crimson eyes flashed with cruelty. "What are you plotting?" Orion stammered in panic. I'm sorry." Just then, another subordinate interjected. "Lord Axion, there's a message from the director of the Central Intelligence Agency." The silver-haired director ordered, "Execute the plan quickly." Axion brushed him off. "Tell him not to bother me anymore," he declared with eyes burning with hatred. "Because the one who desires to bestow that destruction upon Theo the most is me. Attack him the moment he appears." In a corner, a mysterious man wearing dark glasses merely pondered in silence. Meanwhile, in the dragon's lair, Theo Ragnar of the past spoke. "I will ask my first question." The dragon guardian Roadbro replied with amusement. "Finally, I've grown tired of waiting for you." Roadbro asked, "What do you wish to know?" Theo looked directly into the dragon's eyes. "Why are you here?" The giant dragon narrowed its eyes in approval. "You intend to ask fundamental questions to uncover hidden knowledge." A good question indeed. Its ancient eyes glowed brightly, beginning to reveal the secret. "The reason I am here." Theo Ragnar was stunned by the dragon's words. Roadbro began to speak of a monster at the end of the world, the nameless monarch. "For 1,000 years, I have been here to fulfill my duty of protecting the world." The young man thought to himself, his intuition was right. This winter mountain range is merely an outpost. The ancient eyes of the dragon guardian gleamed with an unexpected emotion. Theo was shocked to realize what I sensed from Roadbro's eyes was fear. He couldn't believe it. Could an existence instill fear in a dragon that had reigned for 1,000 years? Clenching his fist, Theo decided to set that question aside. There are more important things to know first. "I will ask my second question," he declared. "What is the ancient dragon's holy relic?" Roadbros replied, revealing that there were 3 holy relics, and Theo was indeed fortunate to know this. Upon hearing of the Camellia Dungeon and the White Moonlight Sword, Theo was stunned. "So, what is the last one?" The giant dragon roared the final name. "The ancient dragon's holy relic, Fafnir, is the result of the ancient dragon's soul being split into 31 fragments. It was given to you humans to protect all from the nameless monarch. The form of the holy relic is not limited. It can be an item or an experience, or even a strange phenomenon." The dragon's words jolted Theo awake. A flood of memories rushed back, of death, of return, of the surreal phenomenon that sent him back 20 years into the past. Regression? Theo looked up, tears welling in his eyes. "So, it was me. If this is Fafnir's power, then everything makes sense. In his memory, Theo Ragnar still pondered an absurdity. There's always a dragon protecting the holy relic, but not this time. It's as if he raised his head, his eyes flashing with determination. With a resolute face, Theo prepared to ask the ancient dragon his final question. "I will ask my last question," he declared. "Why was I chosen? Why was an incompetent like me chosen to fight against the nameless monarch?" The dragon Rodbro roared, its eyes blazing. "I will answer with a question. Why do you—" "think that you are the only one chosen?" The question struck Theo's mind like a hammer, leaving him stunned and breaking out in a cold sweat. "Am I not the only one chosen by the holy relics?" He suddenly thought of the continent's strongest individuals, Ed Troyven, Black Dragon Julius, and even Grandmother Curson. What if they were also chosen? Back in the present, a terrifying realization struck him. They might have regressed too. The memory continued. Rodbro announced, "The mission is complete. I shall bestow your reward upon you." Theo in the past was still reeling from the truth that had just been revealed. But then, a new resolve shone in his eyes. "I've changed my mind. I must become greater." A notification panel appeared, declaring that he had completed the hidden quest and was granted the right to choose one of the ancient dragon's treasures. Before his eyes was an endless treasury, precious gems, holy relics, elixirs, skill books, weapons. "Whatever you choose will be of unimaginable value," the dragon's voice echoed. Rodbro sat atop the mountain of gold, making her final offer. "Choose anything you desire, and I shall grant it to you." In the present, a mysterious and calculating smile formed on Theo Ragnar's lips. Before Rodbro's offer, Theo Ragnar in the past wore a calculating smile. "I want Rodbroha," he shouted his insane demand. The ancient dragon was stunned by his unimaginable audacity. It burst into laughter, deeming it merely a ridiculous joke from a mortal. "Come now, tell me what you truly desire," Rodbro asked again. But the young man remained silent. "I just told you," Theo Ragnar calmly affirmed. Rodbro's gaze turned icy. "Is that not a joke?" "That's right," Theo confirmed, without a hint of hesitation. The Dragon Guardian's wrath erupted, murderous intent surging towards the young man. "Impudent!" Rodbro roared, unleashing terrifying dragon's might. Crushed by the pressure, Theo realized he was facing primal fear from a dragon guardian. He gritted his teeth, enduring as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, determined to stand firm until the end. In response, Theo unleashed his own lesser dragon's might, a faint glimmer against the storm. "How foolish," Rodbro scoffed. "Do you think you can resist me with that?" Despite his injuries, Theo shouted his reasoning, clinging to the dragon's promise. Deep down, he knew this was a gamble for his life, but the reward was too sweet. His goal was none other than to become the Dragon Guardian's partner, to claim absolute legitimacy. Clenching his fists, he told himself he had to do this to avoid repeating the tragedies of the past. "This is an opportunity I cannot miss," Theo roared, betting everything on the dragon's promise. Despite his injuries, Theo Ragnar roared his audacious demand. "Stand by my side!" The ancient dragon Rodbro's eyes widened, stunned by the mortal's arrogance. For a moment, it saw an illusion of the progenitor Sigurd appear behind the young man. The dragon clicked its tongue, seemingly subdued by that unyielding will. "Very well, I accept," the agreement echoed, making Theo sigh in relief. Immediately, Rodbro let out a roar, her colossal body beginning a violent transformation. A massive surge of magical energy erupted, enveloping the dragon. From within the dissipating smoke, a graceful human form emerged. You have piqued my interest. Road Bro, in her new form, smiled. I will grant you a chance. She walked gracefully across the sea of gold, her demeanor both captivating and authoritative. Before Theo now stood a beautiful woman with dragon horns. The young man looked up, completely overwhelmed by this transformation. Are you captivated by my beauty? She teased. But I am over 2,000 years old. Great dragon guardian. Theo suddenly became serious, his gaze fixed on a point. Your chest? He pointed, and Rodbros looked down. Oh, this. To tell you the truth, I lost my heart 50 years ago. She revealed a fatal secret. I only have 3 years left to live at most. Therefore, I cannot leave this lair, nor can I directly assist you. Rodbro raised her hand, her deep gaze fixed on Theo. Do you still wish to choose me as your reward? Theo Ragnar looked forward steadfastly. He boldly declared, My answer remains unchanged. I wish to choose you, Rodbro, as my reward. Rodbro scoffed at his foolishness, but also acknowledged it as a quality of the chosen one, simultaneously bestowing 2 new titles upon Theo. As the soul link was established, Theo resolved, I will become stronger and seek the relics of the progenitor dragon. He secretly vowed to find a replacement for the dragon's lost heart, and the system announced that he had leveled up. Rodbro smirked mischievously. Then please take good care of your new, important person. But I cannot leave here, she added. I will hibernate until you find a solution. She summoned a magic book and assigned him a task, to forge a true soul link. Read it and awaken your heart gate within 1 month, Rodbro commanded, placing the book into a bewildered Theo's hands. As an additional reward, the system confirmed he had received the grimoire Amon. Theo thought to himself, getting the grimoire is good. But, he asked again, confused, a month? Do you have something more urgent? Theo urgently explained, the second phase of the awakening ceremony is underway, and I only have less than half a month left. Rodbro's golden eyes flashed as she listened in silence. She crossed her legs and leisurely said, although it's possible. But I won't allow it, Rodbro declared coldly, leaving Theo stunned. It wouldn't be fun to let you leave so easily, she sneered. Open your heart gate before the second phase ends. I won't let you leave until then. The final declaration left Theo speechless. 3 days before the second phase began, at the Central Intelligence Agency, a conspiracy was hatched. The director explained, as you know, the reason totems create safe zones against demonic beasts Shamaman is thanks to the demonic beast summoning stone within them, which amplifies energy to repel their kin. But if you break this stone, the magic stone shattered in his hand, releasing a surge of dark energy. You can summon a demonic beast whenever you wish. A series of hideous demonic beasts were unleashed from the void, growling in the darkness. A monster lunged forward, bearing its jagged maw full of sharp teeth. The goal of the second phase is to eliminate demonic beasts and collect points, forcing Theo himself to join the hunt. Axion Ragnar replied, I understand, Uncle. Use these stones to lure that bastard out. Exactly. But that's not enough. We can't just lure and kill him, or we'll lose clues about the Rose Palace's relic. Why don't I torture him before killing him? You should know better than anyone, the director coldly retorted. The power gap between you and Theo isn't so vast that you can easily subdue and torture him. However, he seems overly emotional. Let's exploit those who follow him at training ground number 4. Taking them hostage will be easier. I understand, Uncle. That was the plan. But currently, With only 12 hours left in the second phase, Axion Ragnar still held the top spot alone. What a waste. We even planted your men as judges, he thought irritably. A subordinate spoke. Perhaps those 3 bastards from the council have already caught him. Otherwise, it's illogical that he hasn't appeared yet, Felix Ragnar, the Camellia Palace's sword apprentice, coldly remarked. Axion Ragnar silently observed, impatience clearly visible on his face. He muttered to himself, a promising talent of the Camellia Palace, yet with such a trashy vision. Now, I understand why Lady Camellia is more interested in Theo. In the distance, Felix Ragnar flinched in horror, seemingly hearing the mockery. What was that? He gritted his teeth, resentment surging. I'm helping him catch Theo, and he's mocking me. That bastard. Felix clenched his fist, but Axion merely turned away coldly. Axion smirked. Whatever. I didn't expect much anyway. Theo, if you don't show up willingly, then I'll gladly force your hand. His killing intent enveloped his subordinates. Meanwhile, other factions like the Scaled Dragon Society were also ready to act, and even the mysterious swordsmen of the Camellia Palace were awaiting their chance. Axion drew his sword and roared, "It's hunting time. We'll slaughter all the trash from training ground number 4 until he shows himself." At the same time, elsewhere in the snowy forest, a figure suddenly stopped. It was Ray Ragnar, who held the 3rd position with 561 points. Her eyes sharpened. In another development, a giant ice lizard let out a final roar before collapsing. A white-haired trainee joyfully exclaimed, "We did it! We took down a golden bell demonic beast." Sybil Drea triumphantly boasted, "See, I told you we could do it. I must show young Master Theo after the exam." But the white-haired trainee worried. Only 12 hours left until the end of Phase 2. Where is young Master Theo? Iadnalen smiled confidently. I'm sure he's looking at the bigger picture. Since survival is the only requirement, rankings don't truly matter. Bernat Ramiro excitedly interjected, I still want to see young Master become the top scorer again. He promised to call my name. Suddenly, a cold blade pierced the white-haired trainee's chest. To everyone's astonishment, Orion Gardner, ranked 14th, stepped on the victim and sneered, "You guys are truly amusing." Bernat Ramiro screamed in despair, realizing the attacker was from the Scaled Dragon Society. Orion Gardner coldly replied, "You guys are just sacrificial lambs to summon young Master Theo." At the same time, in a distant place called Lodbrok's Nest, a colossal treasure appeared. A dragonkin with golden horns and purple hair, Roadbro, smiled meaningfully. "How surprising," she said to Theo Ragnar, who was diligently studying a grimoire. "You've opened the gate of the mind in less than half a month." Theo sighed in relief, thinking that the information from his previous life about magic power was indeed accurate. Thanks to possessing both the mana core and the dragon heart, he was confident that his comprehension speed far surpassed ordinary people. A new skill, infant synchronization, had formed, allowing him to read residual memories from objects. Roadbro chuckled. "Now you have the basic foundation, my beloved." She continued to explain that when he grew stronger, Theo could even hear her voice. And most importantly, he would be able to borrow the power of Lodbrok, which stunned Theo because it was the power of the progenitor. Roadbros reminded him that her recovery was the top priority, and she only had 3 years left to live. But Theo firmly vowed to complete the pact. A satisfied smile bloomed on the Dragon Guardian's lips. Theo Ragnar extended his hand, magic power surging, preparing to complete the pact. In a vortex of energy, Roadbro declared that the primordial pact had been fulfilled. She vanished into the light, whispering a promise to meet her new pact holder again after 1,000 years. Immediately after, Theo found himself back on the surface amidst the vast white snow. He sighed, having formed a pact, but making no progress with the awakening ceremony. Realizing he only had 12 hours left, he felt like he was intentionally playing on the hardest difficulty. Theo began to sprint, deciding that hunting demonic beasts in the usual way wouldn't be enough. Only one strategy remained. The only remaining strategy is to steal others' bells. Theo Ragnar recalled, "In my previous life, Axion took first place. I don't think anything will change this time." He asserted, "I can take first place just by defeating Axion." Hiding in the snowy forest, he smirked. "Even so, I certainly won't make it easy to defeat him." Suddenly, a strange sound made Theo stop. From behind a tree, a blood-soaked voice echoed, "Found you." Theo was stunned as he recognized the familiar figure. "You are—" Ragnar stumbled out, her entire body covered in injuries shocking him. Ragnar, were you attacked by a monster?" He couldn't believe it. How could a monster injure you like this? Theo's eyes suddenly flashed with a horrifying realization. He stared at the wound on her chest, growling. A sword wound. She was attacked by a person? Breathing raggedly, Ray tried to point the way. Later. First, go west. With that, she fainted and collapsed. Careful. Theo rushed to catch her limp body. He gripped Ray's sword hilt, determined to find the truth. A blue light enveloped the sword as the system announced, using infant synchronization. Ragnar's memories flooded his mind, leaving Theo speechless. In the memory, Remington Narcio coldly asked his subordinate, "What about Theo?" The subordinate replied, with a line of kneeling hostages behind him. "Still no news, but he'll show up soon, won't he?" The scene shifted to another place, where Axion Ragnar looked down at his victims and muttered about the trap he had set. In Ray's memory, Axion's subordinates mocked the bound hostages, suggesting they kill a few to tidy things up. Just as the sword was about to swing down, Ragnar appeared, coldly ordering, "Stop." Axion Ragnar turned, his eyes annoyed as he asked, "What is it, Ragnar?" Ray replied with a resolute expression, "This has gone too far." Axion dismissed her. "This doesn't concern you. Don't interfere and go your own way." But Ray didn't back down. "They are Theo's comrades. Release them." Hearing that name, Axion's smile vanished, his eyes blazing with killing intent. "So that's it. You're also on that idiot's side." Without another word, Ray charged, her sword radiating chilling frost. Two streams of red and icy blue energy collided, creating a terrifying explosion. The confrontation between Frost's sword and Black Tiger officially began in midair. Back in reality, Theo Ragnar was stunned as he witnessed everything through the memories. What happened? Why did Axion capture my 4 comrades? He grabbed the dying Ray, growling, "How could you? Tell me! What happened?" Gasping, Ray recounted, "From the very beginning, Axion was frantically searching for you. But because he couldn't find you, he took your friends hostage to lure you out," she said, leaving Theo speechless. Theo gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his red eyes. "Axion! In this life, you won't leave me alone either. But I am no longer someone you can trample on," he roared. "Where are they? Where is Axion waiting for me?" In the memory, a shout echoed through the snowy forest. "Theo! Theo has appeared!" A subordinate rushed to report to Axion. He suddenly appeared at the northern cliff. The scout confirmed, "I'm sure. Currently, he's with Ragnar. I think he'll be here soon." Axion flashed a sinister smile. "You finally showed up, Theo Ragnar. I'll prove to you that a bastard like you can never surpass me." In the memory, a mysterious voice whispered, "Don't forget, young Master Axion." The hidden figure continued to instruct Axion, who stood amidst the snowy night. No need to confront him directly. Just use the hostages to extract information. The voice asserted, "We will take care of Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, use the summoning orb to distract the supervisors," the figure ordered, and Axion reluctantly replied, "Yes, all right." But then Axion smirked confidently, thinking to himself, "Don't worry." The scene shifted to Ragnar, covered in blood, screaming in despair. "No, you can't go to Axion." She continued to warn. The intelligence agency's supervisors have also sided with him. Ray looked at Theo Ragnar with an urgent gaze. "Even you won't be able to fight them off. Huh? This is no longer a test, but a massacre." She tried to hold him back. "This is a trap to kill you. Don't go alone." But Theo gritted his teeth and replied, "There's no more time. Thank you for your help." He looked at the bloodstains on the snow, thinking of his comrades in danger. "But if I hesitate, something will happen to them." Theo's eyes blazed with hatred. He roared, "I have to go now! Tell me where they are!" Ray was stunned by his recklessness, shouting, "Are you crazy?" She grabbed Theo's collar, desperately shaking him. "You'll die if you go. What can you do if you're dead? You have to accept sacrifice." Past pain erupted. Theo yelled into her face, "I don't want to lose my people again. I don't want to." A fond memory resurfaced of him raising a glass with his close friend. "Our goal is to overcome the second awakening ceremony together." Ray still tried to persuade him with a cruel logic. "This is Ragnar. There's no way to avoid sacrifice." Memories of his comrades toasting together appeared, with the promise, "Let's gather here again," making him even more pained. Theo unleashed his anger on Ray, shouting, "You're also getting in my way." His eyes blurred with blood and tears, immersed in the tragedy of loss. In his painful memories, Theo Ragnar growled at Ray, "You can't just stand there and watch either." Haunting images flooded back. Why did the Rose Palace burn? Why did mother's servants die? The executioner's voice echoed from the past. "That's because you're a fool of the Ragnar family. Because you're the weakest." Among the strong of the Ragnar family, Theo gritted his teeth, resentment surging. "I'm so tired of always suffering so miserably." He decisively pushed the heavily injured Ray away, ignoring her pleas. Ray's eyes widened in shock, and she thought desperately, "I can't repeat the mistakes of the past." Swallowed by the ghosts of the past, Theo roared, his killing intent exploding. "So tell me, where is Axion?" Back in the present, in a snowy forest, the scene was chaotic with scattered items and bloodstains. Remington Narcio coldly speculated, "This is items collected by Sybil." He noticed the deadly clues, a dropped bell, bloodstains. Remington concluded firmly, "Something bad has happened." Turning his gaze to his two comrades, he spoke, "Isn't that right?" Hulkus, Erica, Remington Narcio, the second-ranked Silver Lion, asked for help. "Excuse me, but I hope you two can assist me for a moment." At the same time, elsewhere, a giant snow monster let out a savage roar. It swung its massive stone club, delivering a fatal blow towards Theo Ragnar. Seizing the moment, Theo narrowly dodged the attack. Decisively, Theo Ragnar swung his sword, growling, "I don't have time." He charged forward, evading the giant snow monster's crushing swing. Narrowly slipping past, Theo landed safely as the beast's attack shook the ground. As he traversed the snow, he mused, "It's highly likely Sybil and the other hostages are still alive. Ed must have orchestrated this to cleanly kill me." A pack of smaller magical beasts burst from the snow, blocking his path. Theo maintained a cold expression, certain in his belief. The fact that the supervisors are with Axion is proof. Recalling another battle, he unleashed a destructive move, Dragon Claw Third Form. His eyes burned with determination, his thoughts continuing. The supervisors sent to kill me will surely control Axion's abnormal behavior. Back in reality, facing the pack of monsters, he told himself he had to act even faster, because Axion was an unpredictable variable. He suddenly threw his sword, embedding it straight into the snow. Standing before the roaring beast, Theo realized that precisely because of that variable, his eyes flashed with a brilliant red light. A plan had formed. The monster let out one final roar, charging to attack. He would be able to catch Axion. Theo stomped on the beast's arm, turning it into a springboard to launch himself upward. Elsewhere, the heavily injured Ragnar whispered in her memories, "That's right, Theo. You've always been like that since you were little." The image of young Theo from back then appeared, extending his hand with a radiant smile. "Let's go home." Ray bowed her head, blood oozing from her wound. Her eyes filled with pain, but also resolve. This time, she dragged her heavy feet through the snow, leaving a long trail of blood. Facing the forest, she resolved, "I will help you." Meanwhile, at a secret location, Sybil Drea and another trainee were tightly bound and gagged, struggling desperately. A brutal punch sent the opponent spitting blood. Axion, Ragnar stood coldly over the defeated foe. Noisy. He drew his sword, growling, "I told you, if you don't shut up, I'll kill you." Reminded of the plan by an unseen voice, Axion irritably replied, "All right." He reluctantly sheathed his sword, temporarily suppressing his rage. In the snowy forest, Axion and his subordinates guarded the desperate hostages. Meanwhile, Theo Ragnar bowed his head, his eyes burning with resentment. He thought bitterly, "In the end, you still didn't believe you could defeat him." "That idiot!" Theo clenched his fist, his anger flaring. Suddenly, Axion and his companions sensed a surge of killing intent approaching. The bound hostage's eyes widened in horror. Axion looked up ahead, his sharp eyes waiting. A lone figure was walking through the snow, each step heavy. Axion spoke provocatively, "You finally showed up." Theo Ragnar emerged from the blizzard, covered in blood, but with an overwhelming aura. His red eyes locked onto his target, unwavering. The hostages were stunned, a glimmer of hope flickering in their desperate eyes. Theo's injured face was as cold as ice, showing only determination. From a distance, the dispatched prosecutor team was in position, ready to act. Theo's blazing red eyes flashed, signaling the official start of the death match. Axion sat on his victim, a smug smile on his lips. "You made me wait too long." Theo Ragnar's crimson eyes gleamed with a deadly light. At Axion's feet, a victim lay motionless, blood staining the white snow. Theo's hand tightened around his sword hilt, ready for the coming battle. He stood up straight, twin swords in hand, his aura overwhelming the entire space. A subordinate spoke up anxiously, "Young Master Axion." Axion remained silent, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. Theo calmly spoke, "You must have grasped the situation by now. So let's get straight to the point. If you want to save your friends, you must. Are you scared?" Theo's unexpected question stunned Axion. Axion frowned, disbelieving his ears. "What?" Theo smirked. "Are you afraid you'll lose to me?" Axion's eyes blazed with fury. "What the hell are you babbling about? If not, then there's no reason for you to pull these stunts," Theo continued to provoke. He glanced at the fallen hostage, including this shameful kidnapping charade. "Isn't it all because you're afraid of losing to me?" The words were like a dagger plunged straight into Axion's pride. Axion roared, veins bulging on his forehead. "You bastard!" Theo raised his glowing sword, challenging, "If not, then fight me." A true sword duel of the Ragnar family. Of course, Theo sneered. That's if you have any self-respect left. Axion's rage erupted, transforming into a wild and savage grin. Theo Ragnar boldly declared, "If I lose, I'll give you everything, even my life. Conversely, if I win, release." Axion Ragnar burst into maniacal laughter. "A sword duel? Is this Ragnar fool asking for a sword duel with me?" Theo Ragnar coldly retorted, "It seems you don't realize your arrogance has reached the heavens." Provoked, Axion roared, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" causing his subordinates to call out his name in alarm. The blonde subordinate quickly interjected, "That's just a provocation. You don't need to respond to him." Ignoring the advice, "Just stick to the plan." Axion brushed it off with a shout, "Shut up!" Axion's fury turned to his own men. "Are you saying you don't trust me?" Finally, Axion decisively stood up, accepting the challenge. "Very well, Theo Ragnar, let's fight." Facing that decision, Theo Ragnar merely smirked confidently. Meanwhile, the prosecutor knights observed from afar, noting that the situation was becoming more complicated than expected. One of Axion's subordinates ordered his comrades not to interfere with the honorable duel and not to touch the hostage. The snow wind howled as the two figures charged at each other. Theo Ragnar's eyes flashed with determination. Clang! A deafening metallic sound echoed as the two swords clashed for the first time. Axion was stunned as he felt the power from his opponent's parry. "Thanks," Theo said. "Let's not waste any more time and begin." Immediately, Theo charged forward, the sword in his hand carving a sharp slash. The two once again clashed in a whirlwind of swords. Axion strained to defend, roaring in contempt. The petty tricks of a concubine's child. Their collision created a powerful shockwave, scattering a wide area of white snow. Losing all patience, Axion screamed in a frenzy, "I'll teach you a lesson." Facing the roar of 1,000 dragons, Theo Ragnar unleashed the true power of his family. He stood firm against his opponent's colossal energy fangs. With sharp eyes, Theo channeled all his power into his sword. A single slash tore through Axion's attack with an overwhelming blue energy surge. Axion could only watch in astonishment as Theo's destructive skill rushed towards him. After the attack, Theo stood there, his expression chillingly calm. He looked down at his opponent, his voice full of sarcasm. "Are you skilled enough to teach me?" Elsewhere, Orion Gardner, a director of the Scaled Dragon Society, couldn't contain his anger. He muttered, "I still had doubts after the first round, but I didn't expect Theo to be this skilled." Orion bit his lip, conflicted. "This is tough. Axion might lose. Should I betray him and side with Theo?" After a moment of silence, the man made his final decision. "No. The Central Intelligence Bureau's supervisor is here. Let them handle it." Orion turned and shouted, "Scaled Dragon Society, retreat!" The subordinates quickly obeyed, deciding to abandon Axion to avoid being caught in the chaos. In Axion's memory, the image of his younger self appeared. His uncle from the Troivan family placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "You must seize the Ragnar throne for your mother and uncle, for the prosperity of the Troivan family." He smirked sinisterly. "The Ragnar name is just a facade. You are a Troivan. Understand?" Those words were etched deep into young Axion's mind. Returning to reality, Axion gritted his teeth, reluctantly whispering, "Impressive." Without giving his opponent time to recover, Theo charged forward with terrifying speed. In a fit of rage, Axion roared, "Theo Ragnar!" Theo retaliated with a powerful slash. Cornered, Axion gritted his teeth and braced himself to defend. But Theo maintained the upper hand, pressuring his opponent without a single opening. He smirked. "Thanks for acting exactly as predicted, Axion." Meanwhile, in a secret meeting room, a knight reported, Theo Ragnar has finally revealed himself and made contact with Axion Ragnar. The demon dragon burst into hearty laughter. Excellent! You've finally made your move, Theo. I knew you were safe and sound. Another commander was astonished. Huh? Didn't those bastards take care of him? The gray-haired councilman sighed in relief, thinking, so he's still alive. My plan can finally begin. He smiled sinisterly. After Axion extracts information about the relic, the high-ranking swordsman I've chosen will take him down. Suddenly, another guard rushed in with urgent news. Sir, there's new information. Theo Ragnar and Axion Ragnar are currently in the middle of a duel. The councilman's expression immediately changed. Back on the battlefield, Axion was stunned into a daze. What? Theo was performing secret art, gestures footwork, moving at incredible speed. Axion hastily swung his sword, struggling to parry the blows. Theo continued his relentless assault, giving his opponent no time to breathe. Axion secretly admitted, sweat pouring down. He's truly strong. His growth rate is remarkable. However, his eyes flashed, beginning to analyze Theo's every movement. Seeing Theo's reflection in his eyes, Axion realized his speed isn't actually that fast. He tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze sharp. Your movements. Axion tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes fixed on his opponent's every move. In that moment, everything slowed down, and he thought, I can read it all. But then Axion froze as he realized the true intention. A flying sword technique? Theo Ragnar's sword tore through the air, hurtling straight towards its target. The eyes of a gagged hostage flashed with extreme terror. Axion's two subordinates could only helplessly await the blade to decide their fate. This technique, Theo had used it to defeat countless enemies in the past. Axion smirked. You should know, using a secret art with predetermined movements. Chi only serves to tell your opponent your next position. Memories flooded back, like a drop of crimson blood falling from a cold blade. Blood stained the snow, dyeing an unforgettable past crimson. That day, Theo collapsed, and a stranger held a knife to his throat, making him gasp. So it was you? A hooded figure stood above, their voice as cold as ice. You talk too much. Completely defeated, Theo lay there, covered in blood, with only despair in his eyes. The hooded figure looked down at his prey impassively. He subtly pulled back his hood, his crimson eyes flashing with cruelty. Finish it. Lying on the ground, Theo could only grit his teeth in hatred. That bastard did it. That was the day he died. The day the Rose Palace was engulfed in flames. I had to die without knowing who burned down our Rose Palace. He screamed in ultimate agony, because I had no power. In Theo Ragnar's memory, the traitor Rendan Harvey smiled sinisterly, his identity exposed. The young man's eyes blazed with hatred as the last piece of the past fell into place. He recalled, the only logical conclusion was that the Troyven family was his killer. Reality returned. His opponent, Axion Ragnar, stood there in the white snow. Theo remembered the rare flying sword technique, a move only the arrogant dared to use. And that person was none other than Axion Ragnar. Before, I wasn't sure, but now I've seen it with my own eyes, Theo whispered, his doubts vanishing. Suddenly, he used his bare hand to grip Axion's blade, causing it to begin cracking. Both then and now, he gritted his teeth, the sword shattering under his grip. Why do you bastards so desperately want to kill me? Theo roared, breaking the sword. Axion was stunned, unable to believe the sight before him. He broke a sword with his bare hands. This life is not like my previous one, Theo coldly declared, tossing the fragments away. Blood dripped from his hand as he tightly gripped the hilt of his own sword. I will save myself. And all my comrades, he asserted. his gaze fixed on the fallen enemies. Theo swung his sword, unleashing a massive surge of energy that swept across the battlefield. But Axion merely watched calmly. What's with this half-baked imitation? Theo flinched in horror, realizing something was wrong. He looked up, speechless, as he saw Axion appear amidst a vortex of energy. What the hell is this? Axion Ragnar tensely realized. This isn't ordinary killing intent. A massive, beast-like surge of magic erupted from Theo, startling Axion. What is this ridiculous level of magic? Could it be this bastard was holding back in the first round? Axion was stunned by the harsh truth. Theo shot across the white snow, moving at an astonishing speed. The two blades clashed, but Axion was the one pushed back, unable to believe it. Why? Axion's eyes still held a look of shock at his opponent's unimaginable power. The shockwave from their clash swept through the entire snowy forest. Axion braced himself, his blade sparking against Theo's relentless attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Theo leaped into the air, preparing to launch an aerial attack. But instead of using his sword, Theo extended his left hand, and a blue orb of energy gathered. The unexpected energy punch struck Axion directly in the face, leaving him dazed. Theo smirked, taunting, "So, when are you going to show me your great power?" The mockery added fuel to the fire, and Axion gritted his teeth. "You bastard!" In a fit of rage, Axion grabbed Theo's wrist, stopping his next attack. The tables turned, and Theo was flung into the air by Axion's power. Theo's red eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He strained with all his might, trying to resist the enraged opponent's grip. A powerful stomp tore up the snow-covered ground as they struggled. The two warriors clashed again, their blades flashing in the air. But this time, Theo was overwhelmed and sent flying, tumbling across the snow. Amidst the blizzard, Theo Ragnar took a stance, facing his approaching enemy. He was stunned by the powerful sword aura rushing towards him like a storm. Axion Ragnar gave his opponent no time to breathe. Charging with his glowing sword, he unleashed a swirling technique, creating deadly rings of energy. "Axion," Theo whispered, recognizing the formidable power of his enemy. Axion channeled power into his legs, preparing for a decisive attack. He pointed his black sword at Theo, his voice as cold as ice. "Do you know what it feels like to be stabbed through the gut?" Axion's eyes blazed with killing intent, while Theo could only watch in horror. The blade plunged straight down, aiming for Theo's vulnerable abdomen. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a long trail of blood on the snow caught their attention. This isn't a monster's trail. Someone was taken. Remington Narcio deduced, the only one who could do this is Axion. Hulkus Lanky looked bewildered. Axion? He's already ranked first. What more does he need? It seems he took Theo's subordinates hostage to lure him out, Remington concluded. He intends to eliminate Theo in the second blooming ceremony. Hulkus roared, "What? He should fight fair. So Axion is a coward." Erica Ranke merely shrugged. "So what?" She explained nonchalantly, "This is the Ragnar family's blooming ceremony. This kind of thing is normal." Remington fell silent, his expression thoughtful. "That's why I don't like the Ragnar family," he spoke up. "Even if it's a fight to the death, this is still unacceptable." Hulkus was surprised. "Your words are dangerous. Are you serious?" Remington gave a resolute smile. "I have to save his subordinates. If it were Theo, he would do the same." Hulkus became enthusiastic. "It'd be great if you came along. We have to go." "Sis, are you coming too?" Erica coldly replied to Hulkus's call. "No, I'm not interested." Erica coldly declared, "I followed you because I thought I'd meet Theo Ragnar, but he's nowhere to be found." She added with disdain, "And I truly hate the weak. I have no desire to save them." Hulkus Lanky asked, stunned, Sis, are you crazy? Causing Erica to snap. What did you say, kid? Remington Narcio then spoke up. Erica, I know why you want to meet Theo. Hearing that, Erica was momentarily taken aback. Remington smiled confidently. I assure you, if you help me this time, it will greatly benefit your goal as well. After a moment of silence, all three rushed across the pristine white snow. With Remington leading, the group traversed the frigid forest with a single objective. Suddenly, a sword plunged into the snow, blocking their path along with a concise command, "Stop." A figure stood in their way, declaring, "You cannot go any further." Immediately after, an entire group of people emerged from the forest, forming an impenetrable barrier. Remington narrowed his eyes, recognizing the enemy. Scaled Dragon Society? Their leader, Orion Gardner, smirked. Long time no see, Wellington. I didn't expect you to abandon us to go with a bunch of fools. He glanced at the other two. And now you're with those idiotic Ranky bears? Causing Hulkus to roar. What? He said we're stupid bears who only use muscles instead of brains? Orion casually replied, I didn't say all of that. Remington coldly demanded, Move aside, Orion. I don't want to fight an old friend. But the other man firmly refused. I refuse. Remington's patience ran out, and his gaze sharpened. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his voice hardening. If you won't move aside, then I'll just have to eliminate you. Remington charged at Orion, while his companions dealt with the others. A member of the Scaled Dragon Society was quickly defeated, lying motionless in the snow. The defeated foe's broken sword lay there, staining the cold snow with blood. A member of the Scaled Dragon Society twitched one last time before lying still. Seizing the opportunity, Remington Narcio shot forward like a silver flash. Orion Gardner narrowed his eyes, bracing himself for the furious assault. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ragnar's katana flew into the air after a decisive blow. The black-haired young man collapsed, his weapon plunging into the snow right before him. Axion gritted his teeth, recalling Theo's words. This is the chance young Master Theo granted me. He decided in a flash, I have to cut it off. Back in the other battle, two more enemies had fallen at the hands of Remington's comrades. In the distance, the death match between Theo and Axion raged fiercely amidst the falling snow. Two blades clashed, sparking fire, their powers seemingly equal. In the one-on-one confrontation, neither would yield an inch. Suddenly, Theo sensed another surge of killing intent, and he growled, He's finally shown his face. A cloaked shadow appeared, its voice cold. My apologies, young Master Axion. The stranger drew his sword, declaring, I will accept my punishment. After the flower opening ceremony, he was supervisor, Liam Troyven. Without warning, Liam Troyven lunged at Theo, but he managed to parry in time. Immediately, Axion's subordinates roared, Escort the young master, then charged out in unison. They rushed forth swiftly, stirring up the entire white snowy expanse. The entire squad surrounded Theo, one of them saying to their master, Young Master Axion, you have fought enough. Leave the rest to us. Another subordinate respectfully offered the katana. We have retrieved the sword you dropped. Axion. Ragnar gripped the hilt of the katana that had just been returned to him. His subordinates retreated, silently observing with stern expressions. Suddenly, Supervisor Liam Troyven drew his sword, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He charged directly at Theo Ragnar, determined to end the match himself. A dangerous sword strike was unleashed, aimed straight at Theo. Theo hastily raised his sword to block the blow, but the opponent's power was not to be underestimated. The two blades clashed, creating a deafening sound and flashing sparks. Liam roared, pouring all his strength into the attack. Theo gritted his teeth, struggling to resist the immense pressure bearing down on him. Liam smirked. I have no choice but to admit it. He won't be repelled by Axion or the new high-ranking prosecutors I brought today. His gaze turned vicious. A deadly decision made. He thought to himself, but we are not on the same level. This is the only chance to kill him. All for the sake of Troyven, Liam yelled, his sword enveloped in dark aura. Farewell, Theo Ragnar. Theo's red eyes suddenly gleamed with an unusual light. A giant dragon's eye seemed to open in his subconscious. Unexpectedly, a sharp katana pierced through Liam's chest from behind. Liam Troyven spat blood, his eyes wide with horror, unable to believe what had just happened. He turned around and froze when he saw that his attacker was Axion. Young master, what is this? Axion growled, his eyes blazing with fury. I told you not to interfere. A decisive sword swing from Remington Narcio struck down Orion Gardner on the cold snow. Young Master Axion, what the hell are you doing? His subordinate screamed, while Orion Gardner watched the unbelievable scene in pain. Orion thought furiously, You interfered because you thought I would lose. This is an insult to a successor. Elsewhere, Theo Ragnar was also stunned. Axion, that madman. He attacked his own people again. Meanwhile, Remington Narcio looked towards Theo and conceded, All right, I acknowledge you, Theo Ragnar. You are very strong. Axion's memories flooded back with the words of someone from the Troyven family. The weak are useless, but you have talent, Axion. Crush them all, he whispered into young Axion's ear. Only then can you seize Ragnar's throne. Orion's thoughts echoed a similar teaching. But you must be weaker than me. That is the natural order. Back in the present, Axion faced Theo, declaring, I am destined to be the strongest. There's no way I'll lose to you here. Anything that stands in my way, Axion growled, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. I'll kill them all, he roared, lunging towards Theo with a furious surge of killing intent. Axion's eyes glowed with a deadly red, devoid of any reason. He unleashed a destructive slash that tore through space itself. Theo could only widen his eyes in horror at the unstoppable attack. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed everything, leaving Theo no time to react. The shockwave sent Theo flying backward, while Axion soared into the air. However, Axion's target wasn't Theo, but Liam Troyven, who had just been fatally stabbed from behind. Senior Liam, his subordinates cried out as the supervisor collapsed onto the snow. One of them angrily yelled, Damn it, I knew he was reckless, but I didn't expect it to be this extreme. Despite his severe injuries, Liam still ordered, Don't mind me, go help young Master Axion and kill Theo Ragnar. Liam Troyven screamed in horror. But he's resisting so strongly. For us to... Though blood streamed from the corner of his mouth, he still screamed his final command. Go! Go kill Theo. If Axion dies, we're all screwed. Theo Ragnar screamed in pain, blown backward, blood splattering everywhere. Axion unleashed an earth-shattering slash, its power sweeping away everything in its path. With a bruised face, Axion muttered in shock, No way, this can't be happening. Memories suddenly rushed back. The mysterious gray-haired man once said, Even with the slightest possibility, the Ragnar family is something you can never fully account for. Even a candle in the wind can suddenly flare up. Back in reality, a tear rolled down Axion's cheek as he desperately denied, No, it can't be. In the past, that man had asked contemptuously, Why do you keep worrying about that bastard? He's just an incompetent worm. At that time, Axion had smugly replied, I'll toy with him a bit and make him realize his place. But then that man sowed doubt. You know it too, don't you? that the skill gap between you and Theo is no longer wide. His train of thought broken, Axion roared in a frenzied rage. No, no, no. He vented his anger on Theo. Trash like you can easily be torn apart and killed. I am Axion Ragnar, destined to become the ruler of the North and inherit Ragnar's throne. I am Axion Ragnar. His dark energy condensed into a colossal beast, baring its sharp fangs at Theo. Theo stood firm, his voice sharp. That damn throne. Countless of my people have died because of your ambition. If you have no intention of giving up that ambition, I will crush it with force, he declared, tightening his grip on his sword. A powerful surge of blue aura erupted, enveloping Theo's entire body. His power transformed into the shape of a colossal blue dragon, roaring behind him. His eyes glowing blue, Theo roared the name of his technique, Dragon's Claw. Theo Ragnar's eyes gleamed with iron determination, ready for the finishing blow. A vow from the past echoed in his mind. I will become strong enough to defeat all of you. Images of his fallen comrades rushed back, fueling Theo's will for revenge. The intense pain of his tragic past flared up once more, empowering him. Returning to reality, Theo and Axion Ragnar faced each other under the cold moonlight. With a roar, Theo unleashed his dragon's claw, a freezing blue energy hurtling straight towards Axion. A series of sharp energy claws tore through the air, leaving the opponent no escape. A terrifying explosion sent snow flying, engulfing the entire battlefield. As the snow cleared, Axion's crimson blood began to stain the ground. The black tiger couldn't stand firm, collapsing to his knees on the freezing snow. He fell completely, his sword flying to the side, blood spreading into a large puddle. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy carrying a blood-red eye rose from Axion's body, but it was immediately and mercilessly extinguished by another of Theo's attacks. Axion's battered body was sent flying, sliding across the snow. His hand hung limp, completely motionless after the devastating attack. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Theo Ragnar stood tall, the ultimate victor. His face was cold, exhausted, but his gaze remained resolute after the death match. Witnessing that scene, Liam Troyven was utterly horrified. Spitting blood, he couldn't believe his eyes, seeing his master Axion so miserably defeated. With hateful eyes, Liam snarled his final command. Kill him. Kill! Kill that bastard! Liam Troyven roared in utter fury. Immediately, the cloaked subordinates all rushed towards Theo Ragnar. The young man stood there, exhausted, but his gaze unwavering. On his dirt-smudged face, a strained yet defiant smile appeared. He knew this was a gamble, because with his battered body, facing 4 high-ranking swordsmen was hopeless. His stamina was depleted, and his mana was almost empty after his final strike against Axion. The enemy's blades struck without hesitation, but deep down, Theo was still waiting. Soon, he thought to himself, a sharp blade flashed and lunged straight at him. Surrounded, he wondered, could it be that they still haven't arrived? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. A contingent of troops unexpectedly appeared, charging into battle and blocking the enemy's assault. Theo's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Hulkus, Remington, Erica. What? Why is everyone? He exclaimed. Why are you all here? Theo cried out in astonishment. An ash-blonde-haired young man smiled and replied, Saving a comrade in danger is only natural, isn't it, young Master Theo? Theo was speechless, his eyes reflecting emotion. Orion Gardner fought and shouted, Damn it, Theo! I've never met anyone as strong as you. I like it! Sybil Drea also roared, My loyalty is to serve young Master Theo. I cannot flee. The clanging of metal echoed. The battle had truly just begun. Remington Narcio coldly blocked a knight, declaring, It is taboo for a supervisor to interfere, let alone directly attack a candidate.
You just sorry.
You are aware this is a grave crime, aren't you? The knight could only grit his teeth, completely overwhelmed. Another subordinate frantically yelled, "Liam, what should we do? The situation is out of control. Should we just eliminate all of them?" While his subordinate urged him, Liam Troyven stood motionless, enveloped in a deadly silence. He bitterly realized, this is a complete disaster. In his mind, Liam sourly admitted, "We haven't even found any clues about the Rose Labyrinth relic. Nor can we deal with Theo. Even Lord Axion is dead. Now, with all of Theo's allies having appeared, all their schemes have been exposed. Liam desperately concluded that there was no way to salvage this situation." "Liam," the subordinate cried out in panic. "We're out of time." Amidst the snowy sky, Liam made his final decision, his voice as cold as ice. "Then the best option is to kill them all." The subordinate was stunned, unable to believe the order he had just heard. Liam outlined a crazy plan. Fabricate an abnormal monster appearance, and all candidates at the scene would be massacred because of it. Clenching the magic pouch, he asserted it was the best course of action. His goal was to fake it as an accident and erase all evidence related to the Troyven family. Liam unleashed dark magic, declaring, 20 level 5 monsters. That's enough to stage the accident, understood?" The subordinate, transitioning from extreme terror, gritted his teeth and accepted the brutal order. "Understood." A loyal Troyven subordinate roared, activating dark magic at Liam's command. But just as the energy spheres were about to be unleashed, a dark shadow descended from the sky, shattering his spell. An ash blonde-haired supervisor appeared, his sharp gaze calling out the mastermind's name directly, Liam. The subordinate spat blood, bitterly realizing another problem had arisen. Supervisor Selperd Gardner questioned the subordinates. "What the hell are you doing?" Other supervisors also appeared in succession. Natasha Kopel of the Plum Blossom Palace and Sally Gardner of the Water Lotus Palace. Liam Troyven was stunned, unable to believe reinforcements had arrived so quickly. Amidst the chaos, a subordinate screamed in despair as he saw his comrades fall. Selperd pointed his sword, ordering the remaining ones, "You three, stand still. If you want to live, follow obediently." He delivered a final threat. "If you want to end up like Liam, feel free to resist." Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Theo's faction and the supervisors formed a tense standoff. Suddenly, a long, black-haired supervisor appeared, causing Theo Ragnar to softly call out his name in astonishment. The man sighed in relief, thinking to himself that he had arrived just in time. He opened his arms to catch the exhausted Theo falling into them, saying that he had arrived at the right moment. Theo weakly thanked him, but the man scolded, "Theo, you're too reckless. Why did you go this far?" The supervisor's red eyes shone with determination mixed with worry. Meanwhile, the other supervisors gathered, dealing with the aftermath and the bodies of the Troyven subordinates. Remington Narcio shouted in concern, "Young Master Theo, it's too dangerous. Why didn't you call me?" Holkus Lanka pinched Remington's cheek and laughed loudly, while Erica Ranke excitedly reminded Theo about their rematch. Orion Gardner and the members of the Scaled Dragon Society couldn't hold back their tears, sobbing with emotion at Theo's sacrifice. In Ray Ragnar's arms, Theo Ragnar collapsed from exhaustion. Even as he drifted into unconsciousness, a satisfied smile graced his lips as he thought, "This is..." Ray silently looked at her comrade, a tear rolling down her cheek. "The power I've always pursued," Theo's thoughts concluded as he saw the people he had protected. Her worry fading, Ray smiled gently, softly calling his name. Theo. She suddenly remembered, pointing towards the bell left in the snow. Oh, and bring me the bell, so I can still claim first place, Ray said, with her confident smile returned. The silent night gradually descended upon the snow-covered forest. Meanwhile, at a luxurious mansion, moonlight illuminated the pervasive tension. Ragnar was stunned, unable to believe her ears. What did you just say? In the council meeting room, a fully armored messenger was reporting shocking news. The messenger spoke, announcing Axion Ragnar's fate. Elder Dragon Wolfgang Ragnar listened with a stern, emotionless face. Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar couldn't hide her worry, cold sweat breaking out. Even the eye-patch demon dragon appeared serious upon receiving the news. Dead? Ymil snarled, her eyes wide with rage and pain. Back in the forest, the second awakening ceremony was officially declared over. The surviving trainees, looking haggard, whispered amongst themselves about what had just happened. A powerful figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Standing on a rocky outcrop, a high-ranking commander spoke. Everyone, you've worked hard. With this, Pharrell Ragnar, the rising dragon of the 9 dragons, declared the second blooming ceremony concluded. The trainees were stunned. The rising dragon is here, someone who rarely appears. Why is he here? He announced. Out of 87 candidates, 45 have passed. This batch is truly the most talented in history. His eyes gleamed red, particularly impressed by the top scorer's points. Theo Ragnar stood silently amidst the snowy landscape, his face covered in injuries, but his gaze unwavering. Pharrell declared that those who passed would be promoted from apprentice swordsman to junior swordsman. You can be proud of this, he said, as true swordsman of the Ragnar household. Remington Narcio and the others listened intently as he confirmed they were officially qualified to act. With sharp eyes, he declared, Then I shall announce the scores of the second blooming ceremony. First place, Theo Ragnar, 1,121 points. The entire crowd was stunned, unable to believe that someone who had scored 0 could turn the situation around. A trainee whispered about Axion, recalling the image of the fallen black tiger. Pharrell continued to call out names. Second place, Remington Narcio. Third place, Erica Ranke. Fourth place, Ray Ragnar. Fifth place, Holkus Lanky. The snowy wind still blew fiercely through the forest, marking the end of a bloody battle. After reading up to 45th place, he concluded, That is all. Everyone has worked hard. However, the ceremony is not yet over, he unexpectedly announced. There is still the third blooming ceremony. Many trainees were disappointed for not collecting enough magic seeds or being unable to comprehend them. Without hesitation, Remington, Holkus, Erica, and Ray simultaneously raised their hands, asserting their qualifications. Among those hands, a black-gloved hand slowly rose. It was Theo Ragnar, the top scorer of the exam, who had also earned the right to participate. The hidden piece of the ceremony was revealed. Elemental breathing technique, the key to unlocking new power. Theo Ragnar mused. Difficult to collect, even harder to comprehend. That's why it's called the hidden piece. In his previous life, he himself couldn't understand the ancient characters on this artifact. But now, with his eyes shining brightly, a special ability was activated. The young dragon synchronization skill allowed him to read the thoughts of objects. The essence of the complex words appeared in his mind as images, allowing him to instantly grasp everything. Pharrell Ragnar burst into delighted laughter at the 4 raised hands. Just one successful person would be good news, but 4 of you, truly astonishing. Theo smirked, thinking about the butterfly effect he had created, because in his previous life, Neither Ray nor Remington had possessed this breathing technique. The authoritative elder commanded, "Then, one by one, show the judges what you have achieved. First up, Theo Ragnar." The name was called, and the young man stepped forward with a resolute gaze. He confidently stepped forward. Now that Axion is gone, many things will change, but there's nothing to fear. Certainly, it will be a better future than before. Energy began to converge around Theo's feet as he prepared to demonstrate. "What I have achieved is..." A chaotic surge of energy violently erupted. "Lightning," Theo declared, and lightning immediately surged forth, enveloping his body. He focused his intent, his eyes glowing golden. After channeling mana, manifest it. A colossal pillar of lightning struck directly from the sky, shaking the entire area with a thunderous roar. The other trainees were speechless. One fearfully exclaimed, "Impossible! Not just channeling it, but manifesting it too?" Amidst the lightning storm, Theo calmly thought, normally, things would end here, but from within the crowd, Remington Narcio wore an intrigued smile. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light emanated from Theo's chest armor. Theo Ragnar unleashed his power, brilliant golden lightning enveloping his body, leaving Ray Ragnar, who stood nearby, stunned. Holkus Lanki couldn't hide his excitement. "I like it. Truly impressive." Farrell Ragnar laughed loudly, his voice full of interest. "Ha ha ha, truly remarkable. I didn't expect you to have reached such a level of control. Just as the rumors say." The judge's red eyes gleamed with curiosity as he noticed something unusual. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light emanated from Theo's chest armor. Immediately, the light transformed into an intense column of golden energy erupting around him. The terrifying power caused the ground beneath Theo's feet to crack open, forming a gigantic magic circle. Theo's eyes blazed with determination, golden lightning bolts dancing before him. He gripped his sword tightly, channeling all the thunderous energy into the weapon. From the sword, a colossal lightning dragon was summoned, letting out a sky-shattering roar. The other trainees could only gape in astonishment at the unbelievable sight. The lightning dragon charged straight towards Farrell, causing someone to exclaim in panic, "Is he attacking the supervisor?" Contrary to expectations, Farrell merely smiled with amusement. "Ha ha, interesting. You've reached the expansion stage." The old judge raised his hand, and drops of pure water began to condense in midair. He unleashed the hydrostatic crosscut technique, a massive surge of water pressure shooting straight towards Theo. Amidst the falling snow, Farrell declared, "You have the right to challenge this judge." Theo smirked confidently, ready to face one of the 9 dragons. All the remaining trainees stood frozen, holding their breath as they watched the earth-shattering confrontation. After the display, Farrell announced, "Well done, Theo Ragnar. I shall reward you with an additional 1,000 points." The final leaderboard appeared, showing Theo's overwhelming score, which heavily shocked Holkus Lanka, while Erica Ranke wore a satisfied smile. Remington Narcio smiled in admiration. At this level, he's truly on par with Lord Torkel. Farrell Ragnar looked down sternly, commanding, "Now, the 3 of you, show me what you've got too." In response to the challenge, Remington Narcio unleashed his water elemental power, earning 500 points. Ray Ragnar was not to be outdone, summoning countless icy blades and claiming 300 points. Erica Rank erupted with furious flames on her sword, easily securing 300 points. Farrell laughed contentedly. "Ha ha ha, truly a very good batch. Usually, exceeding 1,000 points is enough to be the top scorer. But this time, there are 4, he said as the final leaderboard appeared, with Theo Ragnar solely dominating the top spot. Amidst the vast, snowy mountain landscape, Farrell's voice echoed, "Everyone, you've worked hard. He declared the end of the exam, only asking those participating in the third blossoming ceremony to remain. The four most outstanding candidates, Theo, Remington, Erica, and Ray, stood solemnly before the supreme judge. Pharrell looked at them, his voice full of hidden meaning. Now, from this moment on, suddenly, a surge of crimson energy enveloped the mountaintop, signaling an ominous omen. Remington, Erica, and Ray were all startled and terrified by the sudden change. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Pharrell calmly asked, "Shall we begin the third blossoming ceremony?" Theo Ragnar growled, his red eyes bloodshot with anger. "What? Why?" He sensed a familiar evil energy as the shadow of a demonic dragon appeared on the mountaintop. The third blossoming ceremony was a fated encounter with the Ragnar clan head. This encounter would determine who would be chosen for the prestigious clan head battle. Being chosen meant being recognized as a strong contender for the succession. Theo looked up, his gaze firm. "So, the one waiting for us is the clan head." Theo Ragnar suddenly shivered, wondering, "But why do I sense Rodbrock's presence?" A horrifying speculation flashed through his mind. It can't be. Could it be they've taken Rodbrock's heart? Theo thought, imagining the clan head holding that demonic power. At that moment, Pharrell Ragnar roared, "Now, pierce through the dragon's fear and meet the clan head." Under immense pressure, the candidates braced themselves, struggling forward step by arduous step. Erica Ranky gritted her teeth. "Damn it! How are we supposed to climb up there in this state?" Theo calmly replied, "Don't think about overcoming it with brute force. You need to harmonize with the flow of mana." Erica asked, confused. "The flow?" Remington Narcio immediately understood. "You mean creating interference with a counterphase wave to neutralize the distortion." "Just as expected of you." Remington added, "It means you're not worthy of meeting the clan head if you can't properly control and adjust your mana." Erica was completely lost with the complex terminology. Counterphase wave? Interference? Are you speaking a foreign language? Remington closed his eyes, trying to concentrate and apply the theory he had just heard. The Silver Lion patiently explained, "Mana is a type of wave. The clan head's pressure is also a wave. To overcome it, we need to create another mana wave to cancel it out." Erica finally understood. "So, you mean we need to create mana that's completely opposite to this damn pressure?" She turned to scold Theo. "You bookworm, why explain something so simple in such a roundabout way?" While Erica was still grumbling, a blue aura had begun to envelop Theo. His mana surged violently, creating a wave of pure energy. Remington and Erica were stunned as they felt the surrounding pressure suddenly vanish. Remington exclaimed in astonishment, "That fast?" looking at Theo, who stood steadily in the eye of the storm. Theo Ragnar's gaze was firm as he told himself, "If I want to become the next clan head, this is the least I must be able to do." To everyone's astonishment, Theo Ragnar was the first to stand firm. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Well, I'm going ahead," then dashed off, leaving Erica and Remington stunned. Pharrell Ragnar smiled, announcing, "You all should hurry up too. Rankings will be based on who arrives first." Remington, Erica, and even Ray Ragnar were all dumbfounded by the newly announced rules. The elder merely chuckled to himself, appearing extremely pleased with this unexpected turn of events. Standing on the wind-swept cliff, he muttered, "At this age, I find myself greedy for a disciple." Meanwhile, at Dongbek Palace, an excited voice rang out, "My adorable youngest daughter, where are you?" Theo's grandmother, Kirsten, frantically ran down the palace corridor, searching for her daughter. "My darling." Two maids watched, whispering, "Oh my, the Marchioness is here again." Ever since young Master Theo became famous, the atmosphere in the palace has certainly brightened. At the same time, Cecilia Ragnar was having a conversation. Kirsten finally found her daughter, rushing towards her with open arms. "There you are, my daughter," Cecilia awkwardly reminded her. "Mother, please maintain your dignity in the palace." But Kirsten just laughed loudly. "Dignity? Your mother and daughter are about to get filthy rich." Cecilia could only sigh. "Mother, you're already rich." "Not just rich, super rich," Kirsten exclaimed, embracing her daughter in the joyous delight of an elven capitalist. She explained happily, "Ever since Theo became famous, our workshop has been flooded with orders. The problem of slow business has been completely resolved." Hearing this, Cecilia merely smiled quietly, but a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. Her thoughts began to drift. "I know Theo will do well, but..." Images of Theo in life or death battles flashed through her mind, accompanied by worry. Now that he's thrown himself into it, I can't help but worry. Will he be seriously injured? Cecilia helplessly clenched her hands, a sense of unease rising. All I can do for my son is wait. Cecilia sadly looked at the uniform, secretly wishing she could help her son in a more practical way. Suddenly, her mother, Master Blacksmith Kirsten, excitedly shouted, "The days of only forging weapons are over." She declared that she would expand the business, crafting and selling all sorts of accessories as well. While Kirsten was engrossed in her plan to tenfold her revenue, Cecilia called out, "Mother?" The cheerful atmosphere suddenly quieted as Cecilia seriously asked, "Mother, have you ever crafted a prosthetic arm before?" Meanwhile, in a distant place, clan head Kyle Ragnar laughed loudly with pride. "Future clan head, your energy truly pleases me, Theo." Standing amidst the snow with his loyal crow, he spoke as if understanding Cecilia's inner turmoil. "I know you worry, but parents have no right to hinder a child's dreams." He mused, recalling, "Especially the fire of youth. No one can extinguish it. Even we once had such a time." Kyle looked out at the sword graveyard, where countless swords were plunged into the cold ground, and affirmed, "This place is the proof." The crow on his shoulder suddenly cawed, as if laughing gleefully. Kyle asserted, "There's nothing to worry about. What I want is the golden age of the Ragnar clan." He declared he would clear all obstacles. But for now, there was still time to observe further. The crow remained silent, seemingly listening to its master's every word. Kyle's gaze sharpened as he muttered an unfinished sentence. "Even if that son of his..." Hasty footsteps echoed in the silent space. A shadow darted forward like lightning. It was Theo Ragnar. Kyle Ragnar finished his thought. A shocking revelation is a regressor. He stood there, hand on his sword hilt, calmly welcoming, "You finally arrived, my son." A smile full of hidden meaning and power spread across the Ragnar clan head's lips. Gasping for breath, Theo Ragnar had finally arrived, sweat and tears mingling on his exhausted face. Before him, amidst the sword graveyard, drenched in red and a rain of blood, was the figure of his father, clan head Kyle Ragnar. It took 4 hours to climb a place that should only take one, Theo thought to himself, feeling the suffocating pressure. Kyle Ragnar spoke from afar, his voice echoing through the space. "Do you know what all of this is?" Theo replied, his voice resolute. "This is the sword graveyard, where the swords of the enemies you've defeated are plunged." "That's right," Kyle confirmed. "That is the position of a clan head. A position where one must stand alone against all dangers and can never rely on anyone." He raised his black sword, declaring the ironclad rule. "A position that follows the law of the strong, where one must stand above all others by their own strength. Kyle's fiery red eyes bore into Theo. Do you believe you have the right to claim that position? Without a moment's hesitation, Theo replied with a single word, yes. Don't answer so hastily, Kyle warned. I had to slaughter thousands, tens of thousands of souls to reach this day. Immediately, the space echoed with the resentful screams of countless souls, cursing Kyle for his horrific crimes. But amidst the storm of hatred, Theo stood firm, declaring, my resolve remains unshaken. Why is that? Kyle questioned, wanting to find the source of his son's willpower. To avenge my past life, Theo growled, to become clan head and end this damned war for the throne. I am ready to overcome any challenge to fulfill that mission. Even so, he knew well that wasn't the answer his father was looking for. Instead of words, Theo drew his sword, ready to prove himself with action. I will answer with this sword. A savage and intrigued smile spread across Kyle Ragnar's lips. Very good, he declared. From now on, I will not see you as my son, but as a challenger. Show me what you have learned from her teachings. Theo froze, his mind shaken by an unexpected word. Her? Theo swung his sword, his inner self screaming. Just as I suspected, Father is the one who seized Lodbrok's. His eyes widened, the bitter truth finally revealed. Suddenly, Theo was flung into the air by an invisible force, completely losing control. In the hazy space, he wondered, am I dead? Theo's heavily wounded body slowly sank into a blinding white light. His consciousness began to fade, his form dissolving into nothingness. Kyle Ragnar stood tall, his crimson eyes coldly observing the outcome of the battle. A crow flew over, and Kyle asked it with a smile, Are you worried our little prodigy will die? The crow cawed, as if in response. Kyle turned to look at his son, his voice echoing, You are right. Only those with an iron will can escape the mind sword. He continued, This is too cruel a trial for an immature one amidst the awakening ceremony. But if his resolve is half-hearted, Kyle declared, I have no need for a regressor who will bring disaster upon the family. In the dark space of consciousness, Theo's soul appeared, his eyes vacant. He accepted the truth. I'm dead. It's only natural, since I was killed by my own father. But I have no regrets. His soul whispered as it disintegrated, I have taken over Camellia Palace. I have killed Rendan and Axion. His ethereal hands fell limp, accepting his dissolution. A satisfied smile appeared. Compared to my previous life, this has been a happy one. That's right, he stated decisively. It's time to go. In the moment his soul vanished, Theo Ragnar peacefully accepted his rest. But from the darkness, a voice echoed, Hey. The griffin spirit within the sword appeared, growling, That's enough. Get up. If you're going to mope like this, you should have just let me devour you. A flash of light ignited Theo's flame of will, rekindling it from the ashes. That spark flared, forming a blazing eye of determination. You're right. Thank you, Theo replied, his soul beginning to reform. Spiritual energy surged as he roared in his mind, I can't let things end here. I swore to myself, he affirmed, as his soul form steadily stepped forward. Theo's entire soul essence reappeared, radiant with long hair and piercing eyes. Those eyes now held only an unshakable iron will. He summoned his soul sword, ready to face destruction. I may shatter. He swung his sword, creating a vortex of pure energy. A mighty sword strike was unleashed with all his remaining power. But I will never yield. The mental space shattered into pieces in a blinding explosion of light. The illusory reality completely collapsed. Returning to the real world, Theo Ragnar's eyes snapped open in astonishment. He gasped, his body enveloped in a blue electric aura, his hand still gripping the sword tightly. Standing before him, Chieftain Kyle Ragnar silently observed the outcome of the trial. Amidst the snowy sky, Chieftain Kyle Ragnar smiled with satisfaction and declared, "You have passed." Theo Ragnar, exhausted but with resolute eyes, let out a faint smile of relief. 1 week later, at the family's headquarters, the day of the appointment ceremony arrived. Amidst the crowd, Hulkas Lanke looked worried. "Ugh, too many people. I feel uneasy." Erica Ranke stood beside him, scoffing. "So big, yet so timid." Hulkas quickly retorted, "It's not timidity. It's just that you're too bold. Unit commanders, the 9 dragons, former chieftains, and the current chieftain, they're all heroes." Erica replied indifferently, "Oh, please. No one's going to pay attention to someone who hasn't even mastered elemental breath yet." Those words made Hulkas Lanke tremble with anger. After regaining his composure, he asked curiously, "Tell me, what did you receive from the chieftain in the 3rd phase?" Erica coldly replied, "It's a secret." Hulkas grumbled irritably, "You're so stingy. If it were my Theo, he would have shared it already." Erica raised an eyebrow, probing, "Your Theo?" Hulkas proudly explained, "You know, the Lanky clan's mission is to be the sword for the Ragnar family. We must stake our lives on one person. And if that's the case," Hulkas continued, "I want to choose someone who is both cool and strong, possessing power, character, and ambition. And that person," he asserted, "is Theo. I want to stake my life on him. That's why he's my Theo," Hulkas declared loudly, making Erica ask again, "And has Theo agreed to this?" Hulkas looked bewildered. "Does he need to agree? I just plan to join the same unit as him." He grinned. "I don't know why, but the chieftain said he wouldn't take Theo into his own mansion. So," Hulkas concluded excitedly, "I'll be able to follow him." Suddenly, a loud gong sounded. The ceremony master, a man with an impressive mustache, solemnly announced, "Attention! The appointment ceremony officially begins. Top graduate of the entire class, Theo Ragnar, please step forward." The crowd of trainees cheered loudly. Under the clear blue sky, Theo Ragnar strode forward with confidence. He wore a proud smile, his gaze fixed forward. A female comrade thought to herself, "Everyone is watching you, young Master Theo. Where will you choose to go?" Instructor Evelyn also mused, "If only he would join our White Dragon Knights. But that's just a selfish dream." The ceremony master announced, "Congratulations to Theo Ragnar for becoming the top student of the entire class. Your outstanding abilities in all categories are truly astonishing." And now, suddenly, a man with long platinum hair leisurely stepped out from the crowd. The ceremony master startled and turned around, stunned by the unexpected appearance. The one who interrupted was none other than Tian Long, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, Ed Troyven. The other trainees whispered in panic, "What? Could he be here to avenge Axion?" From the stands, an eye patch-wearing commander also narrowed his eyes, observing the situation. In another corner, Mo Long and another powerful figure also silently watched the developments. The ceremony master tried to remain calm. "Director of Central Intelligence, I'm not sure of your intentions, but please return to your seat." Ed Troyven ignored him, his sharp gaze focused solely on one person, Theo Ragnar. Theo secretly calculated, Tian Long. He must still be shocked by Axion's death, but he wouldn't dare cause a commotion here. Contrary to Theo's expectations, Ed Troyven smiled brightly and made an offer. "I want to invite you to the position of deputy director." Theo Ragnar was completely dumbfounded, cold sweat breaking out at the unbelievable invitation. In a makeshift nest, a pitch-black egg began to crack. Despite being a member of the Ragnar family, he was once considered the lowest. From within the crack, a blazing red eye, full of majesty, opened. But that is the story of his journey to the top. Now, rumors spread everywhere. I can't believe he killed Axion. His skills are so good that he completely overwhelmed Axion. That victory made more and more people admire Theo Ragnar. Everyone no longer looked at him with contempt, but with envy. The Ragnar family no longer had a fool. As the system announcement rang out, "You have achieved the highest rank in the blooming ceremony." The scenario quest was completed, and the reward, an ether core, was stored in the inventory. Theo thought to himself, "Ah, right, there was a quest. What kind of item is an ether core? Since it's a long-term quest, it must be something good." Suddenly, a voice rang out, claiming to be from the Central Security Bureau. Theo's red eyes narrowed, full of vigilance at this sudden appearance. The white-haired man smiled and declared, "We promised Theo Ragnar the position of deputy director." Theo remained silent, but in his mind, he activated the observe skill. The target was locked. Observe Ed Troyven. Ed Troyven's information appeared. 46 years old. Title, Soaring Dragon. Talented in schemes and strategies, with the goal of using Theo to search for the primordial dragon relic. Theo smirked. He knew Ed's goal was the primordial dragon relic that he possessed. He clenched his fist, silently declaring war. "As for you, Troyven, I will personally destroy you." The ceremony master angrily shouted, "Chief of the Central Security Bureau, what is the meaning of this?" But Ed Troyven calmly replied, "I am merely inviting talent. Is there a problem?" The ceremony master roared, "Do you think everyone here is a fool? Who doesn't know you're trying to avenge your nephew's death?" Ed Troyven chuckled, dismissing the accusation. "Ha ha ha, it's understandable, but you're mistaken. Personally, I might be angry, but as the bureau chief, I merely wish to recruit exceptional talent." Another commander gritted his teeth, astonished by his brazenness. What a ruthless man. His nephew just died, and all he can think about is achieving his goals? The ceremony master roared in helplessness. "Stop! Stop! I understand your desire to recruit talent, but please wait until the procedures begin." He turned to Theo, trying to salvage the situation. "Well, Theo Ragnar, have you decided yet, or are you still pondering?" The young man from afar calmly replied, "Actually, I haven't decided yet." Theo Ragnar smiled confidently, taking the initiative. "That's why I want to hear it first. Let's see what kind of offer you'll make." His blazing red eyes were sharp, hiding an unforeseen calculation. In the vast arena, Theo Ragnar alone faced the most powerful forces. Suddenly, a noble hand was raised, interrupting the confrontation. From the throne, Osa Ragnar Plunis spoke with dignity. "I, Osa Ragnar Plunis, offer Theo Ragnar the position of my disciple and promise him the position of young master of the Plum Blossom Palace." The crowd of guests was stunned. "Young master? The lady of the Plum Blossom Palace doesn't have children." Everyone was shocked to realize the true meaning of the offer. So that means she wants to adopt him. Murmurs spread throughout the stands. The successor of the sword dragon. Remington Narcio couldn't hide his admiration. 2 of the 9 dragons have appeared. Truly impressive, Sir Theo. Hulka Lanka and Erika Ranke excitedly shouted, "Amazing! With this, the other captains and leaders won't dare to say a word." But another, even more powerful voice echoed through the space. "I also wish to participate in this competition." A terrifying surge of dark energy descended, shaking the entire arena. At the epicenter, a figure wrapped in bandages appeared, exuding a deadly aura. The identity of the newcomer was revealed. The Black Dragon, leader of Black Snow, Robert Ragnar. Amidst the terrified screams of the crowd, The black dragon spoke. Theo Ragnar, I have observed you throughout the blooming ceremony. Robert Ragnar turned his back, his voice full of hidden meaning. Kyle was right. You possess many interesting qualities. While Theo was stunned to hear his father's name, Robert Ragnar extended a tempting invitation. Join Black Snow, and I promise you the position of Wu Shui. Wu Shui is the highest rank in the secret intelligence organization Black Snow, a position of great renown. Theo thought to himself, the position he desperately yearned for in his previous life was now so easily within reach. Unexpectedly, a solemn clearing of the throat echoed, cutting through the atmosphere. The rising dragon, Farrell Ragnar, master of the Rising Dragon Palace, also spoke up to extend an invitation. The crowd was stunned. 4 of the 9 dragons had appeared, and there was still one more. That was their captain, the demon dragon, Julius Ragnar. Julius bluntly declared, our white armored dragon unit has no special benefits for Theo Ragnar. While the blonde subordinate grumbled, the pink-haired girl smiled in admiration, true to their captain's style. Julius explained his philosophy, saying that true honor comes from proving oneself. What I can offer you is comprehensive support and the pride of a dragon knight. In the vast arena, Theo Ragnar, alone, faced earth-shattering offers. He smiled faintly, seemingly having an answer. Understood. With resolute eyes, Theo prepared to announce his choice. My choice is... A confident smile bloomed on his lips, but suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed in Theo's mind. You are a regressor, aren't you? Theo's pupils contracted in extreme shock. His greatest secret exposed. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from his body. At the same time, in a distant place, a similar aura enveloped an empty throne. Seated upon it was a powerful woman, causing Theo to exclaim in horror, former clan head, Hilda? Theo firmly replied to the voice in his head, I don't know what you're talking about. Hilda sneered, thinking to herself, this guy, I don't know how he lived in his previous life, but his acting is truly superb. Her words shocked Theo. A loop? Could it be possible to regress multiple times? Back in reality, the host asked worriedly, and Theo had to ask for a moment to compose himself. Hilda bluntly revealed, no need to hide it anymore. I'm also a regressor, but all my assigned loops have ended. Theo was stunned, his mind repeating a terrifying truth. A loop clearly means they have regressed multiple times. He quickly analyzed the situation, deciding that confronting the former clan head now was unwise. It would be better to be honest to extract information, Theo boldly asked. But Hilda's answer focused on another character. So Kyle didn't tell you anything. She continued, her voice full of hidden meaning. Kyle utterly despises regressors. It's strange that he let you live. A terrible suspicion flashed in Theo's mind. Could it be that all the harsh trials I've endured were because of him? Hilda made an enticing offer before disappearing. If you want to know the secrets of this world and the clan, come find me. The voice vanished, leaving Theo alone in the silent space of his mind. He began to piece together the events, recalling the third blooming ceremony, when the clan head gave him no answers. In his memory, the image of his father, Kyle Ragnar, appeared. The one who only bestowed upon him the heart sword. Theo recalled the aura of Lord Brock that he sensed from his father, a man who hated regressors. He thought of the legend of Lord Brock's stolen heart. A crazy theory formed. Did the clan head seize the heart of Lord Brock, the ancient dragon that accepts regressors? Theo told himself that normally, a human could never defeat an ancient dragon. But then, the image of his father, sitting on a blood-soaked throne, appeared. a power far beyond the ordinary. Because the clan head, his father, was hailed by the world as a demigod. To uncover the clan's secrets related to regression, Ragnar knew he had no other choice. The ceremony host spoke up. Now, Ragnar, have you decided where you will go? Standing in the vast square, Theo firmly replied, Yes, I have decided. He raised his voice clearly, preparing to announce his choice. I will. For a moment, memories of his previous life flooded back when Remington Narcio chose the Rising Dragon Palace and became the disciple of the Rising Dragon, Ragnar. Theo thought to himself, perhaps it was because they both shared the water attribute. In his previous life, Remington had returned to the Narcio clan, built up his power, and then rebelled against the Ragnar family. The lion spirit of the Silver Lion roared on the blood-soaked battlefield, but this time, he hadn't left Ragnar. Theo smiled, realizing this was the change he had created. The two shook hands, a temporary farewell between comrades. Let's both strive in our own positions and meet again when we're stronger, Remington said. Of course, young Master Theo. I look forward to seeing you again. Remington Narcio smiled confidently. Theo also responded with a determined smile. He thought of Ray, who had returned to the Water Lily Palace, where her mother, the Frost Dragon, reigned. Indeed, there was no place more suitable for her than there. Meanwhile, Sybil and the kids from Training Ground Number 4 could only cry bitterly because their scores weren't high enough to follow him. The host announced, The appointment ceremony concludes here. Everyone has worked hard. Please return to your units. Theo looked up at the sky, silently vowing that everyone would do their best in their respective positions. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Hey, Theo! Hulkus Lonky grinned, surprised that he and Theo had chosen the same unit. He enthusiastically waved, while Erica Rank walked beside him, muttering, Crazy! Theo smiled, thinking to himself that he had made new friends after all. He stepped forward to greet them. Nice to meet you both, Hulkus Erica. Thanks for helping me in the second round. Erica playfully raised a finger, her cheeks flushed. That's right, you mustn't forget, while secretly cheering Strong Man. Hulkus also yelled excitedly, Damn it, Theo, I like you now. Sandwiched between the two, Theo was completely bewildered, not understanding why they had suddenly grown so fond of him. A blonde recruit suddenly interrupted. The captain is here, everyone. Attention! Theo looked forward, his gaze firm. No matter what, my choice remains unchanged. He strode forward, determined to join the most prestigious unit of the Ragnar clan. A majestic armored man approached, his authoritative voice ringing out, Welcome to our White Dragon Corps. Theo thought to himself, after this, he would go find Hilda. The new captain stopped, facing the ranks of recruits waiting solemnly. He smirked. Well then, let's hear the hopes of our new recruits, shall we? Hulkus was the first to shout enthusiastically, I want to become a cool knight. Another trainee yelled his aspiration, I want to make my name known everywhere. Erica boldly declared her goal, I will become the best captain. The bespectacled young man was not to be outdone. I want to be recognized by the captain. The other recruits stood in silence, each with a different expression, from anxious to determined. In another corner, a blond young man and a girl wearing glasses quietly observed. Standing before the new recruits, Ragnar spoke loudly. He began to declare his goal. I, to prepare for the Great War 5 years from now, will become the captain of the White Dragon Corps within the next 5 years. The blonde-haired young man beside him smirked. He's really brave to say that right in front of the captain. Contrary to expectations, the captain burst into hearty laughter, declaring that those with big dreams had come to the right place. He turned around, his cloak fluttering in the wind, facing all the new recruits. The captain began his speech. He emphasized, every drop of your sweat and blood will forge legends in the history of the Ragnar family. Today's hardships will become tomorrow's pride. So never let your shields break or your swords bend. Your comrades will guard your backs, and you must also guard theirs. The captain smiled meaningfully, because at the end of the path of sweat and blood lies honor. He spread his arms wide, solemnly declaring, "Welcome to the family of the White Dragon Corps." Immediately after, a massive surge of energy erupted, and a magnificent figure appeared behind him. The new recruits exclaimed in terror as they realized it was a dragon, the captain's partner. The captain gently patted his partner. "This is Gula. A dragon is the embodiment of a knight." He and Gula soared into the sky, where other dragons were circling. Gula landed on the ground with a resounding thud. The giant dragon's claws clenched, demonstrating undeniable power. Gula landed on the ground with a resounding thud. The commander boldly declared, "Now, mount the dragons of your predecessors." The initiation ceremony has begun. Riding on the back of the beast, he commanded, "It's time to find your partners. Everyone, gather at the nest." Another dragon landed, its power shaking the ground violently. Theo Ragnar and Erica Ranke could only gape. He whispered, "Am I about to get my own dragon too?" Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Let's go, young master." Theo looked up, stunned for a moment. His old teacher, Evelyn, was riding a dragon, making Theo exclaim, "Evelyn, why are you back with the White Dragon Corps?" Evelyn merely smirked. "Yes, that's right." Theo's eyes narrowed, a sense of unease rising within him. He suddenly noticed something unusual and shouted, "Evelyn, your hand!" In response to Theo's alarm, Evelyn simply maintained a mysterious smile. Under the sunlight, his mechanical hand glinted coldly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Cecilia Ragnar sincerely said, "I came to express my gratitude." A female swordswoman with pinkish-brown hair was surprised. "Madam of Camellia Palace, Curson?" She humbly replied, "If you're referring to young Master Theo, I believe he would still succeed without my help." But Cecilia interrupted. "Knowing that there's a trustworthy person who genuinely recognizes and supports him, that is the greatest source of strength," Cecilia said emotionally. She looked directly into the swordswoman's eyes. "And I heard, you are that person to Theo." The swordswoman awkwardly denied, "No, I'm just a retired one-armed supervisor." But Cecilia merely smiled. "Please don't belittle yourself like that." In a flashback, Curson said to the one-armed supervisor, "Sometimes the guiding light itself doesn't realize how brilliant it is." "You are that light." She continued, "I will help you so your light can spread throughout the world," which brought tears to Evelyn's eyes. Evelyn smiled, silently grateful. "Thank you, young master." Back in the present, Evelyn happily told Theo as they both rode wyverns, "I heard you took a special interest in that matter. Thanks to you, I was able to return to the White Dragon Corps." Theo thought to himself, "I should have taken care of this sooner. It seems Mom gave all the credit to me." Recalling his mother's smile, he was grateful. "That's just like Mom. Thank you, Mom." In another development, Evelyn Nerrival solemnly swore, "I, Evelyn, pledge this sword to young Master Theo." Theo smiled in response to her oath of loyalty. Amidst the majestic scenery of the dragon's nest, Theo accepted. "Thank you. I look forward to your continued support." They had arrived at the White Dragon's Nest, a land of icy mountains and mythical creatures. Evelyn Nerrival explained, "This is the White Dragon's Nest, where wyverns live. The initiation ceremony will be held here." Theo anxiously asked, "If I can't find a partner, I won't be able to join, right?" "That's correct, though it rarely happens. Evelyn Nerval replied. Theo suddenly thought of the Ranky siblings and couldn't help but wonder, I wonder if they're all right. This doesn't seem to suit their talents very well. They'll manage on their own, Evelyn Nerval reassured. First, just go look around. Usually, you'll immediately sense who your partner is. Suddenly, a colossal foot slammed down onto the ground right in front of them. An Optrex, a gigantic demonic wyvern, appeared like a predatory tyrant. Next was Aviali, a venomous dragon with a serpentine body and a deadly stinger on its tail. From underground, Sigia, a herbivorous dragon with tough armor and the ability to launch surprise attacks, emerged. Finally, a pack of velociraptors, small but swift dragons that hunt in groups and can breathe fire, appeared. Evelyn Nerval summarized, the wyverns of the White Dragon Corps mainly belong to these four types. What do you think? Have you sensed anything from them yet? Theo Ragnar and Evelyn Nerval stood amidst the White Dragon's nest. Theo concentrating, sensing something. He thought to himself, I had my eye on one, but I don't see it here. The story flashes back 6 years to when a mutated wyvern massacred hundreds of lives at the White Dragon's nest. That creature was called the Shadow Dragon, the one who incinerated 8 villages and killed dozens of overseers. The Ragnar family had to classify it as a second-tier disaster and ordered its extermination, sending their strongest warriors to battle. Ultimately, it was captured by 2 legends, the Demon Dragon and the Sword Dragon. Back in the present, Theo yearned for a partner with such terrifying potential. He rummaged through his memories from his previous life, recalling the characteristics of that legendary dragon. Suddenly, Theo's eyes lit up as a gigantic dragon soared past the snowy mountains, and he exclaimed, Found it! The colossal dragon spread its wings, flying towards a perilous cliff suspended in midair. It landed on a towering rock outcrop, where snow was lightly falling. On the rock outcrop, an eye-patch-wearing man sat in meditation beside the newly tamed dragon. A mysterious woman in a black cloak approached, remarking, You seem quite pleased. The man, captain of the White Dragon Corps, chuckled in response, Wouldn't it be stranger if I weren't pleased? I unexpectedly acquired a dragon. The woman stepped closer, replying, Excellent. I was about to speak of that myself. She revealed herself, questioning directly, Captain, you intend to make Theo the core of the unit in the future, don't you? The smile on the captain's face vanished, replaced by a meaningful silence. The woman continued, Just as I thought, you are very careful with your words, while the captain merely replied from afar, Words are the source of all trouble. With sharp eyes, she asserted, You seem to have a grander plan. The captain merely evaded. I said nothing. The dark-skinned female commander approached, asserting, Don't worry. I've come to make an offer to that child. The captain thought to himself, Theo has already chosen the White Dragon Corps. He can't go to the Plum Blossom Palace. What is she planning to offer? She declared bluntly, Let's share him. With a confident smile, she asked, What do you think? The eye-patch-wearing captain was utterly stunned by the audacious proposal. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, a flock of wyverns soared through the sky. Evelyn Nerval said irritably to Theo, They're at it again. Do you know that wyvern over there? She explained that the wyvern had been ostracized for a long time, and despite her efforts, she was helpless because it wasn't a purebred wyvern. Theo asked in surprise, Not a wyvern? And Evelyn confirmed it was born from a wyvern mother.
Yes.
And a biffer father, she finished, leaving Theo stunned. Isn't a biffer a first-tier demon beast that lives deep in the sea? How can that be? Theo questioned in disbelief. Evelyn shrugged. That's the mystery. Fundamentally, This shouldn't be possible. Theo fell silent, lost in thought by the shocking information. A first-tier demon beast possesses power comparable to a natural disaster, capable of causing horrific damage. Biffers are also known as powerful demonic creatures that dwell in the shadows of the deep forest. Theo suddenly realized, so its shadow dragon abilities are inherited from its Biffer father. Evelyn recounted that its birth caused a major problem within the White Dragon Corps. But the other wyverns wouldn't accept it, she continued. We were very worried because isolating it isn't a good solution either. Theo looked at the outcast wyvern with determined eyes. What's its name? He asked, and the answer echoed as the wyvern clung to the cliff face. It's Umbra, meaning shadow in the ancient tongue. Theo Ragnar smiled. His decision made. Shadow, a good name indeed. Young master, what are you doing? Evelyn Niravel asked in confusion. But Theo simply declared decisively, my partner is that child. Before Evelyn could even grasp what was happening, Theo unexpectedly leaped off the dragon's back. I'm going ahead, he shouted, plunging into the void, much to Evelyn's shock. Young master! Evelyn shrieked in horror, desperately watching the small master's freefall. In midair, Theo silently promised the outcast wyvern, this time, I will give you a different life, Umbra. He plunged straight towards the cliff where Umbra was alone, for he saw himself in it. Just like me. Without a trace of fear, Theo hurtled downwards, his eyes burning with determination. A dazzling golden energy burst forth as he prepared to execute his plan. In midair, Theo boldly declared he would go first. Despite Evelyn's astonishment, Evelyn's desperate cry echoed as Theo vanished from sight. The young man continued his calm freefall, focusing intently on the target below. Suddenly, Theo activated a system interface panel right in midair. A barrage of swords was summoned from the void, plummeting down with him like a rain of steel. Theo's eyes flashed with a blue light. A new skill activated, infant synchronization, allowing him to use object manipulation abilities. Instantly, one of the swords was enveloped in a stream of supernatural blue energy. Theo gently stepped onto the hovering sword, turning it into a staircase in the sky. He began to glide, leaping from one sword to another, transforming his free fall into a spectacular display. From a distance, a man in a white cloak was stunned. Good heavens! When did he learn superpowers? Evelyn could only gape in astonishment. This rate of growth, it's unbelievable. Amidst the towering cliffs, a pack of aggressive wyverns snarled, surrounding Umbra, the outcast wyvern. Umbra roared defiantly, unfazed by the bullies. Witnessing the scene, Theo Ragnar rushed forward at terrifying speed, his eyes gleaming with empathy. Memories flooded back, and he recalled the bitter taunts from the past. Idiot. The old insults still echoed. Is he really a Ragnar? He's too incompetent, even if he's just a bastard child. Back in reality, Theo gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes burning with fury and iron determination. A sword, enveloped in blue energy and golden lightning, flashed in the air. Theo hovered, summoning a barrage of energy swords around himself. He roared the name of his skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath, his eyes shining brightly. Theo's entire body unleashed a massive surge of lightning energy, shaking the entire area. He shot forth like a bolt of lightning, leaving trails of brilliant golden energy in the sky. A colossal dragon seal appeared, the ground cracking under the power of the dragon seal. A gigantic sword plunged straight into the ground, golden lightning spreading everywhere. Faced with the terrifying display of power, the bullying wyverns scattered in fright. Umbra stood alone amidst a forest of swords, completely overwhelmed by Theo's might. Theo remarked coldly, "Tisk, tisk, a little intimidation, and they've already fled. Bullies are just a bunch of cowards wearing masks. Then he turned, gently asking Umbra with a concerned expression, "Are you all right?" The wyvern let out a soft growl, looking at Theo with wary but no longer aggressive eyes. However, Umbra unexpectedly took flight, leaving a surprised Theo calling after it. "Ah, wait!" Evelyn Nereville landed, advising Theo Ragnar, "It's very wary, not easy to approach. You should wait for another opportunity." But Theo was resolute. "No, that's precisely why I must be with it now. Why do you think it keeps lingering around the nest, despite being ostracized?" Amidst the desolate mountain peaks, Umbra flew alone, while Theo understood. It's lonely. Emotional wounds are harder to heal than physical ones. "It's injured. It definitely can't go far," Theo pleaded with Evelyn. "Please help me chase after it." Both immediately took off, soaring through the treacherous, snowy mountain ranges. Soon after, they found Umbra, exhausted and collapsed on a frozen plateau. The wyvern panted, the wounds on its back showing it had endured a lot. Sensing someone approaching, Umbra startled, snarling and baring its fangs defensively. Keeping a safe distance, Evelyn Nereville explained, "Many dragon knights have tried to tame it, but none have succeeded." Umbra snarled fiercely, its eyes full of wariness. Just as Evelyn said, "It's extremely cautious of humans, especially in this state." Despite the danger, Theo stepped forward and said, "Can you bring me something for it to eat? In the meantime, I'll try to figure something out. This is my test, after all." A clash of wills began, Umbra's wyvern's fear directly confronting the pseudo-dragon's fear emanating from Theo. Overwhelmed by the stronger pressure, Umbra let out a panicked roar. Theo advanced steadily, his crimson eyes glowing with the power of dragons. The wyvern trembled and backed away, utterly terrified by Theo's domineering aura. The pupils in Theo's eyes contracted into vertical slits, an absolute sign of a dominator. Finally, Umbra completely submitted, whimpering and bowing its head in defeat. Theo calmly approached, placed his hand on the now docile wyvern's head, and took out a vial of medicine. He gently poured the healing potion onto Umbra's wounds. The purple magical liquid quickly absorbed and healed them. Theo patted Umbra's back, asking, "How is it? The pain has subsided, hasn't it?" The wyvern could only let out a confused cry. The pain seemingly vanished. Theo placed his hand on it and realized, perhaps thanks to the dragon heart, he could feel all of Umbra's emotions. It was extreme rage towards the pack that had abandoned it. It was sadness, conflicting attachment, and prolonged, painful loneliness. Its feelings for Theo were also contradictory, both suspicious of the stranger who suddenly offered warmth,
Awakens.
and hopeful that he would never leave. Understanding everything, Theo gently placed his hand on the wyvern's head. "Don't worry." "Don't worry," he asserted. "I won't turn my back on you." "Also," Theo smiled, opening his item panel. He took out a sparkling pendant and said, "I know you like things like this." The emerald gem emitted an enchanting glow in his palm. Umbra's eyes immediately lit up, completely captivated by the piece of jewelry. "Do you want it?" Theo teased, making the wyvern let out an excited cry. The wounds on its body had completely vanished without a trace. Umbra glanced longingly towards the gift. Immediately, a burst of light enveloped it, transforming Umbra into a muscular, draconic humanoid form, proudly wearing the necklace. "This is a gift," Theo said. "If you follow me, there will be many more things like this." With a confident smile, Theo Ragnar asked, "What do you think?" Umbra was stunned, the proud wyvern showing confusion for the first time. Theo continued to entice. "I heard you don't like saddles, but I can make you a sparkling, gem-encrusted one. I'll probably have to borrow it from Grandma." Elsewhere, Theo's grandmother, The master blacksmith, Curson, suddenly shivered. A worried apprentice asked, and Curson merely mumbled, "I don't know why, but I have a feeling I'm about to lose a ton of money." Back in the snowy mountains, Umbra now stood proudly beside Theo, completely submissive. A system notification sounded, confirming that Theo had been recognized as master by the Viper Wyvern. Theo smiled with satisfaction upon receiving the notification for a new skill. The C rank Wyvern Taming skill has been unlocked, increasing the power of both rider and mount. Now, Umbra freely soared through the vast sky. At the same time, heavy footsteps echoed on the snow. Evelyn Neriville panted, exhausted, dragging her spoils of 2 wild oxen, followed by her tired wyvern. She suddenly froze, astonished by the unbelievable sight before her eyes. Umbra, the wyvern that had never opened up to anyone, was nuzzling Theo affectionately, making Evelyn exclaim, "How did you do that?" "You're back," Theo calmly greeted, his hand still stroking his new companion. Watching Umbra devour the meat, he said, "It's good to see it eating so heartily. Thanks for the meat, Evelyn." Still in shock, Evelyn pressed him again, but Theo simply replied, "I merely healed the wounds in its heart." Once its heart wavered, the gift sealed the deal, he explained, as Umbra contentedly gnawed on the meat. Evelyn was utterly speechless, unsure how to respond to this strange yet incredibly effective taming method. Theo Ragnar smirked at Evelyn Neriville's surprise. "Ha ha, you want me to eat that?" He turned to Umbra, gently inviting, "It's fine, I've eaten. Eat as much as you like." Evelyn secretly admired him, thinking that young Master Theo could charm not only people, but also wyverns. Suddenly, she paused as she realized something. Theo had climbed onto Umbra's back, making Evelyn clap in applause and explain that it was a sign of absolute trust. But the joy quickly turned to panic. "Wait, what are you doing?" Theo calmly replied that Umbra had invited him, despite Evelyn loudly protesting that he hadn't received any flight training. She screamed in despair, warning that riding a dragon without a saddle was an act of suicide. In response to her worry, Theo merely smirked confidently. "It's fine. I have my ways." A system panel appeared, activating the wyvern taming skill, just as Umbra spread its wings and soared into the sky. Evelyn Neriville froze on the spot, stunned as she watched their figures. She could only sigh as the two became a tiny speck against the blue sky. Soaring among the icy peaks, Umbra cried out excitedly, and Theo agreed to go with it. Theo gripped Umbra's mane, his gaze fixed forward. The wyvern sped away at dizzying speed, its eyes gleaming with extreme joy. Mid-flight, a dark thought suddenly crossed Theo's mind. Something's not right. How could a pure dragon like it become such a terrifying demonic beast? Earning the title Shadow Dragon, they had arrived at a colossal frozen waterfall, standing majestically between heaven and earth. Hovering before the waterfall was a mass of dark energy, what Umbra wanted to show him. A panoramic view of a majestic winter mountain range, where countless wyverns perched on icy cliffs. Theo Ragnar and Umbra plunged through the snow, heading straight into the heart of the frozen waterfall. Inside, Theo mused, "I thought I knew the terrain of these winter mountains well, ever since I was with Black Snow. But I never expected there to be a crystal cave like this hidden behind the waterfall. You really like shiny things, don't you?" Suddenly, his gaze stopped at something strange growing among the white flowers. "Huh? Isn't that—" Holding a purple flower in his hand, Theo realized the truth. "Now I understand why you became the evil shadow dragon. You ate this, didn't you?" Countless ghost flowers, elixirs of the demon race, grew everywhere. An unimaginable sight. Theo intended to use his magic to burn them, as this demonic energy was completely antithetical to dragons. Umbra hissed in protest, but he reassured it. Don't worry, I won't touch the crystals. The moment he finished speaking, Theo sensed another presence, and his eyes sharpened. Deep within the cave, a figure chained to the rock wall stunned him. It was a shriveled corpse, tightly bound in a posture of agony. The corpse's gaunt face still held the silent scream from years ago. It's a corpse, Theo mumbled. It looks like it's been dead for at least a decade. He knelt to examine it, realizing the corpse was almost perfectly preserved, a testament to this person's terrifying magic when alive. For a master to die tragically in such circumstances, Theo decided he would return to investigate later. But just as he turned to deal with the flowers, the corpse's eyes suddenly flared with a brilliant red light. It sprang up, letting out a roar that tore through the silent space, screaming a name. Quietly! Theo froze, his entire body shaking upon hearing his father's name. It just said, Kyle? In a distant memory, Theo Ragnar and Black Dragon Robert once fought shoulder to shoulder against a colossal demonic dragon. Umbra! Theo roared, signaling his companion. Responding to the call, Umbra let out an earth-shattering roar. Back in reality, the chained corpse gnashed its teeth, its red eyes flaring with a ghostly life. It sprang up, letting out a roar that tore through the silent space, screaming a name. Kyle! Theo froze, realizing Umbra was in danger from this horrifying entity. Immediately, the corpse lunged, swinging its poisoned claws at Theo. It shrieked with hatred. Kyle! Robert! I will never forgive either of you. Theo fell, stunned to realize it was calling his father's name and the Black Dragon's. Who are you, really? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Evelyn Nereville drew her sword, her eyes sharp. She unleashed her ultimate technique. Chaotic sword dance, her blades flashing with green light, sweeping away the enemies. In the midst of battle, her comrade fell, causing their wyvern to cry out in panic. Young master, are you all right? The black-haired young man gasped. Evelyn, I'm sorry, I messed up. Back in the cave, Theo writhed in agony, the poison from the claw attack tormenting his body. He realized the magic-infused toxin was draining his strength. Without an antidote, it would all be over. Just then, a woman named Evelyn appeared, kneeling beside him. I'll get you back to headquarters quickly, just hold on. But Umbra, in a panicked attempt to protect its master, blocked Evelyn. What are you doing? I'm saving him, she yelled. The wyvern stubbornly pushed against Evelyn, forcing her to growl. Stop it, Umbra, or don't blame me. Amidst the tension, Theo gasped. Evelyn, wait, hold on. Lying faintly amidst the white flowers, Theo Ragnar weakly asked his companion, Umbra, you have a solution, don't you? Forcing a smile, he entrusted, All right, my life, it's in your hands. Evelyn cried out in alarm. But young Master Theo, you've been poisoned with a magic-infused corpse toxin. We must return immediately. Despite her protests, Theo insisted, I want to trust Umbra's method. He believed that Umbra, after evolving by consuming ghost soul flowers, had learned how to counteract this type of toxin. So please trust and follow Umbra's lead, Theo pleaded. Evelyn rushed to Theo, who was fading, while Umbra growled, standing guard in front of its master. Without hesitation, Umbra used its mouth to pluck the nearby ghost soul flowers. Next, it used its steel-hard jaws to crush the magic energy crystals. The crystal fragments and purple flowers lay scattered on the ground, ready for the next step. Umbra suddenly transformed into a muscular, draconic humanoid, nodding at Evelyn and gesturing to her. She asked in astonishment, You want me to mix these together and make him eat them? Evelyn was speechless, her eyes filled with hesitation at this strange and dangerous remedy. She looked down at the shimmering fragments on the ground, then back at Theo. Theo's condition worsened. He lay motionless, sweating profusely from the pain. After a moment of internal struggle, Evelyn closed her eyes tightly, making her final decision. "All right, I'll do it," she declared resolutely, reaching out to gather the ingredients. A surge of purple energy enveloped Evelyn's hand, dissolving the fragments into a liquid. She carefully lifted Theo's head, pouring the thick, dark purple liquid into his mouth. Theo lay still after drinking the medicine, a stream of purple liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth. His fate was now completely unknown. Evelyn and Umbra held their breath, unsure what the antidote would bring. Theo Ragnar lay motionless, the purple medicine oozing from the corner of his mouth like an ominous sign. Suddenly, Theo's chest glowed with a blue light, and his heart beat with powerful rhythm. Witnessing the sight, Evelyn and Umbra were astonished. She exclaimed, "Unbelievable!" Swirling blue energy enveloped Theo's body, healing all his wounds at an incredible speed. Immediately after, the energy transformed into brilliant yellow lightning bolts, erupting violently. Golden lightning streaks danced wildly, signaling a fundamental change in his magic power. Evelyn realized in a panic, "His magic attribute is turning black? I've never heard of such a thing." A terrifying explosion threw them both back. Evelyn only managed to scream in despair. "Young master?" A mechanical voice echoed, as Theo's body cracked like broken pottery, commencing body purification, acquiring characteristics of the evil shadow dragon. At the same time, in Commander Julius's office, an urgent report arrived. The stern, eye-patch-wearing commander asked, "What? Has Black Snow verified this report?" The subordinate replied, "Yes, sir. After cross-referencing, they are 89% certain this information is true." "Damn it!" the commander roared, his fury causing him to stomp and shatter the marble floor. He gritted his teeth. "Unbelievable. I anticipated bad news would ruin our fun." But still, his anger had not subsided. Standing amidst the wreckage, he bitterly admitted, "This was completely beyond my expectations." The report coldly listed Trainer Isvin, captain of White Armored Dragon Corps Squad 5, along with 15 soldiers. All were killed in action. The image of a desolate, blood-soaked battlefield appeared as a tragic testament, an ancient secret art capable of purifying the body and regenerating the physique to accumulate demonic power. However, this ritual requires the power of many mages and lasts for days in agony. Yet it is only effective on young children. That this purification process occurred with Theo was a miracle born from countless coincidences. Evelyn and Umbra breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Theo was out of danger. Upon waking, Theo Ragnar immediately checked his new status window with the title Flash Tiger and his locked abilities. He realized he had absorbed the power of the Shadow Dragon. With an additional 85 stat points, Theo couldn't help but be astonished by this insane power increase. He explained that the pure energy crystals in the cave were the key. They had neutralized the toxins of the Dark Shadow, transforming the deadly poison into an invaluable elixir. Theo silently gave thanks for having placed his full trust in his companion Umbra. Now, the perfect physique of the Ragnar family within him had been reborn, imbued with the characteristics of the Shadow Dragon. Clenching his fist, Theo knew that his growth rate from now on would be unpredictable. But more importantly, he turned his attention to another matter. Who exactly is this old man in chains? Theo wondered, as a new ally, Evelyn, had arrived. Evelyn hurried forward. "What's wrong, Evelyn?" Theo asked, and the girl replied urgently, "There's writing on the wall." Evelyn pointed out the intricately carved words on the cliff face, speculating that only a supreme master could have done this. The writing on the wall revealed a shocking secret. "Defeated by Kyle and Robert, I hid here, awaiting the day of my revenge. For a moment, the image of the corpse screaming the two names with boundless hatred appeared. Kyle, Robert. Theo's eyes widened, shocked to hear the names of his father and Black Dragon Robert Ragnar. The dying words of the deceased echoed, "My body is decaying." Perhaps because Robert destroyed my mana core. Demonic nature is consuming me. Damn it, I haven't even begun my revenge. He despaired as his consciousness faded. In a final effort, he decided, I will abandon everything, melting the jade serpent sword to bind myself. I leave my legacy here. He carved his last hope into the cliff, praying that his successor would fulfill his dying wish. Returning to the present, both Theo Ragnar and Eblon were stunned by the truth that had just been revealed. Theo was aghast, recognizing the legendary techniques. Phantom Sword Art and Thunder God's Storm? Then this person is memories of a legend flooded back. A tragic hero who had contended for the clan head position with his father, Kyle Ragnar, until the very end. It was the Wind Dragon, Hector Ragnar. Theo couldn't believe that the man presumed dead had been here all this time. A tear rolled down Eblon's cheek as she realized what she had just done. She immediately knelt to the ground, showing extreme remorse. Theo asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Eblon sobbed, explaining that despite being exiled, the Wind Dragon was still the legitimate heir of the Ragnar bloodline. For a vassal to harm an heir is a grave crime, punishable by immediate execution. She bowed her head, awaiting punishment. "Stop spouting nonsense," Theo coldly interrupted. He asserted, "The person you killed was not a Ragnar, but a madman. You did it to save my life. There was no other choice." "Everything that happened here will be kept a secret," Theo declared, then turned his back, leaving Eblon bewildered. He turned back, making an incredible decision. "If you're still troubled, Eblon, then take the Wind Dragon's secret art." Eblon was utterly astonished. "The Wind Dragon's secret art is on par with the 9 dragons. Why would you give it to me?" Theo stepped forward, his gaze firm. "Become the Wind Dragon's successor and grow stronger. And inherit his legacy," he finished, walking past, entrusting a great responsibility and a life-changing opportunity to the stunned Eblon. Theo patted Eblon's shoulder, his voice resolute. "Now, the Wind Dragon can rest in peace. Because you are his disciple, no one can call this a crime." He bent down, his sharp gaze fixed on the kneeling girl. "Didn't you say you would become my sword, Eblon?" Eblon's eyes shone with iron determination. She was ready for a new path. She bowed deeply, her voice echoing in the cave. "Eblon Nereville, Senior Swordsman of Ragnar, I swear my loyalty to Lord Theo Ragnar as your vassal." With absolute reverence, Eblon Nereville continued her oath. "I sincerely hope my great and noble lord accepts the oath of a humble vassal." Theo smiled faintly at her seriousness. "You truly are a rigid follower of rules." He drew his greatsword, beginning the investiture ceremony. "I, Theo Ragnar." The gleaming blade gently rested on Eblon Nereville's shoulder, a covenant about to be sealed. "Accept Eblon Nereville's oath, engraving it into my heart and soul for the long journey ahead. I swear to make you my first sword." Theo's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. A trustworthy ally had been gained. Eblon Nereville smiled faintly, sensing a new power and a wide-open future awaiting her. Outside the cave, a majestic creature appeared, the Wyvern Umbra, Theo's new partner. The clear blue sky heralded a new beginning. A new journey had commenced. At the White Dragon Legion headquarters, the arena was tinged with twilight and littered with defeated opponents. Hulkus Lanka laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, That Theo guy still hasn't arrived. Perhaps I am the most talented one in this White Dragon Legion. A figure unexpectedly landed in the arena, interrupting the warrior's boast. Holkus Lanka and his pet looked up in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. Theo Ragnar majestically landed on Umbra's back, causing Holkus Lanka to scream in terror. Theo Ragnar! What the hell have you brought here? The other trainees were also stunned. What? Don't tell me that's Umbra. How did he tame that untamable beast? The crowd buzzed, utterly astonished. So this is the once-in-a-millennium genius? Well, he really is talented. What the hell is this? Senior swordsman Evelyn Nerval and junior swordsman Theo Ragnar report. We have completed the aptitude test and returned. But Evelyn wondered, where's the captain? A knight rushed to report. He just received urgent news and has returned to the office. Theo muttered, a bad premonition rising. Urgent news? The messenger quickly left, leaving behind a tense atmosphere. Soon after, a loud noise echoed, signaling the approaching storm. A colossal dark shadow obscured the sky as the commander, riding a war dragon, landed in the training ground. He spoke in a stern voice. I know you have just completed your initiation ceremony, but I regret to inform everyone here, the commander growled, all of you will be deployed to Blanky Fortress. Theo was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Actual combat deployment? But then he quickly calmed down, for this was an event he already knew. The Ceres Merchant Guild's hostage crisis at Blanky Fortress. Their goal was to seize the dragon-slaying sword Balmung, to stage a rebellion, and the mastermind behind it all was none other than Ed Troyven. Theo recalled a crucial detail in horror. 14 members under the captain's command had gone missing. Among them was Trainee Isbin, a veteran knight whom even Julius respected. Such a person couldn't have fallen so easily. Cold sweat broke out, and he fearfully wondered, could it be another butterfly effect caused by me? The commander continued to announce the dire situation. According to Black Snow's report, the mortality rate is 89%. We will form a temporary Team 5 to continue the search mission. Another commander ordered, the temporary captain of Team 5 is Eblon Nerval. You rookies have 4 hours left to complete basic training. Theo clenched his fist, thinking to himself, I don't believe they're dead either, but we still have to avenge them. The commander gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. Theo Ragnar and Eblon Nerval plunged down from above, beginning their mission. He recalled the Black Skull Gang's hostage-taking incident, an event that the White Armored Dragon Legion had resolved smoothly, or so he had once thought. Because the true objective of that incident was something entirely different. It was the theft and transport of the dragon-slaying sword, Balpung. In the past, Ed Troyven was the one behind it all. Theo mused, realizing Ed had used that sword to spark the rebellion. But now, the course of events had changed compared to his previous life. If all of this is because of me, he thought, a tear rolling down his cheek. Fisi, then I must witness it with my own eyes, Theo resolved, and a hidden quest unexpectedly appeared. Seize the dragon-slaying sword, Balpung. A few hours later, at a snow-covered fortress, a guard sighed, Ugh, it's so cold. I can't get used to this weather. Suddenly, the guard looked up, astonished. Huh? Wait, why does the moon look like that? Before his eyes, an entire squadron of White Armored Dragon Legion wyverns filled the sky. The soldier's hand frantically slammed the alarm bell. Alarm! The dragon armored! He screamed from the top of the watchtower, but a purple magical explosion engulfed the tower and his scream. From above, Evelyn Nerval coldly ordered, Fire all weapons! A barrage of crystal-shaped magical bombs was dropped from the wyverns. They plunged to the ground and exploded, creating destructive pillars of purple energy. A soldier on the ground screamed in terror, "Get inside the fortress quickly. If we stay here, we're dead for sure." Amidst the chaos, the defending soldiers frantically fled for their lives. A sword swung, fresh blood splattered, signaling the start of the massacre. A commander of the White Armored Dragon Legion shouted, "Take them all down!" At the same time, another blonde commander roared in anger, vowing to make the enemy pay for provoking his legion. At a burning fortress, a heavily armored mercenary muttered, "Damn it, they said they'd handle the White Armored Dragon Legion." He chuckled gleefully, thinking that once this item was delivered, he could live a peaceful life. Meanwhile, a mysterious cloaked figure stood amidst the battlefield, his sword still stained with blood. He stood atop the snowy mountain, silently observing the fortress engulfed in flames from afar. Beneath his hood, his glowing red eyes flashed with a deadly gaze. Another hooded subordinate appeared, presenting a wrapped item and reporting, "Here is the item." The black-haired, red-eyed commander confirmed receipt of the item. He ordered his cloaked army, "We have the item. Prepare for the next operation." Turning back to look at the raging flames, he mused, "Now, all that remains is to exterminate the vermin," he concluded with a cruel smile. He gritted his teeth, murderous intent surging. Elsewhere, a red-haired warrior cheered triumphantly after suppressing the enemy with his comrades. "Suppression complete," Theo Ragnar coldly replied. "It was too easy, to the point of being boring." His red eyes narrowed, thinking it was hard to believe that Team 5 had been completely wiped out by these guys. He activated his special ability, beginning to synchronize and read the target's memories. Through the memories, Theo learned that this person had heard Balpung was stolen, but had never seen it himself. He frowned in thought, feeling he was missing something important. A girl with glasses asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Theo? Is something bothering you?" A blonde warrior slung an arm around Theo Ragnar's shoulder, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha! Even if you're the lightning tiger, a rookie is still a rookie. Just admit you're nervous." He let go of Theo, sighing. "All right, let's head back. I just want to go take a bath." "I reek of gunpowder," Theo muttered, his red eyes sharpening as he noticed something amiss. Immediately, he pushed his comrade's hand away and dashed off. The girl with glasses and the blonde young man stared at each other blankly, not understanding what was happening. Both were bewildered by Theo's sudden reaction. Theo sped off at a terrifying pace, his gaze resolute. He ran along the fortress wall, creating a powerful gust of wind. In a flash, Theo grabbed the girl with glasses, whispering, "Just as I thought." The two remaining comrades were horrified to see Theo carrying the girl away. Numerous barrels of explosives were discovered. They intended to commit suicide along with everyone else. Theo shouted, "No time to hesitate. Retreat immediately. Rank siblings, prepare for a swift retreat." Theo led the entire team, including Hulkus and Erica Ranke, fleeing the deadly trap. He roared in fury, urging everyone to move faster. An earth-shattering explosion erupted right behind them. Meanwhile, in a snow-covered forest, a hooded commander coldly ordered, "Load ammunition." A hand in a winter uniform pulled the trigger. The volley of bullets created violent explosions on the target. The commander gave the final order, "Annihilate them all." "For that person," he thought, turning his eyes towards a magnificent castle under the night sky. A heavy silence enveloped the room as Amel Ragnar clutched the corpse of her son, Axion. With a voice trembling in pain, she whispered, "Axion, my beloved son, you must have suffered so much. I will." A gruesome, vengeful smile appeared on her face, mingling with tears of blood. "Make sure to bring that bastard's head to you." Meanwhile, A devastated fortress courtyard was steeped in death, strewn with the corpses of warriors in fur armor. Amidst the slaughter, Evelyn Nerval moved like a whirlwind, striking down foes with deadly grace. From above, another female commander ordered her cloaked troops, "Don't let a single one escape." A female commander stood in the middle of the battlefield, pondering the defeat of Squad 5, sensing something was wrong. Her face was full of suspicion, unable to shake the feeling that something unusual was unfolding. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror as she realized an invisible and imminent threat. A deafening explosion rang out, engulfing a captain amidst the terrified screams of the soldiers. Evelyn Nerval reacted instantly, pointing her weapon towards the new attack. A soldier with a grimy face exclaimed in horror, "This is insane." "It's an artillery attack!" another soldier yelled as he was thrown back by the shockwave. "Everyone, find cover!" Panic spread as a warrior screamed, engulfed by a terrifying explosion right behind him. Evelyn Nerval dove to the ground, narrowly escaping the relentless artillery barrage. The entire fortress was engulfed in a storm of fire and destruction. Amidst the chaos, a brightly glowing gate signaled the arrival of reinforcements. A blonde commander led his troops charging out, desperately calling out the captain's name. Seeing the hellish scene, he quickly changed his order. "This is an artillery bombardment. We need to get out of here fast." Amidst the chaos, Theo Ragnar's voice rang out, calm and authoritative, as he activated his mind gate. Amidst the artillery barrage, Theo Ragnar maintained his focus, his gaze sharp. He activated his mind gate, an ability that enhances thought processing speed and spatial awareness. Theo's eyes glowed blue, his pupils contracting into slits as the ability operated at maximum. Evelyn Nerval grabbed his shoulder, yelling, "What are you still doing standing there, Theo? We need to get out now. Snap out of it." Theo immediately gripped her wrist, preventing the team's attempt to run outside. "What are you doing?" Evelyn Nerval cried out in shock. "We don't have time." "No," Theo replied decisively. "We have to go inside." Evelyn Nerval was completely stunned by his insane and unbelievable command. Without further explanation, Theo dashed off, pulling the entire team deeper into the shaking fortress. The blonde young man protested, "You want us to go back into that place that almost exploded? The lives of 21 people are in your hands. If we run outside now, we'll be hit by artillery fire or fall into an ambush." Theo yelled back, "That's exactly what they're hoping for." He touched a fragment on the wall, using his infant synchronization ability to read residual thoughts from the battlefield. With glowing eyes, Theo saw through the enemy's plan. They must have thought we wouldn't survive inside the fortress. His ability spread throughout the space, sweeping through every corner of the structure. When the mind gate was opened, the synchronization range expanded significantly, allowing him a panoramic view of every danger. "The left side is rigged with explosives," Theo identified the first danger. "The right side is under artillery fire," he continued to analyze, eliminating another option. "We'll go down the front stairs." Theo found the only way out and commanded. Following the instruction, the entire team immediately changed direction, rushing down the stairs amidst the chaos. Evelyn Nerval ran right behind Theo, her face still bewildered, but now completely trusting his decision. The team rushed down the stairs and realized with horror that it was a dead end. Panic set in, and the teammates desperately questioned Theo. "You told us to trust you. You have a plan, don't you?" Suddenly, the ceiling shook violently, and the red-haired warrior and his blonde-haired friend screamed, "It's collapsing!" Everyone, including Evelyn Nerval, was terrified as large rocks began to rain down. The blonde-haired young man and the girl with glasses could only stare helplessly as the disaster unfolded. The red-haired warrior also couldn't hide the extreme fear on his face. Amidst the hail of rocks, Only Theo Ragnar maintained his sharp gaze, unusually calm. Meanwhile, outside, the fortress was engulfed in flames after a fierce bombardment. The cloaked commander reported to his subordinates, "All artillery shells have been expended." He drew his sword, his eyes cold. "Remember this. This is revenge for young Master Axion. Even if they turn to dust, bring their heads back here." Back inside, the ground beneath Theo's feet was completely shattered. An entire floor collapsed, dragging everyone down into the dark abyss. Fortunately, the team landed safely on a pile of rubble, and the red-haired young man sighed in relief. "Just as expected, Theo. You had a plan all along. You destroyed the floor at the last second." But their joy was short-lived as a group of heavily armed guards suddenly appeared, shouting, "What? Who are you? How did you get in here?" Theo recognized them immediately. "The Black Tower? Why are they here?" he wondered, as he discovered an unusual solid ground layer and came to investigate. But then, another sight caught Theo's eye, leaving him stunned. Behind the guards was a row of sturdy prison cells, with countless people imprisoned inside, his eyes fixed on an elderly man in chains. Captain of the 5th Squad, Trainee Evelyn. The cold prison bars appeared, signaling a horrifying secret hidden within this fortress. A red-haired female warrior with a braid looked at the newly rescued soldiers, sighing in relief. "It's a relief you're alive, Trainee." Her ash-blonde-haired comrade gritted his teeth. "But it's unbelievable. The mastermind is the Ragnar Intelligence Bureau." The chains that bound them shattered into pieces. Trainee Evelyn stood up, looked at the ash-blonde-haired woman, and remarked, "You say that, but you don't seem very surprised." She bowed her head, admitting resentfully, "I suspected an inside job, but I couldn't believe they would turn their swords on their own kind." A blonde-haired warrior and the girl with glasses roared in anger. "This is treason. We must have our revenge." Trainee Evelyn calmly intervened. "Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. They are well prepared, and with our current forces, we cannot confront them directly." The ash-blonde-haired woman suggested, "So now, we need to inform the black snow outside." But a cold voice cut her off. "That is impossible." Theo Ragnar appeared, explaining the desperate situation. "The lack of support means that the black snow forces ambushing outside have been completely wiped out." To everyone's astonished faces, he declared firmly, "But we still have a chance to win." Theo pointed to the soldiers still imprisoned. They even buried their own subordinates, proving they are trying to cover up this entire incident. He continued to outline the plan. "Therefore, they will surely return to check the bodies. The moment they let their guard down, believing they have won, that is when we will ambush them from within the rubble." Theo's glowing red eyes flashed with absolute confidence. "The chance of success is very high." Theo's words rekindled the fighting spirit in Trainee Evelyn's weary eyes. The old captain recalled the moment he opened his inner gate, a realm of inner power. He mocked himself in his thoughts. "I truly am old. To think I was about to give up my life for something like this." Trainee picked up a wooden staff, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "It seems we've recruited some excellent new soldiers this time." He slammed the staff firmly onto the stone floor, a decisive thud echoing. Trainee Evelyn laughed heartily, his spirit ablaze. "You're right. The White Dragon Knights will not sit idly by and take this beating." Theo Ragnar commanded loudly, "We will execute the plan exactly as discussed. White Dragon Knights, all units, prepare for battle." Meanwhile, a mysterious cloaked commander also led his troops through the night. On the desolate battlefield, shadowy figures silently advanced, searching everywhere. A soldier stepped onto a broken slab of stone, continuing the search. Suddenly, An enemy soldier gasped on the ground, pleading desperately. "Save me!" He continued to beg, "Please, just once." However, the plea was met with a gruesome crack as the cloaked commander coldly finished him off. He turned to ask his subordinate, "Have you found them yet?" and received the reply, "Not yet. We've finished the west side of the fortress and are searching the east." The commander muttered, a flicker of doubt appearing. The ambush team hasn't reported anything either. Standing amidst countless corpses of his own troops, he noticed something strange. But why? Are only the bodies of the White Dragon Knights missing? He suddenly raised his hand, signaling, "Wait, stop. Has anyone here seen the White Dragon Knights?" Immediately, warriors in white armor burst from the shadows, attacking his subordinates who were utterly stunned. The cloaked commander, without hesitation, swiftly drew his great saber, ready for battle. A lightning-fast sword strike came down, and he immediately raised his saber to block the blow. His opponent was revealed, a spirited, red-haired female commander. Two surges of power clashed fiercely, and the death match between the two commanders officially began. The commander took a dangerous hit, sparks flying. He roared, swinging a powerful wide saber strike in retaliation. The red-haired female commander lightly sprang into the air, spectacularly dodging the attack. She landed firmly on the ground, ready for the next exchange. "Ambush! It's the white-armored dragon knights!" The cloaked commander roared in surprise. His soldiers were immediately overwhelmed by the white-armored army, forced to desperately change formation. He bitterly thought to himself, "I had hoped it wasn't the Central Intelligence Bureau." Facing him, the ash-haired female warrior coldly declared, "By Ragnar law, equal, you shall be executed for treason." The battle erupted, the commander fighting alone against the female warrior and other soldiers. Two swords clashed, sparking, and he couldn't understand. How could they have survived the bombardment? He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring from him under the pressure. His bloodshot eyes flashed with extreme bewilderment. How in the world? The female warrior gave him no time to think. She braced herself to block the attack and immediately counterattacked. She fought fiercely, confronting the commander head-on. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a powerful spinning kick, landing squarely on her opponent. Her gaze remained razor-sharp, without a hint of carelessness. The commander was sent flying, blood gushing from his wound. His sword couldn't withstand the impact, shattering into pieces. Disarmed, the commander collapsed helplessly. Iblan Nerival appeared with his comrades, shouting, "This is the Central Intelligence Bureau. Further resistance is futile." A long, black-haired warrior used a whip to bind an enemy, sneering, "The moment the ambush succeeded, you had no chance of winning." The muscular guy with the pink mohawk offered, "If you surrender voluntarily, we will spare your lives." Cornered, the cloaked commander flashed a crazed smile and roared, "All members, I permit the use of forbidden arts." In Theo's memory, Trainee Isbin and the surviving soldiers stood there, exhausted and covered in wounds. The enemy commander was stunned as his subordinates prepared to unleash an unfamiliar, forbidden art. The ground cracked open under the dark power being unleashed. A transformed soldier lunged at Theo with berserk power. The past. Theo was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. It was the reverse blood art, a forbidden technique that drained life force for power. A violent energy explosion spread across the battlefield. The young man was knocked back by the terrifying surge of power. But in those blazing red eyes, his will to fight remained undiminished. Meanwhile, another of Theo's comrades was surrounded by an entire legion of demonized soldiers. Countless blood-stained blades rained down on him like a deadly shower. The purple-haired warrior was riddled with weapons, yet still stood firm. With his last ounce of strength, he gasped, "Rookie, run!" Theo froze, horrified as he witnessed his comrade fall. The enemy commander merely flashed a savage, delighted smile. Rage erupted. Theo roared, "You bastards dare!" He unleashed his full power, performing the destructive ultimate technique. 3 dragon claws. Limits shattered. Theo's heartgate was officially activated. Theo moved like a ghost, slaughtering the monsters in the blink of an eye. His sword, imbued with dragon power, finished them all with the might of the 3 dragon claws. Memories flooded back as a storm of blue dragon power engulfed the entire battlefield. The attack wiped out the army using the forbidden art, leaving no one. Theo Ragnar's comrades were also swept into the vortex of destruction, screaming in horror. A blonde warrior desperately raised his arm to shield himself, while the black-haired girl was thrown away. Another friend couldn't react in time, his body dissolving amidst the energy surge. A red ribbon, the only thing left, floated in the air like a farewell. On the ravaged ground, the surviving soldiers could only stare in stunned silence at the horrifying scene. The enemy commander exclaimed in shock. He neutralized the reverse blood art so easily. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "I cannot let him survive." A violent explosion erupted from the ground, signaling a desperate counterattack. The blonde comrade and the girl with glasses gasped, stunned by the turn of events. He muttered in astonishment, "Theo, when did that kid learn this?" In his mind, Theo Ragnar braced himself. "I used the heartgate to amplify my power." But his body had reached its limit, blood and sweat pouring out. "It's too much for me to bear right now." The commander roared from a distance, drawing Theo's attention. "Theo Ragnar!" He charged like an arrow, frantically screaming, "At the very least, I'll drag you down to hell with me." Theo Ragnar realized immediately that the enemy's magic was in turmoil. No way! The commander's entire body swelled. He intended to self-destruct to finish them both. In that critical moment, a flash of light gleamed in Theo Ragnar's eyes. An ash-blonde female warrior unleashed the ultimate technique, Storm God, tearing apart the commander, who was screaming in agony. The raging green energy vortex displayed an unstoppable power. With glowing eyes, she focused her entire will to control the destructive threat. Her armored hand clenched, and even the surrounding air submitted. She imprisoned the enemy in an energy vortex, completely neutralizing his suicide plan. Theo Ragnar was astonished to realize that the terrifying magic explosion
Had some tea.
had been completely stopped. The compressed energy finally imploded, creating a burst of blue light, extinguishing the threat. Amidst the rubble, the enemy commander lay, his body shattered, his final plan a failure. Exhausted, Theo collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. A black-haired comrade appeared, looking at him with admiration. "Well done, Theo." The surviving team members quickly gathered around, their faces reflecting deep relief and gratitude. Theo looked up, a little stunned by their heartfelt encouragement. A relieved and weary smile briefly appeared on his lips. The blonde friend took Theo's hand, pulling him to his feet in camaraderie. "When did you and the captain learn those moves?" someone asked. To which Theo jokingly replied, "Knowing only brings trouble." A memory of brighter days flooded back. A moment when the whole team laughed together joyfully. Trainee Isbin's tired eyes shone with resolve, witnessing the battle finally conclude. Dawn broke over the ruined fortress. The long night was over, and a new day began. A solitary sword stood plunged into the ground, its hilt wrapped in ribbons fluttering in the twilight breeze. At the magnificent Rose Palace, a tragedy was quietly unfolding. Imel Ragnar let out a desperate cry, her face drenched in tears of pain and despair. "You damn woman! Ed Troyven grabbed her collar, his eyes blazing with fury. He unceremoniously threw her to the floor amidst the terrified cries of her loyal attendant. Ed held up a sealed document, growling, "What audacity allowed you to steal my seal?" He crumpled the paper, roaring, "You ordered to kill that Ragnar bastard and the white-armored dragon legion? Do you even know what you've done?" Imel lay sprawled on the floor, horrified, watching her brother accuse her of interfering with the Troyven family's grand plan. A heart-wrenching scream, filled with resentment and helplessness, echoed through the room. "I just want the head of that bastard who harmed Axion," she shrieked through tears. "Is that so hard?" Her fury erupted. That enemy and everything related to him. Tear them apart. Burn them to appease Axion's soul. That's the only way I'll feel better. Ed Troyven looked down, coldly, asking about her obsession with Axion. "Just because a brat like him died, you forgot your role?" he said, then swung his hand, slapping her hard across the face. Blood splattered, and Ed roared the dead person's name as if to mock her pain. "Axion! You lost the dragon slaying sword, the key to the entire plan," he declared. "From now on, you are no longer a daughter of the Troyven family." In Amel's mind, Axion's image appeared, an indelible, painful memory. She collapsed, blood and tears mingling, desperately calling her father's name. Ed Troyven turned his back, ordering the knights, "Kill everyone associated with her," causing Amel's attendant to plead in terror. Despite the desperate pleas, Ed's gaze remained icy, without a trace of mercy. Amidst a sea of blood and corpses, the leader of the rebellion bitterly realized his cherished plan had vanished into thin air. "It's all that bastard's fault. Theo Ragnar," he roared in hatred, his eyes burning with enmity. Meanwhile, Theo Ragnar sat in his room, calmly activating a magical interface. From it appeared the legendary greatsword, Balmung, a sealed, mystery-grade weapon. "The dragon-slaying sword, huh?" Theo muttered, feeling the weight of destiny in his hands. But as he grasped the hilt, a fierce surge of energy immediately pushed his hand away. The heavy sword slipped from his hand, plunging into the stone floor with a cold clink. Just as expected, truly worthy of being the dragon slayer, he thought to himself, looking at his numb hand. He immediately realized it's definitely incompatible with the Ragnar bloodline. Just as he thought, the sword couldn't be used unless its mystery was unlocked. It was a legacy from the mythical era, a legendary item granting unparalleled power to whoever deciphered it. Theo recalled that in his previous life, Ed Troyven was the one who had unlocked Balmung's mystery. Recalling the man's movements from that year, a location suddenly flashed in his mind. Until its secret is unlocked, it's just a useless chunk of iron, Theo decided, putting the sword away. Suddenly, a sound from outside the door made him turn around. Evelyn Niraval entered, bowing. "Apologies for disturbing you, young master. May I have a moment of your time?" She conveyed the message. "The commander wishes to see you," and the scene shifted to an eye patch-wearing man smiling. "Welcome back safely." But then, the commander's smile faded, and his eyes behind the black patch became sharp. "Are you planning to retire?" he asked directly, his voice full of scrutiny. "It's rather shameful to say this," the old soldier began. "As you can see, I lost both my legs and the dragon Rocinante in the recent battle." He continued, "Furthermore, this old body won't last much longer on the battlefield. I intend to spend the rest of my life returning to my homeland, remembering my fallen comrades." The commander chuckled. "Ha, who could stop your stubbornness? Do as you wish." The old soldier bowed. "Thank you, Commander." "This isn't exactly a replacement," the old soldier said while sipping tea, "but I have something to say about the new recruit, Theo Ragnar. The commander replied concisely, "Go on." At his age, the Thunder Gate has already opened. Hearing this, the commander sprang up in surprise. The Thunder Gate? That means he's already crossed the barrier between ordinary people and superhumans. The old soldier set his teacup down forcefully. I was shocked the first time I saw it, too. Clearly, he wasn't a born genius who had the Thunder Gate already open. It felt as if he had forcibly torn open a tightly locked door, a powerful sense of breaking through. In any case, his vessel has suddenly expanded, and compared to what he holds, it's absurdly vast. The commander slammed the table, his eyes gleaming with determination. Then, we must fill that expanded vessel. The old soldier smiled contentedly. That's all an old senior can say to a junior. The commander's memories flooded back to a snowy night. From now on, you will have to learn and grow on your own, he told the young man standing before him. In the past, Theo Ragnar, with resolute eyes, listened to the instructions of his respected commander. He stood alone on the vast bridge, amidst the silent night and falling white snow. "Theo, I heard you played a big role in this mission?" the commander asked. The young man smiled humbly. "Not at all. It was all thanks to my comrades." "Don't be so modest," the commander said, his gaze sharp. "So, how far has your martial path developed?" Theo Ragnar pondered. "Martial path? Do you mean my combat power? Compared to before, fighting has become easier." "No," the commander interrupted. "I'm not just asking about your combat skill level." The commander asked with a piercing gaze. "I'm asking what world your sword is trying to express." Theo Ragnar was astonished. He bowed his head, confused, and replied, "If that's what you mean, then I truly don't know. I merely trained with the sole desire to emulate the clan head's swordsmanship." The commander patted his shoulder. "Everyone starts that way." Suddenly, the commander unleashed his power, shattering the surrounding space and sending Theo flying backward. The entire world was engulfed in a chaotic surge of crimson energy. Theo was astonished to realize he was standing in the demon dragon's crystal domain. He secretly thought it was completely different from the crystal domain the sword dragon had displayed before his second awakening. A flash of insight struck Theo. Could this be the world shaped by one's martial path? The commander stood there, an awe-inspiring aura emanating from him. He declared, "My sword represents demon." Theo held his breath, focusing on every detail. From the commander's power, countless black dragon phantoms rose, soaring across the crimson sky. That majestic and eerie sight was reflected in Theo's astonished eyes. The young man felt tiny before the berserk power of the demon dragon's domain. The demonic energy converged, forming a colossal vortex. The commander's great saber vibrated, resonating with earth-shattering power. Amidst the desolate scene, the commander stood firm and asked, "What do you think? What have you seen in the demon dragon's martial path?" Theo Ragnar replied to his master's question, "Power and destruction." The commander confirmed, "Precisely, that is the essence of demon." He explained that this martial path was like a berserk force that shattered everything. It is the straight path of violence, destruction, and death, the very foundation of swordsmanship. For comparison, he asked Theo about his feelings regarding the Lady of Plum Blossom Palace's swordsmanship. Theo thoughtfully replied that the sword was incredibly elegant and beautiful. The commander nodded, explaining that her swordsmanship contained the essence of life. It was like a seed silently sprouting, a tree constantly reaching upwards, representing life itself. Theo suddenly awoke, realizing that the martial path was a myriad of forms. Even the 9 dragons had different interpretations. The commander merely smirked meaningfully. He asked if Theo thought life and death were two completely opposing concepts. The atmosphere around them suddenly changed. "It wouldn't be fun if I told you," the commander said, then turned and walked away. Just then, a mysterious book suddenly appeared before the astonished Theo. He explained that it was a record of the conversation between him and the sword dragon about the truth of the martial path. Theo was stunned, realizing the incredible value of the gift he had just received. The commander declared, "This is extremely rare, but Theo, you have become our shared disciple. Now, he is the successor of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon." On the snowy mountain peak, two legends faced each other: the devil dragon and the sword dragon. The sword dragon held a book and a quill in her hand. The devil dragon listened silently, his face full of contemplation. The sword dragon chuckled. "By the way, you're too strict, insisting on making my person a joint successor. You're just jealous." She continued slyly, "Even so, you can't deny that this will greatly help Theo, can you? The boy is developing as fast as his talent allows and will soon reach his limit." The sword dragon raised the book. "When that happens, this will help him overcome it." But then, she suddenly asked seriously, "But what if, by any chance—" The devil dragon finished her sentence. "Theo becomes an enemy of Ragnar?" The sword dragon was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat at that terrifying prospect. The devil dragon warned, "Lord of the bow, you know it too. Most who mature too quickly don't come to a good end. If Theo is the same, the secret art we bestowed upon him could stain the entire Ragnar family with blood," he said, surprising the sword dragon. "I thought you simply had an affection for the child." The sword dragon asserted, "But thanks to what you just said, now I am certain. That's just like Julius. It's best if you keep it," she smiled, handing the book to the devil dragon. "When Theo matures without being consumed by greed, give it to him," she instructed as he took the book. The devil dragon remained silent, bearing a heavy responsibility. The secret tome was now in his hands. Young Theo Ragnar was stunned. The joint successor of the sword dragon and the devil dragon, the two strongest dragons in the family. He stammered, "May I accept this?" The devil dragon replied, "There's no need to be so humble." The devil dragon affirmed confidently, "We bestow it upon you because we believe you are worthy." In a stream of memories, Theo Ragnar smiled as he remembered his old comrades. He thought to himself that he was able to grow thanks to them. Theo blamed himself for never having done anything for them, while he himself had only received help. Gratitude welled up, and he resolved to repay this kindness. Breaking free from his thoughts, Theo in the past stepped forward decisively. His goatee-wearing comrade spoke up. "If you want to repay us, here's how." The burly captain roared excitedly, challenging, "Let's spar, Theo." The memory ended. Returning to reality, Theo Ragnar was haggard and exhausted after the hellish training session. In the past, the training sessions were no less brutal. His pink brown-haired female comrade screamed as she took an attack. Elsewhere, a hand was locking a prison cell door. Inside, Henry Morris was bound by magical chains, frantically screaming Evelyn's and the young master's names. The clear blue sky signaled that a day had passed. The heavy clanking of iron chains echoed as the door was opened. Evelyn Nerval pushed open the large door and stepped inside. She froze, astonished by the sight before her. Evelyn rushed over in a panic when she saw Theo Ragnar slumped on the steps, his entire body aching. She anxiously asked about his condition. "The captain went a bit overboard this time," Evelyn remarked. But Theo only replied sarcastically, "A bit?" Evelyn reported. "More importantly, per your orders, we've locked him in the dungeon." Looking at the cold iron door, she wondered, but are you sure it's okay to just leave him like that? Evelyn Nerval was concerned about the stubborn prisoner, but Theo Ragnar reassured her that he had a plan. Theo whispered into Evelyn's ear, revealing a daring plan. Evelyn Nerval couldn't help but be stunned by the recklessness of her young master's plan. Meanwhile, at the magnificent Plum Blossom Palace under the night sky, a lone figure was already waiting at the palace lord's training ground. Theo Ragnar respectfully bowed to the mysterious master of this place. Osa Ragnar, the palace lord of Plum Blossom Palace, coldly asked about the gift she and the devil dragon had sent. Theo confirmed that he had received immense help from them. Without another word, Osa Ragnar began to unleash her formidable sword chi. Energy converged, summoning countless sharp swords that floated in midair. The entire training ground transformed into a deadly dance of swords and plum blossoms. After the display, Osa gently landed in front of Theo, pleased with his reaction. She declared that she would teach him the fundamentals of swordsmanship, skill, and technique. She explained that from those foundations, the path of the sword would open. I want to teach you how to bring life through the sword, Osa Ragnar declared sonorously. With a powerful smile, she repeated her question. Theo Ragnar, do you wish to become my disciple? Instead of answering, Theo calmly asked for permission to ask a question. He looked up, his crimson eyes gazing directly at the palace lord. Is this an offer made in your capacity as a heavenly dragon sword master? Osa Ragnar smiled profoundly. Not many people know that, yet you found out. She decisively plunged her katana into the ground, admitting, I won't deny it. Her majestic image reflected, her voice resonated. Heavenly Dragon Sword Master is indeed one of my titles. Theo Ragnar bowed apologetically for probing, but Osa gently said, It's all right. I wasn't going to scold you. She reassured him with a benevolent expression. I have no hidden intentions. From blooming plum blossom to heavenly dragon swordsmanship, I intend to pass it all on to you. The shocking offer left Theo stunned. Returning to the present, Theo walked alone through the Plum Blossom Palace garden, his heart heavy with thought. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Hey, you! A group of swordsmen blocked his path, their leader speaking. The rookie of the white-armored dragon unit. You're Theo Ragnar, right? Theo flicked his hand, replying defiantly, Yes, so what? The blonde swordsman frowned in annoyance. You're speaking quite informally when we haven't even greeted each other yet. He lectured, Now that you're the palace master's disciple, show some respect to your seniors. Theo smirked, realizing this was just an old trick of seniors bullying newcomers. Seniors? You're not even my direct superior. Theo's sharp reply enraged the group. The blond man yelled, You're also a disciple of the Plum Blossom Palace, so you're our junior. What else could you be? Theo calmly interrupted, I think you're misunderstanding. The offer to become the palace master's disciple. His gaze was icy as he declared the truth. I refused. The blond swordsman and his companions were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Memories flooded back. Theo knelt and asked Osa, You want to pass both ultimate techniques on to me? He confessed in confusion that he wasn't worthy, but Osa gently ordered, Stand up. Osa Ragnar gently touched Theo's cheek, explaining, There's no grand reason. It's just that you reminded me of Kyle. The image of the young clan head flashed, leaving Theo stunned as he wondered, I remind you of the clan head? Osa affirmed the resemblance was not just in appearance, but also in the ideals and dreams Kyle pursued in his youth. She added thoughtfully, Perhaps even now, he is still dreaming those dreams. Memories flooded back. Osa recalled a young Kyle Ragnar who fought tirelessly, overcoming every challenge and hardship. Even if he shed tears, he never once bowed his head or abandoned his principles. Osa confessed, "When I see in you the aspect of him that I loved, how can I stand idly by?" Then she returned to the main point, asking Theo for his answer to her offer. With a resolute gaze, Theo Ragnar firmly stated, "Although this is an attractive offer, I must still refuse." He explained the reason. "Currently, I already have too many masters." Theo began to list. First was Lady Osa herself, who had taught him so much. Next were the demonic dragon Julius, his seniors, comrades, friends, and even enemies like Axion and Ed Troyven. All of them were his teachers. Osa couldn't help but be astonished that Theo considered even his adversaries as teachers. "That's why," Theo asserted, "the hardships they created have forged the person I am today." His spirited declaration left Osa completely stunned. Theo continued, "Because his sword was forged by both those who loved and those who hated him. It was constantly changing, unable to preserve the traditions of a single school." Osa smiled, thinking to herself how both endearing and regrettable that reason was. "But even if I cannot be your disciple," Theo unexpectedly began, making Osa curious. He smiled warmly and made an even more shocking offer. "I would be willing to be your son." Osa Ragnar's eyes widened, completely stunned by the young man's unbelievable words. Under the moonlight and cherry blossoms, the fateful conversation between Osa Ragnar and Theo Ragnar concluded. Osa smiled contentedly, taking a sip of wine with unprecedented joy. Her attendant remarked, "You must truly cherish him." And Osa readily admitted, "Of course." She mused to herself that heaven had not given her a child, but now bestowed upon her a son like Theo. The attendant smiled. "Seeing Lady Osa happy, I am also very glad." "I must thank Theo for finally letting me be a mother," Osa said, then ordered, "Prepare a letter for my husband." When the attendant asked about the content, Osa replied concisely, regarding Theo's promotion exam. The attendant was speechless, quickly interjecting, "My lady, he is just a rookie who has just completed the awakening ceremony." She continued to warn that attracting too much attention at such a young age could put Theo in danger. But Osa slammed her wine glass onto the table, her gaze resolute. "That's precisely why I must hurry. Before the great storms about to engulf the Ragnar family swallow everything, I want to give him everything I can." The scene abruptly shifted to a dark dungeon where a figure was imprisoned behind iron bars. It was a black-haired man, covered in injuries, his right arm amputated, tightly bound by chains. He opened his bloodshot eyes wide, gleaming with defiance despite his imprisonment. A cloaked shadow appeared, and the prisoner spoke. "You've finally come." The hooded figure, wearing a grotesque mask, replied, "Do not resent me. This is his will." The prisoner raised his head, growling defiantly, "Now kill me." Immediately, the masked figure lunged, sharp claws tearing through the air. Countless invisible blades shredded the prisoner's body, sparking against the sturdy chains. The executioner was stunned, seemingly astonished by the victim's unwavering defiance until the very last moment. The masked assassin was stunned as a figure suddenly lunged down from the ceiling. "I've been waiting for you," Evelyn Nereville roared, making the assassin realize he had fallen into a trap. Evelyn charged into attack like a storm, her blade sparking against the enemy's weapon. The assassin struggled to parry the powerful attacks, completely overwhelmed. Facing Evelyn, the attacker wondered in astonishment how she could be so strong. Realizing the disadvantageous situation, the assassin decided to retreat to save his life. He gathered his strength, intending to use speed to escape the encirclement and plan for the future. But Evelyn blocked his path, declaring she wouldn't let the target escape easily. She unleashed her secret technique, Tempest God, creating a furious whirlwind of sword energy. Taking the full blow, the assassin coughed up blood. His body staggered. Cornered, he summoned blue flames, determined to destroy all evidence. Evelyn gave him no chance. She rushed forward with terrifying speed to stop him. With one hand, she grabbed the assassin's chest, mocking his futile attempt at self-destruction. "That trick won't work on me a second time," Evelyn said coldly while dragging the neutralized captive. The scene shifts to a magnificent mansion on a snow-capped mountain, with a secluded log cabin in the distance. Inside the cabin was a quiet study, filled with old books. A voice reported that at 1:15 a.m., Evelyn Nerrival had captured alive an assassin who infiltrated the underground prison. In a secret meeting, a female officer reported the assassin belonged to Serpent Season, a branch of the Troyven family, potentially linked to heavenly dragon Ed Troyven. The burly commander growled, affirming this confirmed their suspicions about an insider within their ranks. He explained that the meeting had to be held in this secluded location precisely to prevent further information leaks. A masked female agent reported, according to intelligence, Serpent Season is stationed at an old castle. In 3 hours, they will destroy the evidence and escape. She continued, "We need to ambush their base, capture all members alive, and extract information. That is the key to this coordinated operation." Another agent concluded his report. He was Cleve, a null snow. The eye patch commander spoke up, announcing there was an additional matter. He announced, "This mission will also serve as Theo Ragnar's promotion exam." Theo was stunned, wondering if he was qualified for a promotion exam yet, but the commander affirmed it was true, though not exactly pleasant. "The difficulty of the exam has been raised," the commander said, while Theo was still bewildered. He explained that assigning a mission that could spark a civil war to a mid-tier swordsman was completely unusual. The ash-blonde female commander interjected, questioning Theo about unilaterally ordering Evelyn to ambush the prison. And now he had to deal with the consequences himself. Theo bowed his head in apology, but she sternly reminded him that acting unilaterally without informing superiors was disrespectful. The eye patch commander grabbed Theo's collar, growling, "If it has come to this, you must complete the mission perfectly." He yelled directly at him, "Get promoted and earn the privilege of undertaking solo missions. Understood?" "Yes, sir," Theo replied, secretly thinking to himself that he never expected to become the center of such events. Suddenly, a blue system notification panel appeared before Theo's eyes. A new scenario quest appeared, giving him the chance to purge the dark ties from his previous life. The masked female agent turned and asked directly, "Do you have any problems, Theo Ragnar?" With eyes burning with determination, Theo boldly replied, "No, sir. This mission, I will definitely complete it." The commander slammed the table and said with satisfaction, "Good. Now that you've been briefed, it's time to begin Operation Serpent Purge," he boldly declared, the entire formation shining with determination. Under the snowy night, a team of 4 silently advanced through the forest, towards the ancient castle hidden in the shadows. The masked female commander briefed the mission. "To eliminate the possibility of spies, only 3 of us will participate in this operation." She warned, "The target is a group of assassins. Even as Ragnar swordsmen, we are still outnumbered." Theo Ragnar responded to her warning not to let their guard down with a resolute, "Understood." Meanwhile, at the enemy's hideout, 2 assassins were busy organizing documents. One of them said, "The documents are almost done. We'll leave as soon as he returns." Just then, A strange orb was thrown into the room, signaling the start of the raid. The strange object whizzed through the air. An assassin realized in panic. A sneak attack. The orb exploded, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the entire room. Amidst the smoke, the female commander moved like lightning, neatly taking down 3 guards. The masked female assassin screamed in terror as a bloody wound appeared on her arm. She gnashed her teeth, furious at being caught in a trap. The female commander stood firm amidst the dissipating smoke, her sharp eyes observing the battlefield. Ragnar delivered a kick, sending a pile of documents flying from the floor. The documents flew towards an assassin, and immediately after, Theo's blade pierced through both. The female commander ordered, "The targets have been subdued. Evelyn and I will handle things here. Theo, you go to the basement." She secretly marveled at the team's speed, while Theo immediately obeyed. "Understood, boss." Without a moment's hesitation, Theo plunged down the deep, winding passage leading to the basement. He calculated as he ran. According to the map, the basement should be right under these stairs. Suddenly, a thin, red tripwire, fine as silk, stretched across the passage, right in Theo's path. Ragnar's red eyes gleamed with vigilance as he recognized the danger. A barrage of poisoned needles shot towards him, but his face remained as cold as ice. Theo gritted his teeth, his body moving to counter the deadly rain of hidden weapons. In a flash, he glided like a ghost, his blade perfectly deflecting each needle. He landed lightly, his glowing eyes signaling that the counterattack had only just begun. The skill Infant Synchronization was activated. Not just the traps, but an entire ambush force became clear in his mind. "Thunder Dragon Swift Body Protection Art!" Theo roared, summoning a whirlwind of dark sword energy to envelop himself. All his energy was unleashed in a single strike. The ultimate technique, Dragon Gate. A terrifying surge of power swept through the entire corridor. The entire hidden assassin squad was flung away like dry leaves in a storm. The leader's mask shattered, revealing a face of utter horror. How? Leaving the defeated behind, Theo coldly ascended the stairs, delving deeper into the enemy's lair. He thought to himself, with such tight security, there must be something hidden in the basement. Suddenly, a pungent stench assailed him, making him halt, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Before him was a large pool of blood, the disgusting smell of death permeating everywhere. A stranger, in crimson robes, was wiping his hands, grumbling about being disturbed during his prayer. He stood before an altar, covered in bones and blood, sneering. "You are quite an impatient believer, aren't you?" Theo growled, indignation clear in his eyes. Holy Demon Church. It was an apocalyptic cult, a pseudo-religious organization that deceived the ignorant with promises of a savior. And in Theo's memories, they were the cause of the great catastrophe, leading to the collapse of the entire empire. The priest smiled smugly. "So you know who I am." Theo activated a skill, reading the opponent's mana flow. He was shocked to realize that the priest's internal gate was not just open, but completely shattered. The priest sneered. "Sadly, it seems my flock still refuses to believe in this blessing." He clasped his hands, his tone full of condescension. "But it doesn't matter. I will grant you the honor of becoming a sacrifice for the true God." The priest lunged, yelling, "Please do not reject the grace of God." Theo blocked his hand, horrified by its absurd hardness. Both strained, a direct clash of explosive power erupting. Seizing the opportunity, Theo dodged a dangerous attack. He spun and swung his sword, creating a vortex of dark energy to counterattack. But Theo's blocking hand was severely injured. Without a moment's rest, both lunged at each other again in a fiery collision. Theo's blade met the priest's steel-hard hand. Theo couldn't believe it. His full mana attack had been blocked with such ease. A powerful recoil force sent the priest flying, slamming him into the wall behind. Theo coughed up blood, gritting his teeth as he admitted, "A low-level blood priest is this strong?" He knelt, calculating that a normal attack would be ineffective, and his ultimate skill too risky. Facing the waiting enemy, Theo desperately sought an escape. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, his mind focused on one question. Right now, with this sword, what can I do? In Theo's mind, Osa Ragnar's teachings echoed: violence, destruction, power. That is the essence of swordsmanship. It is death itself. Another voice continued, "Life and death. Do you think they are opposites? Two seemingly contradictory swords." Back in reality, the priest clasped his hands in prayer. "O Lord, this little lamb is shedding holy blood before you." He roared, offering Theo as a sacrifice. "Please accept their sacrifice." The priest stomped his foot, unleashing a crimson surge of energy to end the battle. Despite the danger, Theo lunged forward, swinging his sword with terrifying speed. His red eyes shone with unyielding determination. The priest smirked, looking disdainfully at the exhausted Theo. Truly a stubborn lamb. Suddenly, Theo had an epiphany. That's right. The two swords were never truly opposites. Life and death are one path. He realized the truth. Death awaits at the end of the path of life, and life sprouts from death. Not two, but a unified entity. What if the energy that had been scattered until now could be gathered into a single ray of light? The priest remained arrogant. "Fool, your sword cannot harm me. Haven't you realized yet?" Theo's slash swept past his hand without leaving a scratch. Theo took his stance, unleashing his ultimate technique, Dragon Flash. A fierce explosion of energy enveloped him. The priest sneered amidst the smoke. Just flashy appearances. How is it any different from before? Suddenly, his face changed, and wounds began to appear on his body. He realized in horror the attack. It moves as if it has a life of its own. Streams of dark energy from the slash unexpectedly surged, coiling tightly around the priest. Fresh blood splattered, signaling a fatal blow. The priest muttered, "Enlightenment amidst a sea of blood. You are the seed of demonic chaos. Before you further defile God's world." Theo Ragnar coldly reached out, grabbing the enemy's mangled face. The priest let out a final groan as the primordial sync skill activated, reading the subject's remaining thoughts. Theo resolved, "I must find out now the true origin of this strange power the Holy Demon Church uses." Dark energy surged from Theo's hand, beginning to infiltrate the priest's mind. Theo's consciousness was sucked into a chaotic vortex. The surroundings blurred, his mind pulled deep into the memories of the dead man. In the mental space, Theo's soul floated, and he realized, this is completely different from any mind reading I've ever done. He exclaimed in astonishment. It's as if his mind has regressed to that of a child. Suddenly, a corrupted quest appeared, mentioning an enigmatic past life that stunned Theo. The scene abruptly shifted to another memory, where a strange pink-haired warrior received a warning about a high-level enemy. The warrior looked up, asking in horror, "What the hell is this?" Extreme fear was evident in his eyes. The memory shattered, the warrior's image falling into a chaotic digital space. A colossal, azure, cosmic eye opened, illuminating the warrior's tiny image. He tremblingly asked, "Is this the entity the Holy Demon Church worships?" Countless other eyes appeared, and the warrior screamed, "Answer me! What are you? Their God!" He realized in shock, the grace those fanatics always talk about, isn't it a lie? The cosmic entity spoke. seemingly seeing through the one viewing the memory. Ah, it's you. That voice called Theo Ragnar by name, shaking him, who was hidden within the memory. It knows who I am? In the priest's memory, the pink-haired warrior declared, I have sought you. The cosmic entity responded with a resounding roar. The calamity of this world, overwhelmed by terrifying power, the warrior could only stand frozen. A dark dragon imbued with arcane energy surged forth from the void. Tendrils of shadow swirled, ready to devour everything. But then, a brilliant burst of light erupted from the heart of the chaos. Golden light tore through the darkness, and a divine being descended. Before Theo's soul, a magnificent golden dragon appeared, and he exclaimed in astonishment, Lodbrok, why are you here? Theo cried out, unable to believe his eyes. The golden dragon spoke. My important one, that thing is not an opponent you can face right now. It is an existence that even if you reach the realm of Sigurd, I cannot guarantee victory. Lodbrok's warning completely stunned Theo. What? Therefore, leave this to me, Lodbrok declared, spreading her protective wings. Theo's consciousness was pushed back, and he desperately called out his protector's name, Lodbrok. The immense mental shock startled Theo awake, his consciousness returning to his body. I'm back? Theo wondered in shock. Could it be that Lodbrok has been fighting that thing alone all this time? The horrifying truth dawned on him, leaving him in disbelief. At the same time, the dying priest knelt, screaming in resentment. How can an infidel like him? I've dedicated my entire life and never once beheld God. He clutched his face, frantically yelling at Theo. So why would someone without faith like you get... His words were cut short, only extreme astonishment remaining in his eyes before he drew his last breath. Standing amidst the rubble, Theo Ragnar disdainfully declared, A god like that, I don't need one. He mused, his eyes sharp. But more importantly, the god the holy demon church worships. Is none other than the nameless sovereign Lodbrok told me about. In the memory, Lodbrok's voice echoed, For 1,000 years, I have been here, bound by the duty to protect this world from it. Theo thought painfully, but because Lodbrok has lost her heart, she said she couldn't last more than 3 years. He pieced together the fated events, the Great War in 5 years, the death of the guardian dragon, and Ed Troivon's rebellion. Theo was stunned as he realized a horrifying truth. No, they're all connected. Just as he staggered, a brown, pink-haired comrade caught him in time and praised, Well done, young master. She helped the injured Theo, while the masked female commander stood guard behind them. The female commander explained, We rushed here because one of the targets was a blood priest. Her eyes gleamed with determination and astonishment. I can't believe he took one down by himself, she thought to herself, looking at the priest's corpse. The brown, pink-haired comrade looked at him with admiration. Unbelievable, Theo Ragnar. The female commander declared loudly, By defeating the blood priest alone, you have proven yourself sufficiently. Afterward, the team gathered in a library to examine the retrieved documents. The female commander frowned. It's all circumstantial evidence, nothing conclusive. Theo smiled, placing a small box on the table. I found this in the basement. Please take a look. The brown, pink-haired comrade exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that? She recalled collecting it for Theo. The secret transaction ledgers between the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Troivon family. She secretly admired. I wondered why he hadn't used it yet. So, he was thinking this far ahead? The commander flipped through the ledger, confirming. Ceres Merchant Guild's transaction ledger. Inside, the Troivon family's seal appeared, undeniable proof of their connection to Ed Troyven. She closed the ledger, looking at Theo with approval. Well done, Theo. With this, we can expose Ed Troyven's treasonous plot and the Holy Demon Church. Theo Ragnar replied resolutely, Now we have enough evidence. The brown, pink-haired comrade was also ready. After a quick report was sent, the commander ordered decisively, We will attack the Ceres Merchant Guild immediately. Theo's eyes burned with hatred. He thought to himself, Just you wait, Ed. It's finally your turn to be crushed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, under the majestic dragon banner, a commander slammed the table and roared, I knew it! That rotten old man, Ed Troyven. I knew he would betray us. Robert Ragnar, the black dragon, calmly sipped his tea, but the hot-headed commander brushed him off. Huh, do you think I'm an idiot? The black dragon replied nonchalantly, The mere fact that I'm sharing this information dispels all doubt. Don't waste any more time. The commander narrowed his eyes, questioning. It seems you knew, but let everything unfold anyway. He growled, mentioning the name that was the center of all attention, Theo Ragnar. According to reports, he single-handedly took down a blood priest. The commander exclaimed in shock, Hey, don't joke around like that. The black dragon immediately made a demand. He's a better fit for the black snow. Hand him over to me. What's gotten into you again? The commander roared. Robert Ragnar analyzed. Excellent perception and deduction. His methods are very similar to ours. It's as if he's been through this before. Suddenly, Osa Ragnar interjected. I called dibs already. Hands off him. Brother and Osa are truly thieves. Robert paused, his voice deepening with nostalgia. Brother, it's been a long time since you called me that. A distant memory flooded back. The silhouettes of the four of them appeared in the twilight. Kyle, Osa, Robert, and Julius. Robert's eyes welled up, but the commander cut off the emotional moment. Your sappy story is useless. You'll regret it if you dare to steal Theo from me. The masked commander said to Robert Ragnar, It seems you still haven't realized, have you? Robert grabbed the commander's collar, growling. It's only natural for an older brother to take things from his younger brother. With that, he nonchalantly turned away. Next time, prepare something more expensive. Robert whistled and walked away, much to the commander's annoyance. In another space, Robert mused, But I'm relieved that the white-armored dragon knights have no infiltrators. Very few places escape the clutches of the heavenly dragon. He trusted. I don't think entrusting this mission to him will be a problem. Robert sensed something. They're coming soon. He smirked. Attacking the Ceres Merchant Guild today, things are going to get very interesting. At the wedding chapel of the Ceres Merchant Guild's central branch, a momentous event was about to take place. A strange man entered the hall, where guests had gathered in full. He introduced himself as Naban Bacchus, the second young master of the Bacchus family. Guildmaster Quodrax Ceres happily offered, and I am Quodrax Ceres. I officially propose a marriage alliance between my family and yours. He joyfully introduced the bride. This is my daughter, Lily Ceres, the fourth young lady of the Ceres family. But suddenly, a man was knocked down, sprawled on the floor. Quodrax Ceres smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself, Finally, it's in my hands. Meanwhile, another blond man, the true mastermind, was smiling sinisterly. He clutched his family crest, harboring thoughts of revenge. The status of a noble. This is just the beginning. I will make the Ragnar family pay. The one knocked down, was the real Naban Bacchus. He was furious at being outsmarted by a merchant. Tied up tightly, Naban tried to suppress his humiliation. But I must endure. With this dowry, I can save our entire family. Elsewhere, The Bacchus family patriarch coldly thought, "Who cares what happens to the family's bastard child? His intentions are ridiculously obvious," the impostor groom thought to himself. He pondered, "Those calculating merchants, do they really think they will help us?" The true mastermind thought differently. Besides, they don't even know that the guild holding their assets is owned by us. He smirked bitterly. "Anyway, I don't have much time left." Before the altar, the impostor knelt, solemnly swearing, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lily." While the mastermind was determined, "I must make sure to witness the downfall of this cursed family before I die." Lily Saris only responded with a cold stare. The fake groom was confused by the bride's reaction. "And how do you intend to prove that?" The mastermind merely smiled meaningfully. He continued the charade. "It seems you already have a plan. My family is bankrupt, and I myself am being sold off. If my bride wishes, I will even bring her the Bacchus family's seal." The arrogant declaration infuriated the Bacchus patriarch. Lily clenched her fist, her eyes sharpening. "If you're willing to go that far," she suddenly shrieked, revealing intricate scars. "Theo Ragnar, the one who did this to my arm! Bring me his head!" The fake groom smirked, demanding the assassination of an heir in public. This woman is not normal either. The guests buzzed with chatter at the bride's bloody demand. Quodrax Saris rushed over to restrain his daughter. "Lily, don't say such things during a solemn ceremony." But while he was still flustered, Lily's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. Meanwhile, the real Nabin Bacchus was tied up tightly, but still smirked when he heard the impostor's promise. "If our young bride wishes, then I must fulfill it." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Two guests looked up at the sky, astonished. "Huh? What is that? It looks like a wyvern?" In midair, dark figures descended from a flock of wyverns. A terrified guest exclaimed, "Someone just jumped down!" The Ragnar knights landed with immense power, shaking the entire hall. A guest broke out in a cold sweat, recognizing the terrifying emblem. That flag! The Ragnar family's flag was planted, an undeniable assertion of power. The masked commander raised the scroll high, declaring solemnly, "In the name of Ragnar, I declare that justice shall be served." They advanced, revealing the reason. From the lair of Ragnar's attackers, we have discovered a connection to the Ceres Merchant Guild. Therefore, we are conducting a search on suspicion of treason. The stern threat echoed, silencing the guests. "Anyone who obstructs will be executed on the spot." Inside the great hall, the accusation continued, aimed directly at the mastermind. "If you believe yourselves innocent." Quadrax Saris froze, sweating profusely, "then step forward and cooperate with the investigation." Clan head Bacchus turned to question his ally, while Quodrax Saris decided to risk everything. The Ragnar commander growled, calling out the traitor's name directly. "Quodrax Saris!" Cornered, Quodrax stammered before clan head Bacchus. "How can this be?" Panic turned to rage. Quodrax roared, "Don't be ridiculous. That document could easily be forged." Despite his shouts, the Ragnar knights advanced coldly. Quadrax loudly called upon false loyalty, rallying his soldiers. He ordered his soldiers to attack those bearing the Ragnar's emblem, a suicidal act. Clan head Bacchus tried to intervene. "Lord Saris, do you intend not to cooperate?" Faced with such obstinacy, clan head Bacchus decisively declared the annulment of the marriage. He angrily turned to Quodrax. "You fool, this crime is treason." Quodrax grabbed clan head Bacchus by the collar, growling a final threat. "Do you think I'll die alone?" Quodrax Saris was confident that the Ragnar forces were just bluffing, because if they had real evidence, they would have brought an entire army. he yelled, inciting his allies. They're not certain either. Just stop them this one time and everything will be fine. Meanwhile, the imposter Naban Bacchus insolently mocked the aging clan head Bacchus. He draped an arm over the clan head's shoulder condescendingly. Isn't that right, elder? Making the old man grit his teeth in hatred. The imposter smirked, viewing the manipulation of great families as a game. From afar, the blonde mastermind smiled sinisterly, whispering that it was time to present the wedding gift. Suddenly, clan head Bacchus realized in horror that he had been bound, a trap sprung without him knowing. The imposter lunged with terrifying speed, swinging his sword to bind the clan head tightly. Sweating coldly, clan head Bacchus despaired. Damn it! The moment we drew our swords, we became accomplices. Pushed to the brink, a Bacchus commander roared, Everyone, join the fight! Support the Ceres family! Immediately, the ranks of Ceres soldiers pointed their sharp spears forward. The Ceres army formed ranks, facing 3 lone Ragnar knights in the courtyard. The female commander coldly issued an ultimatum. This is your final warning. Fail to step aside, and you will be executed on the spot for treason. The stern threat made an enemy soldier turn pale, sweating profusely. On the rooftop, the masked commander moved like a ghost, choosing an advantageous position. 4 Ragnar knights, including the mysterious commander, were in position, forming a deadly pincer movement. The blonde mastermind watched from afar, remarking sarcastically, Honestly, you Ragnar folk, you really do love quick executions. The Ragnar knights narrowed their eyes, tense before the inevitable battle. Immediately, 4 figures plunged into battle, fiery sword strikes tearing through the quiet atmosphere of the ceremony. The imposter offered a sarcastic greeting. A pleasure to meet you, Ragnar subordinates. He specifically addressed Theo. Especially you, Theo. I never expected our first meeting to be under these circumstances. Who would have thought we'd reunite here? Dark memories flooded Theo's mind. During the Great War, along with the Ceres Merchant Guild and Troyvon, the one who plunged Ragnar into chaos was the ghost sword Naban. He grinned savagely. I'll take that head. Naban immediately made his move, his great sword striking down hard on the ground, while Theo watched with wary eyes. Amidst the chaotic battle, Theo fought alone, easily fending off the enemy soldiers' attacks. Naban chuckled to himself, a thought flashing through his mind. If I use my knowledge from my previous life, this is an opportunity to turn the tide and seize immense power. Theo had also made his decision, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Leave this one to me. Evelyn Nerval cried out in alarm. But young master, that man is... The masked commander calmly stopped her. It's all right. Let him handle this one. They're probably destroying evidence. We can't wait long. Finish this quickly. The ponytail commander immediately plunged into battle, responding decisively. I'll do my best. Seeing no one else obstructing him, Naban provoked. If you don't interfere, I'd be delighted. Will you be all right? I may look like this, but I'm quite strong. Theo scoffed in response. I'll return that exact sentiment to you. Naban narrowed his eyes. Before that, may I ask you a question? Theo coldly agreed. As you wish. Theo looked directly into his opponent's eyes, questioning. Pointing a sword at Ragnar is treason. Are you declaring yourself a traitor? Is it to destroy the Bacchus family or to avenge your mother? Naban tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his face darkening. Oh, how noble, young master of Ragnar. You've just brought back a memory I wish to forget. His killing intent erupted. Now I have another reason to take your head. I'll chop you into pieces. However, Theo remained completely calm, offering an unbelievable proposition. Hear me out first. Let me help you. He extended his hand, a mysterious smile on his lips. Your grudge is the downfall of the Bacchus family. Theo Ragnar knew that in reality, it was precisely because of Nabin's exceptional talent that his mother had to disappear from this world. Knowing Naban harbored deep hatred for the Bacchus family, Theo decided to use that to entice him. I will help you get revenge and overthrow the Bacchus family. Naban Bacchus mused, all right, whatever. I don't know how you got information about my mother, but one thing is for sure. With that, he suddenly swung his greatsword. Theo Ragnar was momentarily startled by the sudden attack. Two surges of power clashed violently, sparking magical embers. Theo firmly blocked the ghost sword's heaven-shattering slash. The force of the impact pushed both of them back, cracking the very ground. Naban coldly declared, I have no reason to accept your offer. He continued, his sharp gaze fixed on Theo. There's no need to shake hands with this noble young master. The Bacchus family will be annihilated for treason today anyway. Theo calmly admitted, that's right. Without my help, the Bacchus family will also disappear. Then he added a fatal remark, his red eyes glowing, along with you, of course. Naban Bacchus gave a faint smile. That's an unnecessary worry. I have no regrets about this life anyway. I'll disappear along with this damned family. Theo coldly uttered two words, ether fever. He looked directly at his opponent. That's the reason, isn't it? Theo explained that it was a disease caused by an immature body, unable to withstand immense talent, which, if not treated promptly, would be incurable and shorten one's lifespan. Because the Bacchus family didn't treat your illness in time, your remaining lifespan is approximately 5 years, Theo concluded. Naban sneered. Truly a noble heir. Digging up every dirty detail, aren't you? But then he roared, his killing intent erupting. So what? Right here, today I will eradicate Bacchus and die as Naban. Amidst the tense battle, the two blades suddenly halted. Theo Ragnar calmly posed a fatal question. What if I could cure your illness? Naban Bacchus was stunned, roaring. Nonsense! Ether fever has no cure. He shouted in despair. There is none. Theo calmly replied, You're right. In the previous life, Naban died. And then a cure was developed. But that means this disease can be cured. With a firm 100% affirmation, Theo completely shattered Naban's resolve. Theo began to persuade, as you said, Bacchus will fall even without your cooperation. He extended his hand, making an incredible offer. But if you do, even after the Bacchus lineage is destroyed, you will be remembered as a hero who aided Ragnar, and you will still be alive. Theo's offer made Naban Bacchus, who originally only wanted to destroy everything, waver. Meanwhile, in another area, the order was given to the Ragnar soldiers. Load! Fire! A massive volley of arrows rained down, sweeping away the remnants of the enemy. The ponytail commander showed annoyance. How troublesome. Is that kid Theo still not done? From a distance, Evelyn Nerval observed the two of them pausing their fight and talking. The commander grew impatient, her hand clenched. Maybe I should just clean up all this myself. Her killing intent flared. Or should I just kill them all? But a voice from above stopped her. Do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. A masked, white-haired man sat thoughtfully, believing that assessing the target's potential was the top priority. When asked if they should just stand by, he confirmed that although the Demon Church followers had been captured, no one had directly witnessed it. He lightly tapped his cup on the table, asserting that accurately evaluating the one who would bear Ragnar's future was Black Snow's mission. Cleve, a fully armored female knight, received orders to focus on accurately assessing Theo's abilities. The white-haired man allowed intervention if the opponent was of bishop rank or higher. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the ponytail commander irritably thought to herself that if she intervened in this trivial matter, she would be reprimanded again. But she grew even more impatient, realizing that the longer the mission dragged on, the later she would get back. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling Evelyn Nerrival. Naban Bacchus had appeared, majestically raising his greatsword. "Could the young master have been defeated?" Evelyn cried out in panic. Just then, Theo Ragnar shot past with terrifying speed. Evelyn was pushed aside by the strong gust of wind from his speed. Theo lightly leaped over the head of Naban Bacchus, who was in a defensive stance. Naban Bacchus retaliated with a storm of swordsmanship, moving like lightning to attack Theo from all sides. After the battle, Naban Bacchus turned to the female knights and said, "Please forgive my rudeness. Until now, ladies." The ponytail commander also spoke up. "Is this enough to forgive my previous impoliteness?" Naban Bacchus smiled smugly, "Because now we are family." A notification panel appeared. Hidden quest completed. Naban successfully recruited as a teammate. A flash of light appeared, marking the end of the confrontation. Naban Bacchus charged into the battlefield, facing the enemy's fierce command, blocked their advance at all costs. The defense force shouted, "Shoot them down! They can't fight in the air!" Suddenly, Theo Ragnar landed directly on the ballista, stunning the operating soldiers. He moved as fast as a blue lightning bolt, neutralizing the entire heavy weapon array. Theo's whip-like weapon swept across the battlefield in the blink of an eye. A soldier only managed to realize the danger in utter horror. The entire ballista team was wiped out without a trace. In a bloody memory, the old patriarch roared, "You bastard, Naban!" He questioned Naban amidst the fallen relatives. "Why are you pointing your sword at your own family?" "My family, huh?" the patriarch muttered in a fit of rage. Naban raised his greatsword, coldly replying, "For a filthy bastard like me."
Je me sais pas.
"What family is there?" His eyes flashed with a crimson killing intent. One sword strike ended everything, burying the past. Back in the present, the entire formation witnessed the collapse of the enemy's defenses. From afar, the masked commander asked Theo, "How did you convince him, young lord?" He simply replied, "I merely promised him what he wanted." The ponytail commander urged, "Don't just stand there. Let's follow them." Theo led the formation, boldly declaring the objective to capture Quadrex Ceres. At the same time, at the enemy base, a hand gripped the railing tightly in tension. "Lord, our forces are being pushed back," a panicked soldier reported, only to receive an angry roar. "Do you think I don't know?" Lord Ceres broke out in a cold sweat, realizing time was up and shouting to destroy all incriminating documents. A subordinate hastily suggested burning anything related to Troyvan first, but the Lord roared furiously, forbidding anyone from touching them. The soldier paled, trying to convince him to think logically to minimize casualties. In response to that advice, the Lord's hand gripped his collar tightly. He snarled, revealing his greed as he refused to discard a massive investment in Troyvan just to save a few lives. Just then, a cold voice echoed, mocking the foolish mortal whose reason was clouded by greed. Lord Ceres was stunned, but then realized he desperately needed help. Two tall figures, one in bishop's vestments and one in knight's armor, arrived at the perfect moment. He was overjoyed, believing the demon church had sent the bishop to save him. He hastily asserted they were in the same boat, as both had ties to the Troyvan family. The Lord bowed his head, earnestly pleading for assistance. The mysterious bishop agreed to help, but declared that first he needed to know the hiding place of the documents related to Troyvan. which the Lord called his cash cow. While the Lord was still haggling, a searing pain made him scream. The knight's steel hand had clamped around his throat, while the bishop watched with contempt. The fanatical bishop roared, accusing the infidel of daring to defile the great Lord's plan. He casually ordered the Lord's death, for they had no shortage of those willing to fund them. Lord Ceres could only tremble in despair as the grip tightened. Lord Ceres gasped for air, sweating profusely as the steel hand tightened around his throat. In a panic, he stammered a plea. "Spare me. No. Please, sir. I have committed a great sin by disrespecting you. If I die now, Troyvon will continue to be suspected." The bishop merely stood in silence, devoid of emotion. He subtly raised his hand, giving a silent command. The knight immediately threw Lord Ceres sprawling onto the cold stone floor. "Burn all documents related to Troyvon right now," the bishop commanded. He stepped closer, his voice full of menace. "Don't even think about running. That is for your own good, for the Lord is watching everything. Hurry up if you still want to live." Terrified, Lord Ceres could only run for his life. Meanwhile, outside, Theo Ragnar's team was sweeping through the enemy forces, clearing a path straight to the main gate. The fortress gate was about to be shattered. Quadrax Ceres, the mission's target, watched in horror as his army was completely overwhelmed. Elsewhere inside the fortress, the bishop stood before his loyal followers. "Rejoice, believers. This is the opportunity for your holy war." Theo Ragnar suddenly paused mid-battle, his sharp gaze fixed forward. "Finally, you've revealed yourself!" A cloaked figure, full of power and malevolence, appeared in his mind. The bishop of the demon church revealed himself, declaring, "By our blood, the great God shall descend." The fanatical followers in red cloaks repeated the rallying cry in unison. One of them screamed in frenzied worship, "Worship our Lord!" Amidst the shouts of frenzied worship, the red-robed followers cried out, "Worship our Lord!" Despite that, Theo Ragnar, Naban Bacchus, and Evelyn Nerival bravely charged forward. Fresh blood immediately splattered, dyeing the battlefield red. Theo thought to himself, "I suspected the demon church was hiding here, but I didn't expect them to send a bishop." In his blazing red eyes, the image of the fanatical army clearly appeared. Meanwhile, Naban Bacchus directly confronted two charging cultists. His greatsword cut through the enemy's body as smoothly as without hesitation, he continued his sword strike, aiming for the next one. The sharp blade left no one a chance to survive. The ghost sword moved like a whirlwind, single-handedly sweeping through an entire army. On another side, Evelyn Nerival was also struggling to defend herself, gritting her teeth. "Damn it!" Amidst the endless encirclement, a desperate cry rang out. "They keep coming. Is this situation really okay?" The ponytail commander stood coldly on an enemy's corpse, observing the overall situation. She remained silent, assessing the escalating battle situation. Looking towards the main building, she muttered, "The bishop has really arrived. This is much more troublesome than I thought." But then, a thought flashed in her mind. Or perhaps, this is a good thing. The female commander drew her weapon, deciding, "After all, this is reason enough for me to act." Theo also stood firm, his gaze resolute. Finally, we're back to square one. All three, Theo, Nabin, and the commander, lined up, ready for the decisive battle. Naban Bacchus was like a devastating storm, sweeping away every cultist in his path. The ghost sword gave the enemy no respite, continuously unleashing destructive slashes. The masked female commander decided, "From now on, I'll lead the charge." She declared that she would not let anyone stand in Ragnar's way and would eliminate them all right here. "Wait!" Theo shouted. "Don't forget why we're here. We need to get the documents before they destroy them." The commander sighed, secretly thinking she might have overestimated Theo. She thought that once the Holy Demon Church had revealed itself, they wouldn't need any more evidence and could sweep through with full force. No, I disagree, Theo firmly retorted. He argued that the very fact they were trying to block the way proved the importance of those documents. Hearing this, the commander immediately asked, I understand, but what's your plan? Theo pointed out that they had to get through this sea of people, but by then the evidence would have been destroyed. His eyes shone with determination. But then he confidently declared, I have a solution for that. Theo activated his special ability, expanding the synchronized hatchling domain by connecting with the heart gate. The entire battlefield terrain and enemy positions clearly appeared in his mind. The commander silently observed. Although there was no concrete evidence, she decided to wait and see. The bishop roared in anger. How dare you be negligent in front of me? Immediately, a web of magical energy spread out, aiming directly at the commander. The female commander declared, All right, I'll trust you this time. We'll handle things here. Go get the evidence. As soon as she finished speaking, the bishop seized the opportunity and lunged to attack. Theo Ragnar roared, Leave it to me, facing the sea of cultists alone. His eyes shone with iron determination, unwavering. He shot up into the air, flying over the heads of the screaming cultists. Suddenly, a strange swordsman appeared, smiling and saying, I have cleared the way for you, my lord. Both unleashed a coordinated attack, clearing a large area on the battlefield. The masked commander narrowed her eyes at the swordsman. I? Since when did you call the young master my lord? Ignoring the questioning, Theo gathered his strength, and a surge of blue energy erupted from his body. Thank you both, he said, as he moved at terrifying speed, sweeping through the enemies. With the skills Thunder Dragon's Breath and Dragon Seal, Theo was like a storm devastating the enemy formation. He calculated that the task of destroying the secret documents must surely be carried out by Chairman Quadrax Ceres himself. On the other side, the Ceres army completely broke formation in extreme panic. Amidst the chaos, Lord Ceres appeared, roaring in anger. I've found you! Quadrax Ceres, the true target, merely smiled smugly, his eyes gleaming. Meanwhile, the masked commander continued to question the strange swordsman's sudden loyalty. Despite the suspicion, Theo and his new ally fought side by side. The swordsman introduced himself. I am Nabanbakis, my lord's first sword, which stunned the commander. First sword? That's a bit much. Theo looked at the enemy in front of him, calmly replying, Based on your reaction, you must be the first one. What a relief. Theo Ragnar calmly said, If that side is the first one, then I'll just have to accept being the second. The masked commander replied, It sounds like you think I'm worthy of your challenge. Of course, Theo Ragnar affirmed, his red eyes blazing, ready for battle. Immediately, the commander lunged forward at terrifying speed, unleashing lightning-fast attacks. The commander's dangerous moves were aimed directly at Theo Ragnar. Nabanbakis interjected, The stage is set. Shall we decide it here? Whoever takes down more cultists will be the first. Theo Ragnar dismissed him. We're on a mission, no time for childish games. Are you scared? Scared you'll lose? Nabanbakis provoked. Seizing the moment Theo Ragnar was off guard, the masked commander suddenly attacked, but Nabanbakis was one step faster, easily blocking the attack with a smirk. Nabanbakis's sword remained unwavering against the commander's weapon. The commander was stunned, unable to believe the strength of the newcomer. I'll show you exactly why I'm the foremost swordsman, Nabanbakis roared, then charged towards the followers. Theo Ragnar yelled after him, Don't you dare regret it! Theo Ragnar watched Nabanbakis's retreating back with a tense expression. Oh, how exciting! I am really looking forward to this. Nabanbakis exclaimed excitedly as he plunged into the massacre. At the same time, on another deserted street, inside a completely empty tavern, the scene was unusually quiet. A large bald man stood in the dark hallway. He raised his torch high, revealing a mysterious symbol carved onto it. A bald man stood alone in the dark storage room. He looked at the chest full of documents, thinking to himself, "These are the records I need to get money from Troyban. If I just burn this, I can escape this mess of treason, at least partially." Holding the torch in his hand, he suddenly hesitated. "Do I really have to burn it? Do you know how much all of this is worth? Once it's gone, it can't be recovered." He gritted his teeth. "Above all, if you count the assets I handed over to Han Long." His eyes gleamed with greed. "I must get it all back, no matter the cost." A fleeting image flashed in his mind of the one who had taken everything. But then he gritted his teeth and decided, yes, anything is better than death. Just then, a surge of dark energy tore through the silent space. From the shadows, a figure gradually emerged. The traitor was utterly terrified. "Theo Ragnar, how are you here?" Theo replied coldly, "I guess the fourth young lady's influence isn't enough yet." Under the terrifying pressure, the man sweated profusely, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He collapsed to his knees, pleading desperately, "I'm sorry. I'll do anything. Just spare my life." But the only reply was a ruthless slash that tore through the air. Theo declared, "In Ragnar, the crime of treason can only be paid for with death." The traitor fell, lying dead in his own pool of blood. A mission notification appeared as Theo mused, "No wonder they dragged the demon church into this." The commander explained to Theo, "The secret ledger given to Cleve is enough to take down Ed Troyban." But, Theo pondered, for Troyban, even Han Long is just a tale that can be discarded. We need to capture Troyban himself. He asserted, "And with these documents, we can bring down the entire Troyban family." Later, in his private study, Theo stood before a mountain of evidence, confused. But these are all important pieces of evidence. "I don't know where to start." His gaze suddenly stopped at a strange book on the shelf. Theo pulled out the book, reading the title, "Investigation Report, Rose Palace." As he turned the first pages, his face paled in horror. "This is—" Inside were handwritten documents by Ed Troyban himself, clearly stating, "Be wary of Hailong's interference and surveillance when collecting relics." Theo trembled as he continued reading, discovering that they had obtained 2 relics and suspected one more had yet to be found at the Rose Palace. A horrifying truth flashed in his mind. A relic at the Rose Palace? Could it be? He turned to a shocking page, where the plan was clearly outlined. "We have decided to eliminate Cecilia and Theo Ragnar." Theo gritted his teeth, crumpling the page as he realized his entire past life's tragedy was all because of a relic that might not even exist. He clenched his fist, his rage surging directly at the name Ed Troyban. His hand trembled with anger as he turned through each page of the insidious plot. But then, Theo took a deep breath, closed the book, and calmed himself. Getting angry now won't change anything. His eyes became sharp and resolute. "I will take my revenge slowly." Theo looked towards the 2 boxes on the shelf. "In that sense, I will take the relics you painstakingly collected." A system notification rang out as he approached them. 2 ancient dragon relics have been discovered. The scene suddenly shifted to a vast square, where a lone warrior stood facing an entire sea of shadow legions. Standing amidst a battlefield littered with enemy corpses, Theo Ragnar suddenly remembered the identity of his reluctant comrade, now I remember, Naban Bacchus. The fanatical followers of the demon church did not flinch. They roared and continued to charge. Theo scoffed, "The heretic who disappeared 7 years ago? It's truly an honor to be remembered by you." He charged into the encirclement, shouting, "But now is not the time for reminiscing." With an arrogant smile, Theo declared, "At this rate, I'll become the foremost swordsman." He poured all his strength, his eyes flashing as a surge of green energy began to gather. The secret technique, wind thunder, God was unleashed, a tempest sweeping away everything in its path. After the devastating attack, Theo stood high above, looking down at Naban Bacchus amidst the ravaged battlefield. Naban looked up, sweating profusely, admitting, "So we're tied." Theo calmly replied, "Indeed." Suddenly, a colossal shadow descended from the sky, the ground shaking at the appearance of the new enemy. Theo Ragnar was stunned, unable to believe his eyes at the terrifying pressure emanating from the foe. The black-armored warrior created a terrifying energy explosion as he landed. He stood tall, looking at the two of them with extreme contempt. "You maggots!" The warrior roared furiously. "Dare to obstruct the great god's plan? Do you think you can stop it?" Theo and Naban exchanged glances, understanding each other without words, deciding to finish off this enemy together. Both simultaneously unleashed their full power, a fierce burst of blue and green light erupting. Behind the enemy, the faint image of a colossal god with a distinctive mustache appeared. Their power transformed into two colossal dragons, one black and one white, charging straight towards the black-armored warrior. Theo Ragnar landed on the ground, dust swirling after the devastating attack. The church knight was crushed under an irresistible force. A brown-haired knight appeared, boastfully showing off. "Ha ha! What do you think, Captain Evelyn? I've arrived just in the nick of time." Evelyn Nerval stared in astonishment at the newcomer, while Theo Ragnar stood silently behind, the atmosphere growing tense. Both Theo and Naban Bacchus simultaneously erupted in anger, roaring, "How dare you touch that?" which utterly bewildered the knight. In the sky, countless shadows, like crows, darted away, signaling an all-out attack. The Ragnar army poured into the courtyard, facing a barrage of blinding white magical explosions from the enemy. A glasses-wearing female commander shouted orders. "White Dragon Armor Unit, Squad 5, all members, annihilate the Ceres merchants and the Demon Church rabble." The sweep was swift. Monsters torn apart, blood splattering across the battlefield. Inside the building, a deadly silence enveloped the ruined room. Through the broken doorway, a figure lay collapsed amidst the devastation. The bishop gasped, muttering his last words about a new sun and salvation in holy blood. The ponytail commander slumped down, exhausted after the bloody battle. She bowed her head, tired, but her eyes resolute behind the mask. She sighed, telling herself that calculating gains and losses wasn't her style after giving her all. Looking at the bishop's corpse, riddled with swords, she felt a huge burden lifted. At the assembly ground, the survivors began to assess damages and handle post-battle procedures. Evelyn Nerval was busy coordinating, shouting, "Submit your merchant guild IDs before leaving. Damage claims are on the left." Meanwhile, the brown-haired knight clutched his head in agony. "Captain, are we sure we need that report?" Elsewhere, a red-haired woman eagerly urged her subordinates. "Quick, quick, bring it here." Her anger erupted upon hearing the bad news. She roared, "Who said our wyverns ate the goods? Who said that?" However, she then turned to the merchants with a sinister smile. One of them nervously asked, "Captain, do we get hazard pay for this job?" Meanwhile, Evelyn Nerval was also exhausted, surrounded by incessant calls of "Captain." And in the command tent, the ponytail commander was also grinding her teeth in stress. She yelled, pushing away the soldiers around her, "Go deal with it yourselves. I'm terrible with paperwork. Then she looked up at the sky and complained, Black snow, where is black snow? They dumped us here and ran off somewhere. Inside the tent, Cleve reported to Theo Ragnar. These are the documents the merchant guild leader tried to destroy. She explained, evidence of stolen assets and information, even detailed rebellion plans. Everything was recorded. Placing the stack of papers on the table, she concluded with satisfaction, excellent. The ponytail commander, now masked, formally praised, well done, intermediate swordsman Theo Ragnar. She approached and asked, you handle everything like someone from Black Snow. So, do you want to accept the Black Dragon's offer now? Seeing Theo's confusion, she burst out laughing and fell to the ground. No need to panic. I was just joking. She stood up, becoming serious again. One more thing. I have good news for you. The operation to apprehend Hangryong is underway. That ledger is enough to prove his prison. Theo Ragnar smiled brightly, unable to hide his joy. You mean? The commander nodded. That's right. Black Snow's elite squad has been dispatched. He's probably being escorted to the capital by now. A masked soldier rushed in frantically, shouting, Bad news! The black-haired commander turned back in surprise, unable to hide his astonishment. In a bloody memory, a warrior collapsed in the snow, whispering the enemy's name, Ed Troyban. So you've been hiding your true skills all this time. Ed Troyban, the silver-haired one, coldly delivered the finishing blow through his opponent. Amidst the battlefield littered with enemy corpses, he remarked, How foolish to show all your cards. With a sinister smile, Ed Troyban declared into the void, Congratulations, Theo Ragnar. The scene shifted to a magnificent place, Camellia Palace. Walking alone in the snow, Ed Troyban bitterly recounted his losses. Axion, Dragon Slayer sword, series, everything I've built. He roared in fury, resentment surging. You are truly destroying everything without a trace. The rage subsided, leaving only cold eyes and a deadly silence. Ed Troyban calmly accepted. Very well, go ahead and run wild. He raised a new greatsword, declaring, Although I've lost the Dragon Slayer sword, acquiring this is enough. His silhouette faded into the snowy forest, carrying a promise. It will be time soon, Father. At Camellia Palace, a completely different atmosphere prevailed. Inside, tailors and designers were bustling about in a luxurious workshop. A young elf assistant was quietly attending to customers. The silver-haired elf artisan, puffing on a pipe, calmly managed the work amidst the hustle, sighing, This place is getting busier and busier. A young girl cheerfully ran over, called the artisan mother, and curiously asked about the tailors. The daughter excitedly revealed their plan. We're starting a new business, a high-end brand specializing in luxurious fabrics and accessories. The elf artisan listened quietly, her gaze a little distant. She smiled faintly, a nostalgic smile. She thought to herself, It's been so long. Since I last saw your smile, which shines brighter than any jewel. The daughter happily took her mother's hand. So don't worry about money, Mom. The mother clicked her tongue playfully. This girl is really clever. But that's not the only reason I came here. I also came to deliver news, the daughter said, a hint of surprise crossing her mother's face. About Rose Palace, the girl whispered, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Hearing that name, the mother frantically grabbed her daughter. Don't tell me something happened to my son. Did that wicked woman Amel harm him again? She suddenly realized how worried her daughter must have been. Calm down. She gently stroked her daughter's head. It's actually the opposite. She took a long drag from her pipe, her eyes sharpening. Just listen, and don't be too surprised. The daughter held her breath, listening as her mother began the story. Amel, That woman. The scene shifted to Rose Palace under the dark night. A sharp, pitch-black weapon was dripping fresh blood. Bloodstains were scattered everywhere, evidence of a bloody purge. The stunned, horrified faces of the witnesses standing outside. A crowd gathered before the grand gates, speechless at the horrific scene within. The horrifying news made the daughter collapse, and the mother rushed to catch her. "Mom, I'm sorry. Just thinking that it's all over. My legs gave out." The elf artisan quickly caught her exhausted daughter as she collapsed. "Did it really happen, Mom?" The daughter sobbed, asking again. "Have you ever seen an elf lie?" The mother gently replied. All this time, a tear rolled down, carrying with it so many painful memories. "I didn't show it, but every day felt like walking on a knife's edge." Endless conspiracies, slander, and even assassinations, she cried out in despair, recalling the times she nearly died to protect my son. "Now, it's really all over, isn't it?" she choked out. The elf mother looked at her daughter with eyes full of sorrow. "Yes, it's all over," she gently affirmed, stroking her daughter's hair. "You've endured too much alone. You did very well, my dear daughter." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Naban Bacchus smirked. "You've become quite famous, haven't you?" "I've kept you waiting," Theo Ragnar smiled as he descended the stairs. The leader asked Naban, "Are you done cleaning up? I told Black Snow not to leak the news, but it seems you already know everything." "That's right," he calmly declared. "The Bacchus family will be dissolved. From the patriarch to anyone who signed those trade receipts, all will be stripped of their titles." Theo gloated, thinking the Bacchus family had finally paid the price, but then he asked, "Do you think that's enough?" Theo looked bewildered, while the leader turned to Naban. "Naban, let me propose something to you. Become the patriarch of the Bacchus family." The offer stunned Naban Bacchus. "Me?" The leader emphasized, "If everyone else loses their titles, you'll be the only one who can become patriarch." He continued, "Also, join forces with me for the upcoming war with Troyven." Naban Bacchus was completely speechless. Naban Bacchus burst into mocking laughter, while Theo thought to himself, "This guy, did he aim for this from the very beginning?" The leader calmly declared, "The power struggle between us is now public." Meanwhile, outside the palace, an official announcement was posted, confirming that a war with Troyven was inevitable. The proclamation clearly stated Troyven and the demon church's involvement in the Heavenly Dragon Rebellion has been confirmed. The crowd murmured, exclaiming in horror, This is essentially a declaration of war." Elsewhere, Ed Troyven pondered upon learning the news had been exposed. Troyven and the demon church won't sit idly by, but, returning to the negotiation, Naban Bacchus nonchalantly said, "So what? A war means nothing to a dying man. I need something in return, don't I?" The leader smiled meaningfully. "About that." He threw a strange object towards Naban. "This is, I told you, I can cure you." Naban Bacchus trembled as he read the scroll in his hand. "The cure for ether fever and the ether core." The leader explained, "Ether fever is caused by a disrupted flow of mana within. This core will stabilize your mana flow." Naban Bacchus mumbled, still unable to believe his eyes. Theo silently observed, while Naban confessed, "I thought you would just keep me half dead and then chain me up." Naban challenged, "What if I take what I want and then flee?" The leader calmly replied, "Feel free." He continued, "The way Ragnar is obsessed with power has many problems. Both you and I are victims of it." With fiery eyes, the leader asserted, "I do not wish to rule by force." Naban Bacchus bowed his head, pondering a single word, trust. Theo Ragnar explained his philosophy, What I wish to build is not oppression or suppression, but trust. In response to that declaration, Nubbin Bacchus remained completely silent. He let out a sneer. Humph. I tried not to underestimate you for your youth, but you truly are a naive romantic. Through the reflection in the teacup, Theo asked directly, So you don't want it? Nubbin Bacchus calmly took a sip of tea, concealing his thoughts. Then he slammed the teacup onto the table, seemingly having made a decision. The sudden action made Theo frown in question. In a flash, Nubbin Bacchus drew his sword from its sheath. He declared loudly, I, Nubbin Bacchus, patriarch of the Bacchus family, swear to serve as the sword of Theo Ragnar. Hearing the oath, Theo Ragnar smirked with satisfaction. Nubbin Bacchus asked again with a sinister smile, Is that enough for you? More than enough, Theo confidently replied. The agreement that would decide the fate of an entire family was sealed in the luxurious room. Theo clenched his fist, his mind already set on the next objective. The war with Troyvin. Memories of the fiery battlefield from his previous life flooded back, and he realized everything is happening faster than in my previous life. But I'm not worried. Everything has gone smoothly so far. Come on. He confidently stepped forward. Reaching for the box on the table, Theo declared, Let's open the treasure box, shall we? Theo Ragnar pondered the ancient dragon relics he had absorbed, the wyvern and the griffin, his precious assets. He believed that the new relic, a black ring, would also grant similar power. With a smug smile, he put on the ring, and the system announced, Ancient dragon relic, withered ring has been equipped. Immediately, another notification appeared, moving to the dungeon, and the scenery around him vanished. Theo was astonished to find himself standing in the middle of a vast desert, a place he had only ever seen in books. The scorching heat tormented him, and then a quest appeared, Survive here for 72 hours. He was stunned by the harsh challenge, having to endure 3 days in a deadly environment. With no other choice, Theo began to sprint across the scorching sand dunes. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as a colossal creature emerged from beneath. The force of the sand eruption threw Theo backward. Staring at the source of the chaos, he could only exclaim that the situation was insane. The system confirmed his fears. Boss Desert Dragon Worm has appeared. The colossal monster roared menacingly, targeting the intruder. With a terrifying roar, the Desert Dragon Worm charged, its round, tooth-filled maw wide open to swallow him. Theo immediately drew his sword, its blade glowing with a blue light as he prepared for battle. He activated his ultimate defensive skill, Thunder Dragon's Rampart, Dragon Gate. A dazzling, thunderous explosion occurred as the monster's attack collided with Theo's barrier. The destructive force of the attack shattered the surrounding rocks. Theo looked back with a deeply shocked expression, unable to believe that the monster was unharmed after taking the full force of Dragon Gate. Golden lightning bolts still flickered, remnants of an earth-shattering confrontation. Theo Ragnar froze, cold sweat pouring down, as he realized his ultimate attack was completely useless. Dazzling golden lightning streams, remnants of Dragon Gate, merely grazed the monster's tough scales. The Desert Dragon Worm roared, wondering if the recent attack also possessed lightning attributes like itself. Intruder, I will kill you! The monster roared, charging straight at Theo with terrifying speed. A devastating impact threw Theo backward like a broken puppet. He was sent flying across a vast expanse of desert, unable to control his body. My escape route? Theo desperately realized as he crashed into the ground. All escape routes blocked. Darkness enveloped him as the colossal desert dragon worm closed in, its maw wide open, ready to swallow him. It slammed its body onto the ground, creating a tremor that shook the entire desert. Theo moved like lightning, dodging the continuous slams that were tearing up the ground around him. He struggled to land, his entire body aching after the narrow dodge. His breathing grew heavier. Theo was exhausted. Sweat drenched his entire face. Only 5 minutes. I can't hold out like this. He bitterly looked at the countdown clock, showing over 71 hours remaining. He ran headlong, helpless as the monster continuously dove underground, rendering all his attacks meaningless. The ground shook violently again, signaling the colossal predator moving directly beneath. The desert dragon worm emerged, lightning bolts still swirling around its body, and Theo bitterly admitted, "My skills are useless now." Bruised and exhausted, he looked up at the endless desert. Even the terrain favors it. But then a light flashed in his mind. Wait, the terrain? His desperate expression vanished, replaced by a confident and audacious smile. Perhaps. A brilliant blue light erupted from Theo's hand, signaling a new plan was about to be executed. In that moment of desperation, Theo Ragnar remembered the other relic he had received in the previous quest. Facing the desert dragon worm, a crazy idea flashed. What if I use it right now? He knew this was a risky gamble, but there was no other choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Theo activated the ice flower butterfly relic, causing it to emit a brilliant cold aura. He intended to use it to escape to another dungeon, but the system announced something unexpected. Cannot proceed with other dungeon quests while a dungeon is in progress. The error message appeared, stunning Theo. His initial plan had failed, and he looked at the system interface with an annoyed expression. Just as I thought. Things aren't going my way, Theo muttered, as the ground beneath his feet began to crack open. From within the crack, a colossal ice wall emerged, tearing through the desert. The system announced that 2 dungeons were attempting to invade each other, creating a chaotic spectacle. Through the icy crack, a colossal reptilian eye opened, signaling the appearance of the Ice Flower dungeon boss. A majestic creature with colossal butterfly wings flew out from the crack, causing both Theo and the desert dragon worm to look up. The desert dragon worm roared in anger, ready to confront the intruder into its territory. The new creature spoke, its ancient voice echoing, "A chosen one. It has been a long time. You've done something quite reckless." It was the fairy dragon, the relic guardian, hovering in midair with a deadly majesty. It began to gather energy, magical snowflakes swirling around its body. With cold eyes, the fairy dragon decreed, "Pay the price for your arrogance." Immediately, a surge of icy energy struck Theo directly, throwing him backward. The fairy dragon unleashed a blizzard, countless razor-sharp ice shards hurtling towards Theo. Theo Ragnar swung his spear, desperately defending against the destructive attack of the ice deity. Theo Ragnar cursed under his breath. Everything had spiraled out of his control. He was startled by an unforeseen development. In a moment of despair, he thought this was the end. But when facing the desert dragon worm, he recalled the 72-hour limit and decided to take a gamble. He regretted, "I should have gritted my teeth and endured it. At this point, all I can do is," and activate the ice flower butterfly relic, unleashing a torrent of fierce energy. From within the vortex, the fairy dragon appeared, questioning, "What are you doing, guardian?" The desert dragon worm roared in fury, deeming the newcomer an intruder to be annihilated. The fairy dragon replied, "Agreed. 2 guardians cannot coexist in one place." Theo Ragnar was utterly bewildered by the monster's dialogue. Immediately, the 2 ancient dragon relics clashed, vying for dominance in the dungeon. The desert dragon worm unleashed a furious assault on its new opponent. The 2 colossal bosses fought brutally, exactly as Theo had planned. Standing afar, he shivered. Just thinking about being there sends chills down my spine. Seizing the opportunity, Theo drew his new sword, its blade emitting a cold blue light. He whispered to it, "Looks like you're itching for a fight too, White Moonlight Sword." With a confident smile, he decided to wait. Just hold back a little longer, because it seems
there's some motion.
their side is almost done. The battle between the two guardians reached its climax in a terrifying energy explosion. At the epicenter, the two guardians collided in an earth-shattering explosion. The desert dragon worm roared in pain. Its colossal body pushed back. It immediately retaliated, firing a destructive energy blast from its mouth. Struck, the fairy dragon collapsed, growling in resentment. Seizing the moment, the desert dragon worm lunged forward, its massive maw wide open, ready to devour its opponent. Its eyes gleamed with malevolent light, determined to finish off the intruder. A brilliant white pillar of light erupted, leveling everything in its path. The ground shattered, sharp ice pillars emerging from the explosion. The fairy dragon's scales shattered, purple blood gushing from its wounds. Its body was torn apart, fragments scattering through the air. The desert dragon worm spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly exhausted after its full power attack. Its sturdy armor also began to crack, revealing deep wounds. The fairy dragon was flung away like a broken puppet. The two heavily wounded monsters faced each other, the battle still not over. Despite its injuries, the fairy dragon struggled to its feet, soaring into the sky to attack the enemy's weak point. Its eyes blazed with an uncompromising will to fight. Sharp claws tore through the desert dragon worm's scales, sparking. With its magnificent fairy wings, it slammed the giant to the ground. The fairy dragon let out a final roar, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Sharp fangs plunged into the desert dragon worm's neck, deciding the fate of the battle. On the icy ground, the desert dragon worm finally fell to the fairy dragon's fatal bite. Seizing the opportunity, Theo Ragnar spun around, channeling magic into the White Moonlight Sword. He coldly declared, "First take care of one." A colossal sword energy, blazing like a meteor, was unleashed. The fairy dragon, just savoring its victory, roared in pain as it took the full force of the attack. Theo Ragnar commanded, "Go wild." He soared into the air, his body enveloped by an intense surge of energy. Griffin, a lion-headed bird creature made of pure energy, materialized from thin air. The griffin roared, diving straight down onto the desolate battlefield. It effortlessly tore apart the colossal corpse of the desert dragon worm, terrifying the fairy dragon. The fairy dragon was stunned. What in the world is that? The magical griffin's gaze was now locked onto its next target. Theo Ragnar gently landed, completely in control of the situation. A notification panel appeared, confirming that hunting the boss was indeed conquering the relic, just as he had predicted. Theo's eyes flashed with deadly light. So that means the other dragon is the same. Sensing the killing intent, the fairy dragon frantically pleaded, "Hey, chosen one, let's talk." "Suddenly want to talk about what?" Theo replied as the fairy dragon stammered that this wasn't the way to conquer a relic. It tried to regain its dignity. "I am the wisest guardian existing to test your wisdom." "Then you must solve my riddle," the fairy dragon proposed. But Theo merely replied nonchalantly, "That's perfect then." "I've already proven my wisdom enough," Theo declared, leaving the fairy dragon bewildered. "Huh? But I haven't even given you a riddle yet." Desperate, the fairy dragon tried to bargain. "Wait, the chosen one." But Theo Ragnar coldly declared, "If you truly are the wisest among the guardians, yes, then accept your defeat." Hearing the verdict, The fairy dragon could only utter a terrified, "My lord!" A blinding light descended, and the system announced that the fairy dragon had been successfully annihilated. Immediately after, 2 relic boxes, the conqueror's reward, materialized from thin air. Theo reached out, claiming the spoils he had bled to obtain. Returning from the dungeon, he let out a sigh of relief. With a triumphant smile, Theo was proud that the side quest was complete. Both relics now in his hands. Finally, I can rest a bit, he thought to himself, the lines on his face showing extreme exhaustion. But suddenly, his new sword flew out on its own, enveloped in an ominous surge of dark energy. Theo startled, jumping up in his office, bewilderedly calling out the name of the creature he once summoned. Griffin? From within the black smoke, a glowing red eye opened, and a ghostly voice echoed, "Theo Ragnar, I
Nance.
want to devour your heart." Dark tentacles lunged at Theo in a flash. The dark energy coiled tightly around his sword-wielding hand, attempting to seize control. Theo's entire body was submerged in the malevolent energy, forcing him to brace himself and resist. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, realizing he had been too complacent. He had let his guard down after subduing it, forgetting that the white moonlight sword was originally a bloodthirsty demonic blade. An image flashed in Theo's mind. The sword had secretly absorbed the power of the Guardians on the way back. The dark energy erupted violently. The battle for his life had only just begun. Theo Ragnar was horrified as the dark energy from the sword erupted, engulfing his arm. Damn it! It's much stronger after devouring 2 dragons. Theo desperately braced himself and resisted. He realized that at this rate, he would be the next one to be devoured. The sword's entity growled, "Now I will devour you." But in Theo's eyes, there was no fear, only the resolute will to once again pursue the moonlight. Within the darkness, the demon's glowing red eye craved his life. The dark energy enveloped everything, pulling Theo into another dimension. A sudden shock plunged Theo's consciousness into darkness. He awoke in a silent space, bewilderedly asking himself, "Where is this?" Amidst the darkness, imprisoned souls appeared, revealing a horrifying truth. Inside its stomach, Griffin's soul warned, "It has been waiting for this opportunity to devour even you, the chosen one." "It will soon devour your heart," Theo mused. "So this is my end?" Facing the guardian souls, he asked, "What happens after it devours my heart?" The fairy dragon coldly replied, "Death. For you, of course." The desert worm interjected, "We are guardians. We cannot die. Only you will die in solitude." It continued to mock, "Even if you die, we will simply return to being relics." Theo remained silent, but his glowing red eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He suddenly spoke up, challenging the 2 guardians. "Have you 2 forgotten the mission entrusted by the primordial dragon? Guardians must assist the chosen one against the nameless tyrant. Let me die, and this world will collapse once more." The fairy dragon was stunned by Theo's accusation. "I can't believe you 2 are so irresponsible." "Ultimately," Theo sneered, "you're just selfish, ignorant guardians like Griffin, aren't you?" The fairy dragon roared in anger. "How dare you? How dare you use the name of the primordial dragon to deceive us?" Suddenly, dark crystals from this space rose up, enveloping the fairy dragon. "Do you truly wish to die so badly?" Theo called out. "I already said we can just wait for the next chosen one." "Then kill me," he challenged, making the fairy dragon gasp. "What?" "Enough with these empty threats," he growled, holding a dark blade to his own throat. "And kill me. If you want to helplessly watch this world collapse right inside your own relics." The fairy dragon fell silent. Theo's words had struck at its sense of responsibility. The desert worm also fell silent, its initial ferocity completely gone. The crystal chains imprisoning the space began to shatter at their change. "You are very brave, chosen one," the fairy dragon admitted. "Truly admirable."
Theme.
"At least I like your confidence," the desert worm said with admiration. "I will open the door to free you from here," the fairy dragon declared, releasing a surge of azure energy. "Open! Open!" the desert worm roared, unleashing the golden power of the desert. "But that is our limit," a voice echoed as a spatial vortex formed. "The rest is up to you." "Go," the guardians urged Theo as he stood before the gate. "Don't worry," he smirked confidently. Without a moment's hesitation, Theo plunged straight into the energy vortex. "The first thing I'll do," he declared as he plunged into the darkness, "is teach it its place." As he vanished, a single drop of pure water fell, stirring the calm surface of the subconscious lake. In the dark space of the subconscious, the sword spirit awoke, exclaiming, "Finally found it." It caressed the energy orb, Theo's heart, and yearned, "Just devour this and his body will be mine." But suddenly, an intense pain made it shriek. Inside, threads of darkness tightened around Theo, trying to crush his will. The sword spirit writhed in agony, while Theo gritted his teeth and resisted. Suddenly, a surge of green energy shattered the darkness, and Theo Ragnar emerged with a completely new appearance. The griffin spirit was expelled, and the sword's consciousness roared in astonishment. "Damn it, how did it escape my belly?" It stared in disbelief at the incredible scene before its eyes. Theo coldly faced the two subdued guardians, questioning, "I know, you two helped it. Where is the pride of a guardian?" As the sword spirit was about to argue, Theo swiftly grabbed its beak. "You talk a lot," he sneered. "You must have forgotten our first meeting, haven't you?" Completely overwhelmed, the sword spirit trembled and pleaded, "Let go. Let's talk." "I didn't even ask for cooperation," Theo declared. "But when we're in the same boat and one side holds all the power, it's just exhausting for both, isn't it?" The eyes of the desert dragon worm, the fairy dragon, and the sword spirit all gleamed with submission. "A smart choice," Theo acknowledged, then suddenly noticed another presence. A colossal black dragon appeared. Surprised, "Blake, you're here too?" The gray dragon replied to Theo, "Long time no see, chosen one." The black dragon explained, "Make them compete with each other to control them. Others use this tactic too." Theo immediately asked the back, "Others? Do you mean other chosen ones?" "You don't need to know that yet," the black dragon replied mysteriously, "because now we will help you grow." The colossal black dragon looked at Theo and said, "I will watch your next steps." With great anticipation, immediately after, new skills, Fairy's Amulet, and Worm Eater were activated. Theo's consciousness, in the form of a faint shadow, gradually returned to his body. He awoke in the room, the dark aura surrounding him also dissipating. Theo clenched his fist, feeling a new surge of power rising. He looked up, realizing in shock, "It's truly shocking. The guardians I thought had died when I took the relic are actually still alive inside me." Theo's red eyes gleamed with understanding after grasping the truth. The white moonlight sword lay there, now completely his. He decisively plunged the sword's tip into the tabletop. "Are you calm now?" Theo asked the sword's consciousness. He smirked, picked up his new weapon, and thought, "This might actually be better. Thanks to this, I understand the power of the primordial dragon better than before." He placed his hand on the table decisively. "Whether you like it or not, from now on, I look forward to your help," Theo said to his new companion. At the same time, in a distant place, A solitary figure walked amidst a vast white snowfield. A burly man stood amidst a sword graveyard, asking his subordinate, "Are you truly going to nominate Theo as a legitimate successor candidate?" He continued, "Certainly, he currently has enough talent to stand alongside the other 5 candidates, but—" The other person's voice rang out. "Are you worried because he's a regressor?" The masked subordinate replied, "Yes. Don't you despise regressors, patriarch?" He continued, looking at the patriarch's back. "Despise them so much that you personally killed all the regressors of the Ragnar family?" "Yes, I did," the patriarch admitted, the air around him tinged with a deadly red. He gripped his greatsword and declared, "But this time, I want to challenge him." The masked subordinate showed a hint of surprise at his master's decision. The patriarch mused, "In any case, everyone must follow the process to become an official successor candidate." He looked at Theo Ragnar's reflection, thinking, "But that sword is too dangerous." Nevertheless, he asserted, "But there's no better option." Amidst a crimson aura of killing intent, he revealed, "Because it is the sword of the regressor I personally killed, the sword of the Mad Dragon Emperor, the previous patriarch." Elsewhere, a blindfolded commander called out loudly, "Theo Ragnar, prepare to depart immediately." Theo was stunned upon hearing the command. "The patriarch has summoned you to the Broken Sword Graveyard." A blizzard howled over a desolate land, where countless broken swords were densely embedded in the ground. A boot stomped heavily onto the cracked earth, signaling the presence of a visitor. Amidst the blizzard, Theo Ragnar stood there, his gaze resolute as he faced the challenge. He slowly walked among the remnants of fallen warriors. "It's too heavy," Theo thought, feeling an invisible weight pressing on his shoulders. Blue, resentful hands rose from the ground, reaching towards him as he realized, "The karma here is even heavier than before. It must be because I'm much younger now." A memory suddenly flooded back, and he smirked as he finally understood the old warning. Suddenly, Theo felt an overwhelming presence, and a voice echoed, "You have arrived." He immediately knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Mid-rank swordsman, Theo Ragnar, requests an audience with the incarnation of the great dragon. A blindfolded man, exuding a regal aura, replied, "Dispense with the formalities, Theo Ragnar." He began to question, his voice cold. "First, it was the sword master who exploited you, wasn't it?" A series of tragic images appeared as he continued to list. "Next was your brother, Axion. Then even the head of the dimension fell, and more." His gaze was as sharp as a dagger. All of them, in their final moments, screamed your name. The great dragon, incarnate, roared in anger at Theo's words. "Don't give me those pathetic excuses," his voice echoed through the illusion of a fallen figure, "because silently bearing that burden is the path of a patriarch." Amidst the icy space, he declared, "I bestow upon you the Mad Dragon Emperor's sword." A colossal greatsword plunged into the ground. Theo gasped in horror mentally. The Mad Dragon Emperor? The former patriarch, a tyrant who swept away hundreds of thousands. He recalled that he was also the sworn enemy whom the patriarch himself had personally slain, while the great dragon incarnate coldly remarked, "Your reaction shows you know something." "That's the former patriarch. I know that well," Theo thought to himself. "I must be careful. Information about the Mad Dragon Emperor is still unknown at this point." The great dragon, incarnate, merely stared silently at him, his gaze full of scrutiny. Suddenly, he asked a fatal question. "Did you not gather enough information about the Mad Dragon Emperor in your previous life?" His biggest secret exposed, Theo was utterly stunned. The great dragon, incarnate's single red eye glowed brightly, exuding terrifying pressure. Under the immense pressure, cold sweat poured down Theo's forehead. I despise regressors, he declared. Theo's reflection mirrored in his hostile pupils. Theo struggled to resist as the accusation continued to echo. They dare to change the world as they please, greedy and foolish. They simply view this world as a chessboard that can be overturned at any moment. Amidst the blood-stained space, he stood towering over the kneeling Theo. Therefore, I have decided, every time I encounter a regressor, I will personally kill them. Pure killing intent. This isn't a bluff. Theo realized in horror. He's serious. Before the overwhelming figure radiating unparalleled power, Theo trembled, asking himself, Father is this strong, even though he's not a regressor? If you can overcome its hatred, I will acknowledge you. The man set a condition. However, from now on, I will only accept a human Theo Ragnar, not a regressor. What do you mean? Theo Ragnar gritted his teeth, gripping his sword hilt. It means all the connections you've gained as a regressor will vanish from this world. The people he had met, saved, acquired, all those precious relationships flashed before his eyes. The great dragon, incarnate, coldly declared, I will erase all of them, while Theo saw a vision of himself collapsing in the white snow. Amidst the snowstorm, a hand clenched tightly, showing determination. If that's the case, I refuse. Theo Ragnar turned his back and walked away decisively. No, you cannot refuse, the authoritative voice echoed, stopping his steps. I've already said, I will kill any regressor who exists. He drew the Mad Dragon Emperor's sword, offering the first choice. Refuse my offer and die here, or abandon the filthy past of a regressor and be recognized as the sixth successor. Theo bowed his head in silence, cornered by the cruel ultimatum. Now, make your choice. He raised his head, admitting, It's true that I wanted to be acknowledged by Father. But Theo stood alone amidst the broken sword graveyard, facing his father from afar. If this is the price to pay, his hand rested on his own sword hilt, then I'd rather refuse. Theo erupted with power, shouting his final defiance. Do you think this title is so easily obtained? Immediately, a colossal blade pierced through his chest. Theo Ragnar's eyes widened, filled with pain and despair, as his father asked, Do you think you can obtain it without any sacrifice? The spectral sword plunged him into ultimate agony. The great dragon incarnate questioned Theo Ragnar's resolve after delivering a fatal blow. Theo Ragnar desperately realized the power gap between father and son was still too vast. Witnessing your foolish and impulsive choice, I see you're no different from other regressors, the father coldly said. He withdrew his hand, leaving Theo Ragnar to collapse in a pool of blood. His father's voice echoed in his head. You must think you can regress again, don't you? Don't be mistaken, the great dragon incarnate warned. Lying on the ground, Theo Ragnar struggled to get up, his mind screaming about why he regressed and the path he had taken. It's all so I can bear responsibility for everything that collapsed because of me, he yelled, his eyes glowing. If Father stands in my way, if Father will only acknowledge me when I give up everything, then right here, right now. The surrounding space transformed into a field of pure white snow, filled with the swords of the defeated. I will surpass you, Father, Theo Ragnar roared, charging amidst a storm of swords he himself created. Pure black dragon wings sprouted from his back, propelling him straight towards his father. The great dragon incarnate couldn't hide his astonishment at his son's explosive power. Theo Ragnar, in his half-dragon form, pierced through the rain of swords and chaotic energy. The father raised his hand, accumulating a surge of crimson magic to prepare a counterattack. Amidst the glowing battlefield, Theo Ragnar skillfully dodged countless incoming attacks. The great dragon, incarnate, summoned a colossal energy dragon head, its maw wide open, devouring Theo Ragnar's attack. The terrifying power knocked Theo Ragnar flying backward. Despite being repelled, he maintained his stance in midair. The sword in his hand once again flared with power. Another lightning-fast attack struck, causing Theo Ragnar to cough up blood. Even though pushed back, Theo Ragnar maintained his stance in midair, the sword in his hand flaring with power once more. Another lightning-fast attack struck, making Theo Ragnar cough up blood. The incarnation of the great dragon exuded an overwhelming surge of energy with just one step. The man calmly remarked, "I didn't expect him to charge from there." Yes, it's been a long time since anyone dared to confront me directly. He continued to ponder Theo's difference. He is certainly very special. All the regressors we've fought so far, they were all those who used others as pawns. His red eyes gleamed with thought. Yeah, but he is different. A smile of amusement suddenly appeared on the cruel father's lips. A regressor who fights with his own sword to take responsibility for his actions, huh? He said, as Theo roared in despair. Looking at his fallen son, he admitted, "How interesting. You've made me happy." Clutching the sword hilt, he called out his name directly. The regressor, Theo Ragnar. Then an unexpected declaration was made. "Now, I acknowledge you as the sixth successor. As proof, I bestow upon you the sword of the Berserk Dragon Emperor, which once belonged to my father, a regressor just like you," he said, as a great sword emerged from the ground. He looked down at his son, wondering, "You are also a regressor like him, but you walk a different path. I wonder how different your outcome will be. Well, I shall look forward to it." Immediately after, a blinding light enveloped Theo Ragnar. A colossal pillar of light descended from the sky, teleporting him away. Theo opened his eyes, bewildered, wondering, "This place, where am I?" He found himself in the middle of a modern, unfamiliar city. The scene of a bustling night city appeared before his eyes. Stunned, Theo pressed his hand against a glass pane, trying to comprehend this unbelievable sight. Theo Ragnar, dumbfounded, pressed his hand against the glass, disbelieving his own reflection amidst the unfamiliar city. He muttered to himself, "Everything in something is over." Moments later, Theo found himself lying on a luxurious bed, seemingly back in his own world. He woke with a start, clutching his head, wondering what had just happened. A gentle voice rang out, asking if he was awake. Theo, startled, recognized his mother, who smiled and said he must have been very tired to sleep so late. She worriedly asked if her son was injured, saying that was the question she really wanted to ask him. His mother recounted in a panic that last night, the patriarch himself had carried him back unconscious. Theo suddenly realized that all his father's harsh words were, in fact, a test. Just then, Evelyn Nerval entered and cheerfully greeted the young master. Theo was astonished to see both Evelyn and Commander Julius, who spoke up to congratulate him on passing the patriarch's test. While Theo was still dazed, Evelyn excitedly said that he was now the center of everyone's attention. At the same time, throughout the streets, newsboys were spreading shocking news. The sixth successor of Ragnar has been born. Elsewhere, a mysterious person held the newspaper, muttering, "The sixth successor, huh?" In a dark room, a woman read the news to the man beside her. "We have a new youngest sibling. How interesting." On a rooftop, a figure stood under the blood moon, smirking. "A new successor candidate, huh?" Another masked figure with glowing red eyes stood in the shadows, silently crumpling the paper in their hand. In a land of pristine white snow, Theo's solitary back stood firm against the howling wind as a voice called out, "Commander!" Amidst the blizzard, Aeon rushed over to report. "He just became an official successor candidate right after you." She angrily punched the air. "What a waste! I should have brought him into the black-armored cavalry." "I apologize." Thorkel Ragnar smirked, the name Theo Ragnar repeating in his mind with an indescribable amusement. He stood proudly amidst the snowy sky, declaring, "I will have to meet him once." In another memory, an old instructor was yelling angrily, "No, that's not it. You should have swung your sword a little more to the right." He continued to scold his masked student. "How many times do I have to tell you? Rendan, you brat. What kind of bizarre L and inverted L sword technique is this? Swing your sword in an L and inverted L shape a little more," the old man roared. Theo Ragnar thought to himself, a move that looked so exposed. Who in the world would fall for such a trap? However, the inverted L-shaped sword stroke was unleashed, sharp and unexpected. Immediately after was the perfect L-shaped sword stroke, forming an unpredictable attack. Theo suddenly realized the profoundness of the technique. He decisively replied to the instructor, "I've done it." The image of a pierced skull appeared, demonstrating the deadly nature of the newly mastered sword technique. At the same time, elsewhere, the city gate was stained with fresh blood, signaling a tragedy. A document was announced. Since Troyven did not appeal within the deadline, from this moment, war is declared. At the Nine Dragons Council Chamber, news of suspicious movements by the Northern Lords was reported. Laughter echoed before an empty chair, but was immediately challenged by another voice. The Ragnar patriarch spoke. "Although the head of the family is still silent, we cannot postpone the succession discussion indefinitely." The white-haired masked man objected. "Isn't it too early to discuss that here?" At the council, a voice rang out angrily, "Watch your insolent mouth!" While the masked man retorted, "How rude! Variables must be minimized, am I wrong?" A hand was raised, and the Ragnar patriarch commanded, "Enough, both of you." He declared, "It seems a formal gathering of all involved is necessary. I will arrange it." "Ah, this reminds me that a suitable event is approaching. In that case," amidst a vast arena lit by candlelight, the patriarch's voice echoed, "We will decide for ourselves after witnessing it firsthand." Theo Ragnar, with his eyes covered, stood ready with his sword. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring as he tried to focus his energy. A spark flickered at the sword's tip, then died out, indicating a narrow failure. He gathered his strength, launching himself into the air for a powerful downward strike. Energy erupted as he roared the skill's name. Yopa. Dark voices echoed in his head. "Kill them! Kill them all! Seize everything!" Driven by the urge for destruction, he swung a sharp sword strike. "Take whatever you desire." After the skill, he landed on the cracked ground, breathing heavily. Theo removed his blindfold, revealing his scarred body and exhausted face. His old instructor's voice echoed in his mind. "It still weighs heavily on you, doesn't it?" A horned woman appeared. She was the dragon guardian Lodbrok, and she identified the source of the torment, the lingering grudge of the berserk dragon emperor. "Yes," Theo admitted as a magic seal glowed on his chest, "the grudge still tries to interfere with me." He continued as the phantom of the berserk dragon emperor loomed behind him. "It's not unbearable yet, but the fact that it once belonged to him bothers me." Theo's eyes flashed with blue light, and he asserted, "Well, thanks to it, I've been able to glimpse the realm of the Berserk Dragon Emperor." Theo whispered in his mind about the Berserk Dragon Emperor, a name he could never forget. He stomped his foot on the ground, releasing his surging frustration. Lodbrok looked at Theo, unexpectedly revealing. He is the one who stole my heart. Theo grew more confused. Yes, you've said that. That's precisely why I'm even more conflicted. Why did you entrust his sword to me? Lodbrok warned sternly. Don't be impatient, Banyok. If you rush too much, you'll face something beyond your capabilities again. Just like last time. She changed the subject, asking about his severed arm, and Theo confirmed it had healed. As Lodbrok touched him to check, Theo asked in surprise, Are you worried about me? Lodbrok immediately turned away, coldly dismissing him. It seems to have healed. That's enough for today. You may go. It appears someone else is looking for you. As Theo turned and walked away, she didn't forget to grumble about him always wrecking her nest whenever he visited. At the magnificent Camellia Palace, Theo could only silently admit he had no excuse. He looked at the envelope on the table, muttering, So, the one looking for me is you. A butler overheard and asked, Young Master Theo, what did you just say? In his formal attire, Theo picked up the invitation card, his eyes full of thought. The butler explained it was an invitation to Lady Ray Ragnar's 18th birthday party. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two men were discussing with displeasure the extravagant party amidst wartime. But a young commander retorted with a smirk, No, precisely because it's a time of turmoil, it must be even grander. He explained that Troiven's betrayal had thrown the Ragnar family's internal affairs into chaos. Instead of Axion, who was backed by Troiven, I have become the sixth successor, he confidently declared. Returning to Theo, he gripped the card, realizing this party is not merely a birthday celebration. The spiky-haired man analyzed. It's to display Ragnar's power, and also for the successors and the 9 dragons to probe each other. What a brilliant idea, young master. The spiky-haired man asked in confusion. So, of course, you too. The 6th successor sat in his chair, calmly replying, Yes. With a confident smile, he declared, If they are so eager to meet me, I must attend. The magnificent Daffodil Palace appeared under a starry night sky with light snowfall. Inside, a lavish party was underway, attended by numerous nobles. Whispers arose as an important figure appeared. He's finally here. The new successor. Young Master Theo Ragnar strode into the banquet hall, looking majestic in his splendid formal attire. He thought to himself, as expected, all eyes are on me. The birthday party is just an excuse. They've come to see the new successor. Theo continued to walk decisively, his mind already planning. If I want to leave a strong impression here, a familiar voice spoke from behind him just as he sat down. It seems you couldn't sit still and have already caused quite a stir. Navin, head of House Bacchus, smiled down. I have been waiting for you, my lord. Theo recognized the acquaintance in surprise. I almost didn't recognize you, Navin. You didn't even have a beard at your wedding. The surrounding nobles began to gossip about Navin's background and how the powerful Bacchus family was calling the 6th successor my lord. Navin said with satisfaction, Thanks to your timely appearance, we've already stirred up the atmosphere. Suddenly, another man interjected. Now for the important part. So you are Theo Ragnar. Someone who appeared to be Theo's ally stood nearby, turning pale with fright. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe the impending confrontation. The strange man politely spoke. I believe this is our first meeting? Then allow me to introduce myself. He declared his identity, while Theo coldly mused. The 5th successor, he approached me sooner than I thought. He was Thorkel Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Thorkel Ragnar extended his hand, an invitation full of hidden meaning. Amidst the noisy banquet hall, All eyes were fixed on their encounter. The former top successor, a voice echoed. Thorkel smirked arrogantly. And the newly risen successor. Theo Ragnar maintained a calm expression as he faced him. Thorkel spoke. No need to be so wary, Theo Ragnar. I merely came to see with my own eyes the one chosen as the sixth successor. He continued to praise sarcastically, but Theo just listened in silence. But Theo's eyes narrowed slightly. In Ragnar, where only the strong are respected. Ease. Will they truly happily welcome a rival? Thorkel sneered. Finally, their hands clasped in what seemed like a polite handshake. Theo replied formally, It is an honor to meet you, Commander Thorkel Ragnar. I am Theo Ragnar of the White Dragon Squad. Thorkel burst out laughing, then suddenly squeezed his hand tightly, making Theo flinch slightly. A surge of fiery red energy erupted from the handshake, a tremendous pressure weighing down on Theo. Our youngest is far too formal, he said, pulling Theo closer. He leaned in close, ordering in a condescending tone, Feel free, call me Big Brother. Theo gritted his teeth, sweat beading, straining against Thorkel's power. His ally, standing from afar, was also horrified by this blatant display of power. But then, a surge of blue energy began to rise from Theo. Since you told me to feel free, then I will call you Big Brother. He looked up, a challenging smile on his face, his power exploding in response. Inside a lavish hall, the Ragnar family's banquet was underway. Amidst the formal atmosphere, Naban Bacchus grumbled about his restrictive formal attire. Hulkus Lanki grabbed his friend, scolding, Bear with it, you bastard. It's because you're always like this that people spread rumors about the Lanky family being a bunch of barbarians. Two new guests, a black-haired young man and a stout man, had just arrived and remarked that everyone seemed to be present. A white-haired young man named Wool confidently descended the stairs, greeting everyone. Hulkus Lanka teased Wool. I hear you're quite famous in the West, pretty boy. Wool humbly chuckled, then inquired about young Master Theo, wanting to ask about the White Dragon Squad situation. The name Theo had just been mentioned, startling a gray-haired guest, while Ray Ragnar elegantly walked past. Wool quickly apologized to Ray Ragnar for his impropriety in asking about someone else in front of the party's star, but she calmly dismissed it. A hand gently raised a glass of red wine, signaling an event about to stir the peaceful atmosphere. Suddenly, a burst of fiery red energy erupted, causing everyone in the banquet hall to turn their heads in astonishment. From afar, two auras, one red and one blue, violently clashed, making someone exclaim, Could that be Theo? It turned out to be Theo Ragnar and Thorkel Ragnar, facing off in a powerful handshake. Thorkel Ragnar smirked arrogantly, seemingly enjoying the confrontation. The energy of both swirled, forming a terrifying vortex right in the middle of the banquet hall. Thorkel suddenly withdrew his hand, burst into laughter, and dramatically declared his surrender. Theo Ragnar calmly replied, What are you talking about? You were going easy on me, brother. Thorkel didn't deny it, merely walking away with a mysterious smile on his lips. He picked up two wine glasses, remarking that excessive humility could be seen as an insult. Thorkel raised his glass towards Theo, sincerely admitting, But if I, at your current age, were to fight you today, I would surely lose. In response to his brother's admission, Theo Ragnar simply replied, What a compliment. Thorkel Ragnar smirked meaningfully. He raised his glass, his voice full of pride. Seeing such an amazing younger brother makes me very happy. Then Thorkel addressed the entire hall, shouting, Now, let us raise our glasses to a new Ragnar. And the crowd responded in unison, For Ragnar. All the guests in the banquet hall simultaneously raised their glasses, and the atmosphere became fervent. Thorkel turned to Theo, asking smugly, "Not a bad debut for the new successor, eh?" and received a polite thank you from his younger brother. But deep down, Theo realized, so that's why he praised me. This is what he was aiming for. He analyzed that Thorkel had used his martial prowess to solidify his position, while also acknowledging his opponent to win over the crowd. Theo bitterly realized that the atmosphere he and Navan had tried to build was completely overturned by Thorkel. He concluded that Thorkel Ragnar, his brother, was not someone to be underestimated just because of his amiable appearance. At that moment, Hokus Lanky enthusiastically slung an arm around Theo, while others astonishingly confirmed, "That magic. It truly is Lord Theo." The nobles began to whisper, discussing marrying their daughters to the newly revealed, promising young master. The magnificent hall of the Ragnar family was now filled with chatter and admiration. In a hidden corner, an old man angrily gripped the armrest of his chair, gritting his teeth. "Damn it!" he cursed inwardly, having intended to use Naban's behavior as an excuse to get rid of that half-breed. But then an ignorant fool, Thorkel, interfered and ruined all his plans. He scoffed, "How dare a bastard stir up family matters? It's truly an eyesore." Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a reflection in the glass. Through the window, he saw Ray Ragnar standing on the balcony with another woman. In another development, Evelyn Nerrival and a glasses-wearing female commander were sharing a meaningful laugh. "How dare she? In a place like this?" The eye-patch-wearing old man roared furiously. Meanwhile, at a snow-covered castle, an excited voice rang out. "Whoa, Captain!" Evelyn Nerrival, embarrassed in her splendid evening gown, mumbled, "Really? Have I ever given empty flattery? Captain, you look absolutely beautiful and cute right now," Aaron cheerfully affirmed. Called cute, Evelyn's face flushed crimson. "Ah, no. I have to change back into my uniform." Evelyn panicked, about to leave, but Aaron held her back. "Who wears a uniform to a party? Come along obediently." Suddenly, fresh blood splattered onto Evelyn, leaving her stunned. "Just that bastard alone is enough to make my stomach churn," Evelyn thought to herself, her eyes glinting with hatred. Both girls fearfully looked up at a large figure majestically descending the stairs. The eye-patch-wearing old man growled, his face full of contempt. "Why have you dragged yourself out here?" Erin gritted her teeth, her eyes sparking with anger. "Even if you are one of the 9 dragons, this kind of treatment is too unfair." Erin was about to speak, but Evelyn gripped her hand tightly, stopping her. "Erin, I'm fine," Evelyn reassured, but Erin still replied worriedly. "But Captain," trembling in the falling snow, Evelyn pleaded, "I'm really fine. For my sake, please don't do anything." Erin was stunned. She had never seen her captain so afraid of anyone before. The enemy took a decisive step, an invisible pressure weighing heavily on the space. He leaned down, his voice as cold as ice. "I'm quite sure I told you never to appear before me again." "And what is this?" He squinted, seemingly discovering something unusual. Evelyn looked down in astonishment, a stream of blue energy pouring from her arm. "Water dragon!" Aaron screamed in despair. A lightning-fast attack from Wolfgang Ragnar caught Evelyn Nerrival off guard. His magic gauntlet shattered into pieces after the impact. He scoffed. "Do you really think wearing a toy like that can make everything go back to how it was?" With contempt in his eyes, he snarled, "If you're trash, then live like trash crushed on the floor. The next time you appear before me, I will tear you to shreds." The brutal threat left Evelyn stunned. Witnessing the scene, Aaron screamed in horror, "Captain!" Wolfgang Ragnar burst into a savage laugh. "Captain, huh? Finally, That stench is starting to fade. Aaron furiously declared, I will definitely report this incident to the law enforcement authorities. He merely smirked. Law enforcement, you say? How amusing. Feel free to do as you wish. The true meaning of survival of the fittest for the Ragnar family. You're about to witness it once more. Evelyn's thoughts drifted into a blank expanse of white snow. A painful memory from the past suddenly resurfaced, beginning with a footprint on the cold snow. She thought in despair, I knew it. A place like this. I should never have come. In the past, young Evelyn had tried to overcome everything, only to be beaten down, injured, and coughing up blood. Her father roared in anger. Just one more time. If you dare call me father with that filthy mouth again, I will tear you to shreds. He yelled at his sobbing daughter. Get out. Never appear before me again. Do you hear me? With that, he coldly turned his back and left, abandoning the little girl in terror. In the end, nothing had changed since then. Back in reality, Evelyn could only stand there, silent tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Oh, Evelyn! Where are you rushing off to? An eye patch-wearing man appeared, wondering, The banquet hall is in the other direction, isn't it? Meanwhile, Evelyn Nerrival could only stand silently, tears streaming down her despairing face. The opulent banquet hall was packed with guests chatting under magnificent chandeliers. In one corner, Theo Ragnar, Hokus Lanke, and Wool were cheerfully toasting together. Suddenly, a horrifying scream echoed, shattering the festive atmosphere and stunning everyone. The eye patch-wearing man had grabbed an elder, making him yell, You bastard! Do you know what you just did? Captain of the White Dragon Squad. The elder screamed the name of his attacker in utter fury. Julius Ragnar! Julius Ragnar clenched his fist, his gaze cold and unforgiving. With a powerful strike, he slammed the elder to the floor and calmly said, I told you, didn't I? His eyes flashed with a menacing red light as he finished, that I would turn you into someone just like that. The elder, sprawled on the floor, roared his command. So you truly intend to betray Ragnar? Arrest this dangerous criminal immediately. Immediately, armored soldiers flooded into the banquet hall, moving with deadly precision. Swords were drawn in unison, their cold steel glinting under the lights. The soldiers, identified as the Law Council, quickly surrounded Julius. Their swords pointed directly at him. Their commander declared the charge. Captain of the White Dragon Squad, Julius Ragnar, you are to be apprehended for grievously injuring an elder of the Dragon Council. Unfazed, Julius looked back at them with a challenging gaze and asked, And if I refuse? His overwhelming presence made the Law Council commander shiver. Julius declared firmly, The law states that even in Ragnar's decline, an oath sworn on the sword must always be upheld. A memory flashed back to a moment 4 years ago when he made a solemn vow before the elders. His vow was for that girl, that child. If you lay a hand on her again. Amidst a sea of raging red flames, Julius Ragnar roared, I will make you just like him. The crowd panicked. Theo Ragnar stunned to hear that Julius Ragnar had broken the elder's arm. He wondered why this was happening, an unprecedented event in his previous life. Theo's eyes flashed as a piece of memory suddenly appeared. Looking at the despairing Evelyn Nerrival, he whispered, So that's it. It finally makes sense. A memory flashed back of that girl, Evelyn Nerrival, and her tiny hand from long ago, trying to cling to a fragile hope. She was the illegitimate child of Wolfgang Ragnar, a man who revered pure bloodlines. To him, Evelyn's existence was a disgrace that needed to be hidden at all costs. Wolfgang had intended to abandon her, but Julius Ragnar appeared and placed a hand on the little girl's shoulder. It was Julius who saw her potential and brought her into the White Dragon Squad, thwarting Wolfgang's plans. Later, when Evelyn rose to become captain, she became a shining star. But Wolfgang, fearing his secret would be exposed, plotted to kill his own daughter. He acted brutally under the guise of a battle mistake. Theo recalled that she was lucky to survive, but lost her left arm, forced to retire and manage the training grounds. He realized this entire incident was a result of his actions after regressing. If that's the case, Theo's eyes sharpened with determination. Hey, then I must be the one to set things right. In the middle of the hall, the confrontation continued with extreme tension. The elder pointed at Julius, loudly accusing, "Look, that is Julius Ragnar's contempt for those who have protected Ragnar." A noble loudly accused, "Using the authority of the 9 dragons to threaten one's own family, isn't this blatant rebellion?" Julius Ragnar growled back, "You bastard, abusing authority? How can those words even come out of your mouth?" Amidst the tension, a voice interjected, "Both of you are getting too heated." Thorkel Ragnar calmly stepped forward and said, "Because of your argument, my friend's joyful birthday party is now filled with fear." Julius could only endure in silence, sweat trickling down his temples. The elder frowned, clearly displeased with this intervention. Thorkel continued to propose, "Let's end this here, by the long-standing tradition of Ragnar." He boldly declared the solution, a trial by combat. The elder immediately objected. "Absurd! The demon dragon clearly injured me. The fault is entirely his." Thorkel gently persuaded, "What you say is true, but we cannot let this disturbance escalate further. Do you not agree?" Suddenly, a chilling aura spread throughout the hall, astonishing the elder. "The mistress of Narcissus' palace?" The floor froze beneath each step of the newly arrived woman, signaling a powerful presence. His dragon, Neil Ragnar Ton, appeared, her voice as cold as ice. "What do you think you're doing at my daughter's birthday celebration?" The elder quickly tried to explain, but was cut off by Neil. "I don't want to hear it. I don't care about petty squabbles." Neil Ragnar Ton glanced at Thorkel and then decided, "Then let's settle this quickly, as this young man suggested." Her eyes flashed with a deadly glint. "That is the last mercy my patience will allow." The crowd murmured anxiously, "A trial by combat? Isn't that too advantageous for the elders?" The elder thought to himself, even if only the demon dragon had a chance of winning, his faction was still not at a disadvantage. The rules were set. The plaintiff and defendant would face off in the final round, after 2 matches fought by representatives. The old man pondered deeply, and his representative, who will it be? A noblewoman from the elder faction, disdainfully remarked that the opposing side only had a 1-armed cripple, and the wretched bastard Theo Ragnar. The elder smirked, confident that the match wouldn't even need to reach his turn. "We will finish this in the first 2 matches, he boldly declared, accepting a pure sword fight to determine the victor. After the agreement was set, the crowd began to move towards the designated arena. Amidst the crowd, Thorkel Ragnar quietly raised his wine glass, his eyes full of contemplation. He thought to himself, Theo Ragnar's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Thorkel knew Demon Dragon Julius's temperament well, and the situation had almost spiraled out of control. If Theo hadn't intervened, the Dragon Clan elder could have seized the opportunity to politically undermine Julius. In that moment, he found a solution that all parties could accept. Thorkel secretly admired. His gaze turned to Theo, concluding his thoughts. This could be very interesting to watch. At the snow-covered arena, a member of the Law Council declared the trial by combat officially open. That person read aloud the rules. No mana was allowed, and all proceedings were protected by Ragnar's law. The judge requested both sides to swear there would be no acts of revenge or resentment after the duel. The elder and Julius Ragnar looked at each other solemnly. swearing in unison. First combatants, step forward, the council member ordered, and 3 representatives of the elder faction emerged. From the opposite side, Ragnar alone entered the arena, his aura soaring as he drew his sword. In the stands, Theo's allies couldn't hide their worry. Theo, are you really okay? Others in the crowd also began to murmur. His opponent doesn't look like an easy target. Is he that strong? A knowledgeable person explained that it was Gale Sword Beta, the Elder's aide, one of the best inspectors. The Elder Council of the Dragon Clan gave instructions. Beta, in this trial by combat, don't hold back on lethal blows, he ordered. Astonishing Gale Sword Beta. You mean kill him? The old elder sneered, dismissing all hesitation. Don't worry. At the very least, bring me back an arm. Beta remained silent, his gaze fixed on Julius Ragnar and his ally standing on the opposite side of the arena. Julius looked at Theo with a face heavy with worry, thinking to himself, Theo, are you really okay with this? He apologetically offered his regrets, but Ragnar calmly replied, Of course, please trust me. Julius and his ally listened intently as Theo began to reveal his plan. With sharp eyes, Theo declared, What I intend to do is resolve the long-standing feud between the two of you. With that, he decisively stepped forward, his aura soaring. A sharp whistle blew from the host, and the match officially began. Gale Sword Beta also didn't hesitate, drawing his sword into a ready stance. In a flash, both rushed at each other with terrifying speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. Clang! 2 blades clashed fiercely, commencing the deadly battle. A massive surge of energy erupted from the point of collision, shaking the entire arena. Theo launched himself into the air, gracefully dodging and counterattacking spectacularly. After the exchange of blows, both temporarily retreated, glaring at each other from opposite sides of the snow-white arena. The atmosphere became thick, tense to the extreme. The ground beneath their feet cracked, unable to withstand the power of the 2 warriors. A brilliant sword stroke flashed as Theo blocked his opponent's furious attack. Immediately after, he unleashed a thunderous overhead slash, completely overwhelming Gale Sword Beta. Gale Sword Beta couldn't believe his opponent's strength, thinking to himself, is this the difference of a successor? However, Ragnar gave him no time to think, immediately charging to attack. He put all his strength into the hilt of his sword, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. The blade stopped right at Beta's throat. Theo coldly remarked, You still lack practical combat experience. To show respect as a successor, I will grant you a painless death. But then, Theo suddenly withdrew his sword. Gale Sword Beta was stunned, not understanding why his opponent intentionally exposed a weakness. Theo turned, stepping back, creating distance. He quickly retreated further across the snow-covered arena. Beta stood up, sweat pouring down as he realized, if he hadn't stopped, I would be dead. But why did he stop? He wondered. While in the distance, Theo was clutching his head, enveloped by a surge of dark energy. A voice echoed in Theo's mind. Kill those who scorned and humiliated you. Kill them all, the voice shrieked, inciting his rage. The frenzied command to kill repeated, Wipe them out! Kill every last one! Theo gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the rising bloodlust. Seeing his opponent full of openings, Beta thought he was being underestimated and roared in his mind. There's a limit to how much you can insult someone. Do you think the same move can be used twice? I'll return your blow, he yelled, and charged forward. The 2 swords clashed, sparking. Amidst the confrontation, Theo was still struggling with the deadly curse in his mind. This damn kill them voice. Despite the demonic voice in his head, Theo growled, I'll handle it. Shut up. Gale Sword Beta was stunned by the counterattack. What the hell is this bastard saying? Theo's crimson eyes flashed with a deadly glint. In response, Gale Sword Beta was sent flying backward by a terrifying force. He only managed a cry of agony before being completely overwhelmed. A surge of dark energy erupted, sweeping across the arena, burying Beta in the rubble. In the stands, Dragon Guardian Lodbrok silently observed everything. Her composure was in stark contrast to the crowd, who were silenced by astonishment. She secretly admired, he is truly exceptional. Even without channeling mana, it still possesses this much power. On the arena floor, Gale Sword Beta lay motionless, covered in blood. A member of the Law Council stepped forward, silently observing the defeated opponent. Then he loudly declared, "Trial by combat. Round 1, the winner. Kiwa." Is Theo Ragnar? Theo wondered, just now, what was that feeling? It was different from the usual hatred that interferes with me, almost as if someone was guiding me. He realized, when I surrendered to that feeling, I was able to use power on a completely different level. To let myself be guided by hatred is a dangerous idea, but if I can control it properly. Clenching his fist, Theo smiled excitedly. I can be twice as strong as I am now. The announcer's voice rang out again. Then we shall begin round 2. Both warriors, step forward. Theo Ragnar boldly declared, we request to fight consecutively. When Theo Ragnar was confirmed as the combatant for round 2, the Dragon Clan Elder Council member roared, "That arrogant bastard. Fine, I'll kill him." On the snow-covered arena, a new opponent strode forward to face Theo. That person was Paige Grayson, the former Dragon Gate swordsman, who confidently declared, "I'm counting on you, young blood of Ragnar." In the stands, Theo's allies marveled at Paige Grayson's aura and his gigantic greatsword. While everyone was still discussing, Wall appeared extremely worried, causing his companions to wonder. Wall explained that he feared the worst, because an elder personally entering combat was not for show. He firmly asserted that this match was a setup to take young Master Theo's life. In the arena, Theo and Paige Grayson stood opposite each other, ready for a death match. The Law Council member blew the whistle, and the match officially began. Immediately, Theo raised his hand. "I forfeit," he calmly declared. The water dragon was stunned, unable to believe what had just transpired. Theo merely smirked to himself, thinking that it was obvious how a mediocre swordsman like him could not fight an elder. Paige Grayson stood frozen, his hand still gripping the hilt of his sword. The audience buzzed, quickly realizing Theo's clever move had caused the Elder Council to lose all face. The Dragon Clan Elder Council member was furious, not expecting Theo to have calculated this far. Julius's female ally exclaimed in surprise. She had never seen that old man lose his composure so much. Meanwhile, Julius Ragnar apologetically offered his apologies, but the red-brown-haired female ally cut him off, asserting that it was what teammates should do, and confidently declared she would crush her opponent in her turn. She smiled mysteriously. A memory suddenly resurfaced of a young Julius Ragnar, with both eyes intact, enthusiastically recruiting Evelyn Nerrival into the White Dragon Squad. Julius Ragnar questioned, "Do you think giving up just because you can't ride a wyvern is the end? Take responsibility and come back here." He earnestly reminded, "Didn't you promise to become my sword, Evelyn?" Back in the present, Theo Ragnar clenched his fist, his inner thoughts rising. "I will fulfill the wishes everyone has longed for." Evelyn Nerrival was momentarily flustered, thinking of the trust they placed in her. She was determined not to let herself be imprisoned by the past, to break this cruel fate with her own hands. Evelyn decisively called out. Captain, she asserted, this path I will cut off myself. I have something to say. Amidst the snow-white arena, the loudspeaker boomed. Duel challenge. Final round 3. Both combatants, step forward. Theo Ragnar stepped out boldly, sword in hand, ready for the final battle. In the stands, Wolfgang Ragnar fumed inwardly, blaming Theo for staining the family's honor. Suddenly, the Law Council announced, the defendant's request is accepted. The defendant's combatant for round 3 has been changed. Evelyn Nerevel, in her fiery red battle dress, proudly stepped in, replacing Theo. Wolfgang Ragnar burst into contemptuous laughter. How ridiculous. There's a limit to how much you can show off. Or are you planning to beg for our mercy? Evelyn coldly retorted, the one who has to beg is... She pointed her rapier directly at him. You. With sharp eyes, Evelyn uttered a word that shook the entire arena. Father. Wolfgang Ragnar was stunned, his aged face contorted in extreme astonishment. The stands buzzed. Evelyn of the White Dragon Squad's father is Wolfgang? They don't look alike at all. Could she be an illegitimate child? From the shadows, the Ragnar patriarch confirmed the rumor was true, recalling his encounter with Wolfgang's legitimate wife. Wolfgang roared in rage and shame. You bastard! What father and daughter? Nonsense! Evelyn Nerevel looked directly at Wolfgang, her voice full of sarcasm. If I had known you'd be this pleased, I should have called you that sooner. Since you enjoy old stories, shall I continue? She continued to expose him. You once beat me nearly to death, even tried to eliminate me in the White Dragon Squad, just to hide the fact that I am your bastard child. Wolfgang Ragnar roared in fury, a blazing red aura erupting. Shut up! As a member of the Ragnar family, what's wrong with that? His rage made him clutch his head in pain, unable to finish his sentence. From the audience seats, Thorkel Ragnar sneered. He's always preaching about bloodlines, and now look, what a joke. Meanwhile, the elder faction whispered criticisms. We warned him, but he didn't listen. Why did he let that bastard child survive until now? Wolfgang's eyes bulged furiously through his broken glasses, and he hissed, Damn it! In the arena, for a moment, it seemed Wolfgang was facing Theo Ragnar, the mastermind behind it all. In another corner, Theo Ragnar placed a hand on Julius's shoulder, reassuring him, instead of worrying, just trust and watch. The duel officially began. Evelyn and Wolfgang lunged at each other, their swords clashing, sparking fire with a deafening metallic screech. Sword strikes were unleashed at terrifying speed, forming a symphony of steel. Suddenly, Evelyn channeled a blue aura around her, her movements becoming ethereal. Julius Ragnar exclaimed in astonishment, That's... A powerful sword technique was unleashed, named Wind, Thunder, Divine Technique, a rival formation. The white-haired elder was aghast. Wind Thunder? Isn't that the Gale Sword? The entire stands buzzed. How can she be proficient in a lost technique of the Gale Sword? Evelyn created a massive whirlwind of sword energy, completely overwhelming Wolfgang. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. The renowned Prime Dragon was being cornered by his own bastard daughter. Only Theo Ragnar remained calm, knowing well. The dual challenge prohibits the use of mana, so the difference in magical power means nothing. From afar, Theo Ragnar calmly observed, and above all, Wolfgang. Without the solid foundation of a pure bloodline, he would never have reached this rank. Overwhelmed, Wolfgang roared in anger. How dare you, you brat! Evelyn gritted her teeth, struggling to fend off the furious assault. Her face shone with unwavering resolve. Think carefully, Wolfgang roared as their two swords locked. Do you really think you can escape my grasp? I will fight until you beg for mercy, and until you come to your senses, she fiercely retorted. He was stunned by her unexpected sword strike. Just try me, Evelyn challenged, her eyes blazing. What? He thought in horror. Evelyn's thoughts flooded back. When I was little, you were my whole world. That's why I feared you. But now, I have people I can trust. People who completely believe in me. The weak little girl from back then is no more. The little girl who always clung to you is dead. With that, Evelyn unleashed a dazzling, swirling slash. Wolfgang couldn't react in time. Fresh blood spurted from the wound. I am no longer a weak child, Evelyn Nerrival. Wolfgang froze. The image of the horrified crowd reflected on the sword's blade. The clash of swords reflected Wolfgang Ragnar's resentful gaze and Evelyn Nerrival's confident smile. A terrifying tremor cracked the arena ground. Amidst the hazy dust, Wolfgang knelt, a voice declaring his defeat. Damn it! Don't make me laugh! He roared, slamming his hand on the ground. This fight isn't over yet, Wolfgang shrieked, struggling to rise amidst the swirling cold air. But an unexpected intervention stunned him. Sweat pouring down, Lodbrok coldly spoke. If you are truly one of the 9 dragons, then stop embarrassing yourself and accept the outcome. In the middle of the arena, the final declaration echoed. The winner is Evelyn Nerrival. The verdict was delivered. Not guilty. Evelyn quietly walked away, leaving the devastated arena behind her. With a radiant smile, she reported, Evelyn Nerrival, mission accomplished. Julius Ragnar looked at her proudly. You did very well, Evelyn. While Theo Ragnar stood beside her with a gentle gaze. The praise made Evelyn suddenly choke up. She closed her eyes, whispering happily, It's all thanks to you two. Meanwhile, Gale Sword Beta supported the council elder, who confirmed the sword had been recovered. Ignoring the offer of treatment, the elder merely glared straight ahead with eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, Wolfgang, with a frenzied expression, lunged forward, sweeping everything aside. His shout of Evelyn Nerrival made her entire team turn back in terror. You wretched bitch! I'll kill you with my own hands, Wolfgang roared, charging with overwhelming killing intent. A powerful hand gripped the arm of the Dragon Council elder. The old man roared furiously, crimson energy erupting violently. But Paige Grayson, the mystic blade, had him firmly in his grasp, completely suppressing him. Do you want me to break your other arm too? Paige Grayson coldly threatened. The tense confrontation between the two powers shook the entire arena. The crowd was stunned, unable to believe what was unfolding before their eyes. Suddenly, a masked messenger burst in, shouting, Invasion! The Troyven family has begun their attack. Everyone, return to your positions immediately. Another masked commander immediately ordered. Theo, Evelyn, this is wartime. Return to the White Dragon Squad at once. Wolfgang Ragnar gnashed his teeth. His fury brazenly interrupted. Stop! I said stop right now. The match isn't over, he frantically screamed, regardless of the situation. But as he was about to charge, an authoritative voice rang out, stopping him. Lord Wolfgang, kneel. Ragnar Taun, the ice dragon, appeared amidst a forest of ice swords, coldly declaring, I'll only say this once. Don't disgrace the 9 dragons any further. Wolfgang was stunned, sweat pouring out. Ice dragon, are you ignoring me? No. Ignoring even the Elder Council? Lodbrok merely sneered. Who knows? I don't think his opinion differs much from mine. The Elder Council faction was stunned, one of them speaking up. Even if the Elder Council's honor has hit rock bottom, the white-haired elder growled in helplessness. We cannot have a representative who refuses to accept defeat and still brandishes a sword after being vanquished. Julius Ragnar turned away, feeling relieved that Wolfgang's madness was finally quelled. He thought to himself, it's finally over. Under the cold moonlight, Wolfgang's silhouette looked pathetic, a pitiful spectacle of a greedy old man. In the dark room, the ruler sat on his throne. It was Ed Troyben. A subordinate reported, "Sir, we have successfully captured the central plateau, and Harmon Castle is about to fall." "What about Ragnar's forces?" Ed asked. The subordinate replied that they were concentrating all their main forces on the plateau. Ed Troyben sneered, thinking to himself, "Those foolish Ragnars, they're moving exactly as I predicted." He continued his malicious thoughts. "While they're focused there, the place I'm truly aiming for is here." Ed's eyes flashed with cruel light, pointing to another spot on the strategic map. At the same time, in the Bacchus family's territory, snow fell on the silent night, signaling an ill omen. On the city wall, a guard sighed, "The new lord has just arrived. And ever since, he's just locked himself away drinking. Does he even remember he's the patriarch?" Another soldier interjected, "Everyone who could leave has left. Even the knights abandoned us. What's left of a debt-ridden territory?" "Well, let him drink himself into a stupor then," the first soldier said dejectedly. "By the way, did Ragnar send reinforcements?" "Reinforcements?" He sneered bitterly. Meanwhile, Ragnar's support team was carousing drunkenly, their captain Sybil Dre even scoffing. "You mean those freeloading bastards?" The guard could only grit his teeth. "They say they're on night patrol, but they're always dead drunk. Ragnar just wants to send us to our deaths." His comrade could only smile wryly, murmuring, "So that's how it is." In a nearby forest, a subordinate reported to his commander, "Sir, morale inside has hit rock bottom." The subordinate asserted, "This operation is as good as complete." Hearing this, another commander roared, gathering his soldiers, "Did you all hear that? Finish it quickly and return," he ordered. And an entire army, clad in black, surged forward into the night. A guard screamed in the freezing snowy night as he was suddenly attacked. He was sent flying, sliding helplessly across the ground. The hooded attacker appeared, scoffing. "How convenient, a guard drunk on duty. Well, it makes things easier for me, and this wine—" He swung his dagger, growling, "Go down and drink it all." The assassin's hand tightened, ending a life in silence. At the same time, in the command room, Julius Ragnar sternly said, "You want to invoke the right to independent action as a mid-tier swordsman? No. In wartime, combat operations must take priority. You have no special privileges." Theo Ragnar calmly presented a document. "This matter is related to the war. Please take a look, sir." Scanning through it, Julius asked in surprise, "Is what's written here true?" Theo affirmed, "Yes, Troyban's current main targets are Harmon Castle and the Central Plateau. But it's all just a diversion. Their true targets are the floating islands and the Bacchus territory." Julius pondered, then admitted, "Indeed, that's a logical conclusion." He began to piece together the events during the Ceres Guild hostage incident. Considering the Black Tower's movements, it's clear they've collaborated with Troyban. Theo continued, "Furthermore, the Black Tower's predecessor was the Islands Transport Federation, through which all of the Empire's funds flowed." Julius realized, that explains Troyban's enormous war budget. Precisely. Theo pointed out the danger. And with the island's strategic location, it will only become a greater threat. That's why our top priority should be reinforcing the neglected Bacchus territory. However, Troyban has concentrated enough forces at the Central Plateau and Harmon Castle to call it an all-out effort. Theo Ragnar analyzed the situation. The Ragnar forces were spread thin to cope, with no reserves left. But they couldn't abandon strategic strongholds either. That's why he requested independent command, From reinforcing the Bacchus territory to investigating the island suspected of funding Troyban, to then end it all with his own hands. Julius Ragnar was stunned, realizing his younger brother's foresight. So you saw everything from the moment you made the request. He slammed the table decisively. All right, I permit it. Since this matter is related to the war, there will be no issues. Julius warned him not to overstep, and Theo merely bowed in obedience. After Theo left, Julius reviewed the documents he had left behind. He silently acknowledged that it was all high-quality intelligence, but the fact that Theo reported to him, and not an intelligence expert like the Black Dragon, proved that he intended to act on his own, and this permission was merely a formality. The demon dragon gave a confident smile. He was certain that if it was Theo, he must have prepared everything. At the same time, elsewhere, a sword strike cut down an armored man, sending gold coins and an orange liquid splattering. The hooded assassin was too astonished to speak. He realized in shock, "This is orange juice?" The silver-haired young man, grinning, confirmed, "That's right." He cheerfully explained that he didn't often drink alcohol, standing amidst the defeated opponents. Suddenly, a streak of dark red blood splattered into the air. The joke ended as the silver-haired young man took a devastating punch to the gut. A soldier reported, "We've dealt with all the vanguards, Captain. Now, let's light the signal fire." Meanwhile, the silver-haired young man was distracted, smugly thinking about their victory without paying attention to the captain's words. Suddenly, a traitor in the squad lunged forward, stabbing a comrade fatally in the back. He continued to aim for the silver-haired young man, but a shield timely blocked the blade. The newly arrived commander appeared, anger clearly visible on his face. Immediately, he swung his sword, and the traitor's blood splattered. He turned to scold the silver-haired young man. "Seriously, be a little more careful. If you guys get hurt, what am I supposed to tell the Lord?" The silver-haired young man, utterly terrified, hastily cried out, "I'll fix it right away." The commander suddenly laughed, patting his shoulder. "Just kidding. Relax." But then he became serious again, saying meaningfully, "If you want to relax, there's something the Lord should handle. Are you all right with that?" He ordered the now cheerful silver-haired young man, "Keep an eye on the fire for me. I need to discuss something with our comrades." With that, the commander turned away with a confident smile. The silver-haired young man hastily replied, I was just kidding, just kidding. I'll do it right away." The signal fire flared up, brightly illuminating a stretch of the night sky. The entire squad stood on the city wall, their mission seemingly accomplished. The commander stepped to the edge of the city wall, looking down into the abyss below. He smiled in admiration, muttering, "Our Lord, after all, is—" Below, a sea of people appeared, an entire enemy army looking up. The silver-haired young man and the other soldiers were frozen, asking in horror, how much did he see through everything? A soldier raised his sword as the alarm echoed. "Troyban's maggots have attacked!" A silver-haired commander roared orders on the front lines. "Hold Bacchus Castle! Annihilate all the enemies!" Amidst the chaos, a dark figure plunged into the bloody rampage. In the silent night sky, the first snowflakes began to fall. Riding on a white wyvern, Theo Ragnar arrived just in time as the skirmish had already broken out. After a while, he smiled confidently. The battle seemingly decided. The beast roared, and Theo thought to himself, I'll get to see some familiar faces. Dawn broke over Bacchus Castle, signaling that a long, bloody night had passed. The silver-haired commander reported loudly, "Lord Theo, the mission to protect the Bacchus territory is complete." "No need to shout like that," Theo chuckled, breaking the tense atmosphere. He gently acknowledged, "You did very well this time." Hearing the praise, the commander burst into tears of emotion. He acknowledged me. An ally approached and said to Theo, "I didn't expect you to come here, but it seems you didn't need my help after all." He looked towards the jubilant army and asked, "Where did you find people like them?" Theo explained to another woman, "They are the people I trained with. They joined the Camellia Palace Guard to serve me." She smiled back. "It seems they have been acknowledged by you." The ally admitted, "Honestly, I didn't expect much at first. They were just mid-level inspectors." Memories of their bravery on the battlefield suddenly flooded his mind. "But I realized they were people I could trust," he said. And Theo replied proudly, "That makes me very happy to hear." Theo made an offer. "Then I have a request for you, Naven." He explained the situation. Now that the vassals and knights have departed, the position of the Bacchus family's knight order is still vacant. Theo entrusted a great responsibility. "How about you train those friends of yours to become the Bacchus Knight Order?" Naven was stunned by the bold offer. A knight order? But then he smirked, his heart filled with excitement. "It's been a long time since I felt this anticipation." Theo responded with a trusting smile. "Then I'm counting on you," Theo said, and turned to leave, making Naven ask in surprise, "You're leaving already?" Theo explained, "I've seen what I needed to see. This is just a stopover. I have other objectives." He revealed his next destination, investigating the floating islands. Naven broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "I thought I was used to it. But your audacity always surprises me, my lord." He worriedly reminded, "Isn't that place extremely hostile to outsiders, to the point where it's hard to even get in?" The scene shifted to a bustling port city named Dion. A cloaked figure walked towards a noisy tavern. Inside, the figure accidentally bumped into a brutish giant. "Hey, shorty, can't you watch where you're going?" the giant roared. But the cloaked figure retorted sarcastically, "Oh, my mistake. I guess I didn't see you down there." The giant sneered, "Oh yeah? Let me lower myself to your eye level then." Then poured his entire mug of beer over the other person's head. The man gritted his teeth, ready for a brawl. The chaotic scene of the tavern appeared, filled with drunkards and brawls. Amidst the commotion, a barmaid rushed out with beer, shouting, "Coming through!" In an office, a voice echoed, beginning to summarize a request. The armored messenger announced, "Starting on the 15th, the floating islands will have to pay tribute in gunpowder and steel to Roven." An angry hand slammed down on the table, interrupting her. Antonio Spinola, the family's successor head, roared, "Request my ass. This is clearly a threat." He crumpled the scroll, unable to believe it. "What else? Rental fees? They steal it, then say they'll rent it back for money?" After his outburst, Antonio leaned back in his chair, bitterly admitting, "Ha, how ridiculous, but—" He looked at the crystal ball on the table, his voice full of helplessness. "We have no other choice, do we?" Antonio's reflection appeared grim as he muttered, "Without the dragon sword, the floating islands will sink." He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. "Damn it! If we hadn't lost the dragon sword, we wouldn't be at their mercy." Antonio clutched his head in utter despair, wondering, is there truly no hope left for our islands? The messenger could only watch with a worried expression at her superior's collapse. At the same time, in the tavern, shouts cheering for a brawl rang out. "Use the chairs! Smash them with chairs!" The door was kicked open. A spiky, black-haired young man burst in, yelling, "You bastards! My head is about to explode, and now this?" The young man yelled at the chaotic crowd. "When did I say you couldn't drink? If you're going to drink, drink quietly, for God's sake." Back in the office, Antonio looked at the stranger who had just emerged from the shadows. "So, you finally decided to show yourself." The black-haired young man stood amidst the wreckage, calling the host by name, Antonio Spinola. the successor head of the Spinola family. 2 guards stood watch at the door, while Antonio began to question. So you mean? Antonio looked directly at the uninvited guest. You want to go to the floating islands, and you want me to take you on board as a warrior? The young man confidently replied, pointing out that the recent brawl was a display of his abilities. That's right. This is a mutually beneficial exchange, isn't it? Antonio Spinola gritted his teeth. It's true, we're looking for crew members. But you won't be getting on my ship, he said, trembling. Antonio exposed. Your gear is too clean. The brawl happened right before my eyes, and you clearly knew I had a ship going to the islands. He questioned with sharp eyes. If it were me, would you let someone like that on board? The spiky-haired young man sneered. I'd be disappointed if you didn't realize that. Good. Let's get straight to the point. He placed an emblem on the table, revealing the armed resistance fighting for the liberation of the floating islands. Leader of the Black Tower, Antonio Spinola. Antonio was stunned to be called by name. The mysterious young man smirked. Shall we make a deal? Antonio growled. How do you know I'm the leader of the Black Tower? That's not important, he replied. What's important is what I know. For example, he raised an eyebrow provocatively. The dragon sword you're desperately searching for. Antonio was stunned upon hearing his greatest secret. You bastard! Antonio slammed the table and stood up. So you're Troyban's dog. Hey, calm down, the young man said nonchalantly. The foundation of any agreement is composure, isn't it? Antonio fell silent, trying to suppress his rising fury. A guard stepped in, but Antonio reassured himself. If he's not Troyban's man, there's no way he could know about the dragon sword. What if I told you I have the dragon sword? The young man delivered the decisive blow. Antonio dismissed it. Nonsense. Troyban already stole it. He sneered. Why is it nonsense? They, just like me, might just be saying they have it. A hypothesis that left Antonio aghast. Antonio broke out in a cold sweat, realizing, now that I think about it, they never showed the real thing. How could I have been so blind? The black-haired young man smirked. You have nothing left to lose, do you? Why not hear me out? Antonio Spinola reluctantly agreed, and the young man began the tale of the legends and mysteries of the floating islands. Upon hearing the name of the hero Kriemhild, Antonio immediately looked tense. The young man realized, it seems you already know this story. Antonio then opened a drawer and took out an old book. Antonio confirmed the story of the hero Kriemhild, using his sword to stab the sea dragon's head, sealing it at the bottom of the ocean. He explained that the floating islands didn't float due to mysterious ocean currents as people believed. The truth was that the dragon was sealed deep beneath the sea, and the immense mana it emitted created an updraft that supported the entire archipelago. The dragon sword was the device that maintained that seal, keeping the flow of mana stable. Antonio said despairingly, but ever since Ed Troyban stole it, the mana flow has become unstable. If the dragon sword isn't returned soon, the entire archipelago will sink. Sink deep back into the sea, taking countless lives with it. The young man affirmed he wasn't joking, and Antonio also emphasized that the lives of the people hung by a thread. Antonio made an offer. If you truly have the dragon sword and return it to us, we will grant your every wish. The black-haired young man rejected it. Returning it isn't the solution. Ed Troyban could steal it again. And above all, I would have to give it up forever. For a moment, his eyes flashed with the image of a dragon's pupils, showing his determination not to give up the dragon sword. Antonio had no choice but to continue negotiating. Then tell me, what do you want? If it's money, we can pay any price. The young man smiled confidently. No, I don't need money. I've already prepared everything. With glowing red eyes, he revealed his plan. A way to keep the dragon sword and save the entire archipelago. All you need to do is take me to the floating islands. Antonio Spinola was speechless, completely unable to believe his opponent's strangely simple request.